Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 451, Battle of Different Systems. The power of metal rule, asked Edward as he sensed the power left in his scarred palms. No, this power is not even 1% of the power of rules. He frowned, wondering why this attack was so weird. You dare be distracted, yelled Naruto before summoning 6 truth-seeking balls and turning them into spears. Swish. Edward disappeared and evaded the attack, his eyes still focusing on analyzing the power on his palm. Darkness flame meteor shower. Mauve created millions of massive dark meteor burning with dark flames. They rushed toward Edward with unimaginable speed. However, while distracted, he evaded all the meteors, not allowing a single one to touch him. Suddenly, the scion, Tammet, appeared behind him using instant transmission. She tried to hold him tied so one of the attacks could hit. However, Edward reacted as if he knew she would be there. He elbowed her in her face before creating a massive pushing force, sending her crashing countless light years away. Is this sword intent? He suddenly asked Bai Li. However, no one answered him. Interesting. The cultivation system allows people to resonate with the rules and authority, thus borrowing a fragment of their powers. Does this method have a requirement for willpower? This question was very important to him. If there is a requirement for willpower, then the concept of sword intent, or any intent, is a way to train legendary arcanists that control the rules. The Empire can use this method to enter the era where legendary arcanists are more common. However, if the immortal cultivation system does not have any requirement for willpower, it will mean that their system is only useful to their specific universe. It would mean that cultivators can only control the rules in their universe and not others unless special methods are used, like the Samsara Hall. Soul cutting. Bai Li's response to him was another slash. Sadly, Edward only moved slightly to evade this attack. A combination of metal and soul energy, it's a brilliant method worth learning, analyzed Edward as he sensed this attack targeted his soul directly. He's using observation hockey, suddenly said Tammet, who flew back from the distance. Are you sure? Asked Mauve. I've fought with hockey masters before. The way he moves is the same as those who can see the future. Mauve squinted his eyes as he analyzed the information he gathered on the Arcanist. The latter was very likely an omniversal traveler and knew about different story universes like Naruto and Dragon Ball Z. With new information, Mauve accessed the level of threat of his opponent. Then, he sent a signal to the fleet behind him, who seemed useless from the beginning of the battle. Huh, muttered Edward, who suddenly felt he could not use the observation hockey he learned from Tobias to see the future. Shanks is called the observation hockey killer. Are you using a similar method? Commented Edward. The way observation hockey sees the future does not involve any spacetime knowledge or energy. No, it used a more brilliant method. By pushing the senses to the extreme, the user will combine their senses with their willpower to read the will of the universe and catch a glimpse of the future. After analyzing the essence of this method, Edward marveled at the ingenious application of willpower. It's a shame that hockey only has methods of willpower application but not how to increase it. The only way to increase willpower in One Piece is through battle or experiencing many things in life. Morgana, record their method so we can learn, ordered Edward. He used observation hockey to test whether this method was applicable to other arcanists in the Empire. After all, seeing into the future is an excellent way to have an advantage in battles. And in the Empire, only people with an advanced understanding of time magic can see even 0.1 seconds into the future. Luckily, the results were excellent. This method can be used even beyond Tier 11. The only drawback is it is not a passive technique but requires active use to work. Yes, boss, replied the little elf. Meanwhile, Edward finally removed the smile on his face, his demeanor changed, making these 4 nervous. Get ready, roared Mauve through their special communication. Then, he turned into a ferocious demonic creature. A Balrog, thought Edward. No, it looked slightly different. Balrog had red flames emanating from their bodies, followed by the smell of sulfur. However, Mauve had black flames. Furthermore, his wings were gray instead of black and did not look like flesh and blood, they looked like floating clouds. Mauve was not the only one who took action. Naruto entered the Sage of Six Path mode and the Sage mode. Tammet had a red aura around her, and Edward guessed she used Kaioken. Meanwhile, Bai Li's aura also increased, followed by her skin turning bright red. Is this their most powerful method? Thought Edward. Although he looked like he was not taking them seriously, that's only on the surface, it's only a tactic he used to test the enemy. He did not dare underestimate these elites who rose in the Samsara Hall from regular people to Tier 8. In terms of combat experience, he was inferior to these people since he could count on one hand the number of life and death battles he had. Even if he uses illusion, where he seals his memory to ensure he experiences life and death battles, it is not the same since, ultimately, he will not die in these simulations. Finally, he knew that these reincarnators would have a powerful trump card, a super powerful method that could threaten his life. For example, he does not doubt the wizard has a powerful magic scroll with power beyond Tier 8. As for whether that power is Tier 9 or Tier 10, he was not sure. So, he was extremely cautious and prepared in case of an emergency. Let's see your limits, thought Edward before using one of his favorite spells. Elemental Armageddon. Countless magic circles appeared above his head. Then, the world went into chaos. Tornadoes as large as the sun appeared, followed by tsunamis of the same size. The entire star system shook as if a terrible earthquake of unknown magnitude had hit it. Flames descended on the group as they were drops of rain. Volcano eruptions occurred everywhere. As the name of the spell implied, it was an Armageddon of elemental devastation. Edward calmly watched the group's reaction to his attack. Naruto tried to use Kamui and make his body intangible. Unfortunately, the space earthquake shook the surrounding dimension, reverting him back to normal. So, he had to use the pulling force from his Rinnegan to survive. Tammet used ki blasts to destroy any elements in his way. Unfortunately, the intensity of the attack soon proved too much for her. So, she had to concentrate her ki into a defensive shield. Bailey was in a worse situation since his defense seemed the weakest in the group. Luckily, he took numerous jades out of a ring in his hand and crushed them, generating a stable shield spell. These should be talismans, analyzed Edward. Talismans were the cultivation system's version of magic scrolls. Anyone who holds it can use it, but they are only one-used items. He's intact. Edward soon realized Mauve was not injured in the slightest. The latter was also using protective measures, but Edward could tell it was for the show since he did not have a single scratch on him. Edward squinted his eyes as he analyzed the reason. The power of dream. It should be a spell similar to Dorothy Unsworth. He learned dream magic from a magic captain back in Black Clover. And Mauve's method was similar to hers. A few minutes later, the spell ended, and only a few things remained in this star system. 99% of the reincarnator's fleet was instantly annihilated. However, to Edward's surprise, a few managed to survive. The planet with Tobias group did not suffer because Edward protected it. Finally, it was the 5 of them. How did you guys like my favorite spell? Asked Edward with a smile. Do you know this is only the first and weakest version? I added the elements of lightning, light, and darkness for the second version. For the third version, I added wood elements and metal elements. And for the final version, space-time is used. The 4 trembled. This spell was already horrifying. If it had the elements of lightning, darkness, light, wood, metal, and space-time, they could not fathom the destructive power it would generate. Chapter 452, Decimated. With one glance, Edward could tell Mauve's real body was in another dimension of dreams. And the one before him was a projection. So, even if it died, it meant nothing to him. These top reincarnators are nothing to scoff at. With such a powerful spell, they survived with minor injuries, commented Edward. His eyes shone brilliantly as he had an idea. After the effect of his spell ended, he rushed on the offensive again. He suddenly appeared before Tammet and punched her even harder than the previous one, sending her flying away. And with that one punch, he severely injured her and cancelled out her Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Mauve, do it, yelled Naruto. However, the wizard seemed to hesitate about something. This is not the time to have reservations, added Bailey. Naruto went on the offensive and used millions of clones. Edward was surprised as he discovered many of these clones had Tier 8 strength while the rest were Tier 7. Interesting. Since when was the Shadow Clone Jutsu? Edward was interested in using this jutsus in the army. He imagined how powerful it would be for his legion to be able to multiply themselves. Unfortunately, after Tier 5, the clones created are so much weaker than the main body. He must have used some Sara points to increase the potency of the spell, analyzed Edward. He watched as millions of Narutos created massive Rasen Shuriken, preparing to attack him. He raised his hand. Now, thought Bailey as he summoned a unique sword. Then, he slashed forward, creating a massive sword bigger than thousands of star systems. However, Edward remained calm without changing his casting posture. Dimension Exile. All the Narutos except for the real one suddenly disappeared, exiled to another dimension. And Edward also sent Bailey's attack to the same place. Then, he suddenly appeared before Naruto, and countless seals emanated from his body. You want to seal me? Dream on. Bijou Bomb Explosion. Naruto spewed a deep black ball of chakra from his mouth, creating a massive explosion of energy. Escape, thought Edward as he survived the direct attack with a subtle shield layered over his skin. He looked in the distance as Naruto had disappeared despite blocking the surrounding voice. None of these reincarnators who can reach the top are simple, he thought. However, he had an almost undetectable smile on the corner of his mouth. Without wasting time, he focused on Bai Li. A terrifying purple ball appeared before him, making the surrounding space tremble. Immediately, Mauve and Bai Li felt this spell was different. This is intent, said Bai Li with shock. It should be destruction intent. Correct, replied Edward with a smile. Recently, I came into contact with destruction authority. However, I still cannot control it. However, after seeing your sword intent, I thought of using a similar method to borrow the power of the destruction authority. I have to thank you since this method will drastically decrease the time I need to control destruction rules. Edward was telling the truth. He only recently sensed the destruction rules after studying the Naruto universe's truth-seeking ball and combining all the elements he knew into a destruction ball. However, he was nowhere in the state where he could wield as he pleased, like his spacetime and death rules. But with Bai Li's intent method, it is possible. Alright. Let's see how you deal with this attack. The ball rushed toward Bai Li, reducing everything on its path into nothingness. The white-clothed swordsman's facial expressions became intense. He swiftly summoned a magical artifact that looked like a pagoda. The 9-layer pagoda directly confronted the destruction ball and succeeded. However, Bai Li's face was paler than paper as the magical power inside his dantian was rapidly draining as he powered up this magical artifact. Boom. The pagoda blocked the attack, and it was perfectly intact. What a marvelous artifact. I wonder how it was made, pondered Edward. However, he knew this was not the time for this type of thing. He took the opportunity while Bai Li was weakened and on his limits to invade the latter's mind and soul. He searched for information about the intent. He wanted to know about intent and whether there were any willpower requirements. Bai Li was knowledgeable about the soul since Tier 6 in his cultivation system is called nascent soul. Unfortunately, he did not do as much as Edward. Subsequently, he was already tired and had reached his limit. Luckily for him, the origin seal placed on his soul by the Samsara Hall also helped. However, Edward used a rough method and invaded with terrible force. He destroyed anything in the latter's soul dimension that resisted. As a result, Bai Li's seal deemed the invader to have succeeded. So, it decided to wipe out Bai Li's soul to prevent information about the Samsara Hall from leaking. Bai Li knew his death was approaching as he was caught in the middle of these two forces. So, he acted decisively. He exploded his body and part of his primordial spirit, soul. Then, he used a precious talisman to run away from the battlefield, still alive. It's a shame. However, I got what I wanted, pondered Edward. He got information about intent. However, he was disappointed as this thing had no willpower requirement but had for the level of the soul. The minimum requirement to comprehend intent in Bai Li's world was Tier 5. Intent cannot increase willpower. However, it can help train more legendary arcanists, analyzed Edward. As long as Chris creates the method to train willpower, arcanists can first understand intent before controlling authority or rules. He was satisfied with this gain. So, Edward finally looked at Mauve, who seemed to just be standing and watching his team being decimated. I know you're planning your last trump card. So, what is taking so long? Asked Edward. While dealing with the others, he was also secretly trying to discover Mauve's dream dimension. However, the thing hid deeper than he estimated. Without using his spacetime rules, it took a while. True, replied Mauve. As soon as he said these words, Edward's cosmic awareness activated, and he felt great danger. He controlled his power and sensed the source of the problem. With one step, he appeared in this all-white space with gray clouds or smoke. He saw an enormous creature that looked exactly like Mauve's demon form. Edward did not care about the creature. What he cared about was the thing in his hand, a purple orb the size of an egg. Is that the Marvel Universe's power orb? Replied Mauve. Although it is only a replica and one-time use, it's more than enough to deal with you. Boom. A purple energy wave traveling faster than light rushed everywhere, destroying everything on its path. Cough. 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 Edward stood in the void with a pale expression. His clothes were destroyed. However, he had no visible injuries. In a few seconds, the enchantments on the robe activated, and it fixed itself. A Tier 9 attack, it's not bad for a trump card. The power gem's attack reached Tier 9, and it was not weak. At the last minute, Edward had to activate his arcane spark and use his karma to create a shield to block the attack. He looked in the distance and saw nothing, no planets, stars, or galaxies except for 2. This universe was small, with about 100,000 galaxies. With that one attack, all the galaxies were instantly destroyed, leaving only 2 celestial bodies. The first one is the planet where Edward's lab was. He also protected this place, so they survived. The second one is in the distance. He guessed it must be the place Mauve and the others established to ensure their survival. Ah! It disappeared. Edward suddenly discovered the other planet had disappeared. They must be hiding from me. He shook his head, not caring. He waved his hand to summon a beating black heart. During the explosion, he acted swiftly and ripped Mauve's heart. The wizard's bloodline is related to Dream. Chloe should be able to study something from it. He placed it away in his interdimensional bag, perfectly preserving it. Chapter 453, Cheating. Planet Astrofall, 876. Mauve, Tammet, Naruto, and Bailey appeared in a meeting room. They all had pale facial expressions, and Bailey was nothing but a soul. Is this planet safe? Asked Naruto. I don't know. But you're the one who set up the safety protocols. The legendary Arcanist was more powerful than I anticipated, replied Mauve. So, I don't know whether he can find this place. The room became quiet for a few seconds. Things are not so bad, said Tammet. We have been in worse situations. Since we are alive, we have a chance. Everyone looked at her before secretly rolling their eyes. This woman was a scion. After almost dying by the Arcanist's punch, she can use Zenkai Boost to drastically increase her power once she fully recovers from near-death experiences. With this boost, she will reduce the time needed to become a Super Saiyan 3, which is on par with Tier 9. She may have a point, added Naruto. He knew the correct mentality was necessary for such dangerous missions. You don't understand, continued Mauve. That Arcanist did not use its full strength. What do you mean? During the entire battle, he never used his rules. Wait, didn't he use destruction rules? Asked Tammet, who was observing the battle from afar after her defeat. He used intent, which is a lesser form of rules or authority, explained Bailey. Naruto and Tammet understood. As an Arcanist, their opponent should have complete control of certain rules. However, he never used it during the battle. Are you guys sure? Asked Tammet. She could not accept such a fact. I fought a legendary Arcanist in another mission. I know the fluctuation of rules, replied Mauve. Rules are more common in the cultivation world, so I also know, replied Mauve. Cultivators cannot use the rules after leaving their universe unless they reach realms comparable to above Tier 12. Furthermore, I do not know how he survived the power gem, sighed Mauve. He thought the Arcanist would have used a magic tower or floating city. However, he detected nothing. So, what is our next step? Asked Naruto, a little dejected. Heal and wait for the Samsara Hall's next move, said Mauve. If I guess correctly, they should send more reinforcements. And the purple-robed Taoist might show up. And what should we do if he finds our planet? Then, prepare to fight to the death. The group sighed. They knew this day would come one day, so they were not scared. Anyway, as long as they had one last breath, they would fight and make the enemy hurt before dying. Edward returned to his base and saw Tobias' group looking at him in awe. He let them watch this battle for this exact reason. You have one day to make a decision, he said to them before entering his room. Master, are you hurt? I am, but I'm almost healed now. Edward could feel the phoenix flame fixing his internal organs. Let me skin you. I said I'm fine. And I want to be sure, argued the spicy little elf. Edward shook his head and began his work. He had no time to waste. Satisfied, he asked. I am. Then, let's get to work. Edward waved his hand to control the space-time rules of this universe to create a unique portal. The process took a few hours. However, it's because Edward took this experience as a learning opportunity. Once he finished, he stepped into the portal without hesitation. After passing through the portal, he was in the same place. However, he knew it was different. He sensed a mysterious pocket dimension summoning him. Without hesitation, he teleported inside, where he saw someone waiting for him. It was himself, his future self, to be exact. You know you should not break the fabric of space-time, said future Edward. I know since I'm you, replied Edward. Anyway, in this weak universe, the worst that can happen is the universe will exiling or trying to kill me. Plus, this timeline is hidden. As long as you understand, said future Edward, who manifested two things, a ring and a crystal. The ring contained the artifact needed for Tobias' team to infiltrate the Samsara Hall. The crystal contained the research on the fourth layer of the dimension and how I created the artifact. What about the mana circles? Asked Edward. It's there too, up to 8 mana circles. What about my other research? Future Edward's mouth twitched, wanting to beat his past self. I know what you're thinking, but please be reasonable. Edward knew for a fact he was not a match for his future self. After all, the latter knew him like the back of his hand and had more knowledge than him. The research results are also here, replied future Edward. Except for the completion of the ultimate body and the study of Izanagi. Can I ask why? He asked politely. The ultimate body is not so easy to finish, you will need knowledge from Merlin or the Akashic record. As for the study of Izanagi, I simply didn't want to help you out of spite. Now, it was Edward's time for his mouth to twitch. Anyway, thank you for your help, he said. Whatever. You can go away now, your face is unpleasant to look at. Future Edward disappeared, while present Edward shook his head. Without saying more, he returned to the past. He checked the crystal and absorbed numerous pieces of information. Many of the research his clones back in the other timelines were studying were now finished, including his main objective for coming into this world. The mana tree. The main issue he needed to solve for the mana tree was how to have it condense fruit of knowledge after being planted on a planet or plane. And the answer his future self came up with was using knowledge on intent. The fruit will resonate with knowledge authority to gather and condense knowledge from wherever it is planted. His future self even created a special tree with space-time rules that can gather knowledge from the past and condense it into a fruit. It's worthy of me, praised Edward. How narcissistic can you be, said Morgana. Leave me alone, said Edward, who sometimes regrets giving this thing free will. Then, he focused on the other gain in this crystal. The mana circles are done. There is enough information for you to deduce the other two, commented Edward, and Morgana nodded as she received the information. Edward then discovered his future self perfected the method of will coding by studying Tobias' hockey system. Using his willpower, Edward can now boost his spells. With all this knowledge from the hockey system, Chris can quickly create the method of training willpower, commented Morgana, and Edward agreed with him. Edward then focused on his gain from Sasha. His future self created the soul magic circuit that helps with magic control. At first, Edward thought this method would be useless to him because he was close to the pinnacle of energy control in terms of talent. However, he knew how arrogant this thinking was. The circuit can give him a boost of 5%. Furthermore, it is beneficial in the creation of the ultimate magic body. Edward searched for knowledge on how to create his Hall of Heroes like the Fate universe. However, his future self only left a message, too much time, so do it yourself. He shook his head and moved on. He knew himself and was not surprised. There was much knowledge about technology learned from Kingsley. His future self even captured many destroyed ships during his battle with the top reincarnators from the River of Time, learning their technology. Edward knew the Empire's technology tree would take a big step after his return, along with the introduction of the new arcane class Technomancer. Finally, Edward focused on the two things he wanted to know most, the magic domain and the fourth layer of the soul dimension. Chapter 454, Soul Flame, I. Edward focused on the knowledge of the fourth layer of the soul dimension. He took a moment to process the information before closing his eyes and accessing his soul dimension. Without pause, he reached the third layer, the place with the most defensive measure, guarding his knowledge and memories. Edward's defense in his third layer can be described as overkill. There are numerous space legions composed of thousands of battleships. Each battleship contained legions of golems. And this is just the first protective measure. If a person managed to bypass these measures, they would encounter an enormous labyrinth enchanted with magical traps and dangerous soul creatures. The third protective measure is the Corridor of Truths. It's a long corridor where he asks intruders countless difficult questions and must answer before proceeding. If a person wants to get his memory, they must slowly pass this corridor. If they want to access his memory and soul forcefully, the corridor will also turn into a death trap that blocks invaders. The fourth protective measure is a towering gate that blocks everything in its path. The gate is very resistant to soul energy, and Edward created it to make invaders of his mind waste soul strength and weaken them. The fifth measure is a library containing many of Edward's memories and knowledge. However, the majority are false or incomplete. If a person reaches this stage, they must see through this level before going to the next step. The sixth measure is an encrypted computer. If an invader wishes to bypass this level, they must have the password to this computer. However, the password is an algorithm that only Edward knows. The password changes every 30 seconds, and he must use the algorithm to deduce the password. Finally, if a person wishes to truly access his memory and knowledge, they must hack this computer. However, Morgana controls this computer, so they must fight against her computing power to succeed. And even if a person could succeed, Morgana has plenty of time to erase and move all knowledge on the computer to her server, leaving nothing to the invader. As such, although it's not impossible to get information from Edward's soul, it's a pretty daunting task. He used countless resources and crafted plenty of unique soul treasures to protect his soul dimension. As the owner of this space, Edward appeared in the last room with the computer. He looked around before muttering. It's been a while since I added more security measures. With new knowledge on the fourth layer, I can add a few more. He waved his hand, and the computer room turned into an immense library. Edward looked at the physical manifestation of his knowledge and smiled. This room was his greatest and most precious treasure. The knowledge in this place could create a brilliant arcane civilization and train a legendary arcanist. Edward took a moment to admire his library like a dragon sleeping on its treasure hoard. After nodding in satisfaction, he continued on his purpose for coming here. He cast a spell, and a ladder appeared out of nowhere. Without hesitation, he climbed on it, leading to a vast empty white space. In my past life, I once read that human beings are all gods, and the mind/soul is the key to developing that godhood. After seeing this space, I understood that saying was correct. All creatures with a soul have a soul dimension. And in that dimension, they have absolute power like a god. The soul dimension is vast, full of unknown and mystery. Even with his current strength and knowledge, he feels he has only uncovered a fraction of its mystery. After lamenting the wonder of life, Edward continued his spell. The ladder under his feet followed a special summon and headed in a specific direction. In the process, Edward saw endless white space. The voyage felt like eons had passed. And in some ways, it had. The secrets of the fourth layer were hidden very deep and required special means and a long time to discover. Locally, time is different in this space, and he does not technically age. Soon, Edward reached his destination and saw what he was after: a purple flame with a tinge of silver in the middle. The flame was the size of a basketball and floated about 30 centimeters above the white ground. Is this the soul flame? The true essence of the soul, muttered Edward. He looked at this small flame in fascination, thinking about the information his future self had gathered. The most important was the soul flame was the leading cause for the soul limit of the Empire's citizens. According to the information in the crystal, the weakest soul flame is white. However, only clones and ordinary animals will have this color. Ordinary people or muggles have green soul flame, ranging from light green to deep green. Finally, after acquiring magical powers, or any other systems, the soul flame will turn blue. The blue flame will also range from light blue to deep blue. And deep blue soul flame is enough for someone to reach tier 7. Then, they will reach the soul limit. According to the research, future Edward theorized that even the most talented individual would only have deep blue soul flame, except creatures like the high elves and dragons. The minimum level of these creatures' soul flame is purple, and the highest level is golden. Future Edward did some experiments and discovered divine energy and world source could turn a deep blue soul flame into purple, allowing arcanists to reach tier 8. However, if they want to truly break the limit of the soul and reach tier 9, the soul has to reach light golden. Deep golden soul flame is currently the highest level known, and essentially to reach tier 10 and maybe tier 11. Divine energy comes from the gods, and world source involves planes and other universes. The Empire needs a less complicated way to achieve purple and golden soul flame. Edward would need to kill more gods to acquire divine energy. Or he has to use his project of cultivating false gods to acquire more divine energy. Meanwhile, world source would require him to invade other planes back home or take them from other universes like Naruto. None of these methods are applicable to a large population. So, if he wants higher tiers to be more common, he needs a better method of increasing the level of the soul flame. Unfortunately, it's not something future me can study in a short time period, thought Edward before shaking his head. He then focused on the other things he learned about the soul flame. After a person's soul is destroyed, their soul flame remains intact for a period of time based on their tier. For a tier 8 like himself, his soul flame will continue burning for at least 7 days after his death. And based on future Edward's research, a person can be revived through their soul flame. The soul flame contained information about the soul. By gathering this information and feeding it enough energy, a new and intact soul can be reborn or recreated. Simultaneously, the soul is also linked to the soul flame. In one of the experiments, future Edward removed a subject's soul and placed it in another body. The new body, which was an empty shell, slowly developed a soul dimension, followed by a new soul flame identical to the previous body. Furthermore, the old body's soul flame disappeared after the new one appeared. The Empire has taken another step to conquer death, muttered Edward. Previously, the Empire would have soldiers save a piece of their souls to revive them. However, some people could not be saved because of Guznad's death authority. There was no reasonable explanation for this phenomenon. However, Edward now understood this was the result of the soul flame being affected. With the current technology, this issue will be solved or, at the very least, the death rate will drastically decrease. Chapter 455, Soul Flame, 2. Future Edward has already created a few applications for the soul flame. For example, it is possible to separate a small piece and store it, similar to Horcrux, and a part of the soul. And according to the latter's research, Horcruxes made using the soul flame are even more indestructible. They would require one tier 1 above their power to destroy them. For example, a Horcrux made by a tier 6 arcanist would require the strength of tier 7 to destroy. Based on future Edward's research, this fact remained true for tier 8. However, because he did not have access to the floating city, he could not make tier 9 Horcrux and test whether tier 10 strength is required to destroy it. Other important information is the immortal or indestructible characteristics of the soul flame. Most energy discovered by the Empire, mana, divine energy, solar energy, cosmic energy, elemental energy, chakra, and multiple others, have no effect on the soul flame. Only 2 energies can influence it: soul strength and negative energy. Soul strength makes sense since it involves the soul. Simultaneously, negative energy originated from death and decay. Some skeleton undead have a flame in their eyes. Does it have anything to do with the soul flame? Edward searched the crystal and found the answer. Their soul is indeed a manifestation of their soul flame. With this knowledge, future Edward recommended giving more resources to the necromancy department to encourage them to study the soul flame. Duly noted, thought Edward before continuing. Most energies cannot directly extinguish the flame, making it virtually indestructible. After countless trials and errors, Edward discovered 3 ways to extinguish the soul flame. The first and easiest way is to destroy the soul, then the flame will follow soon. The second method is using void energy. So far, it is the highest form of energy discovered by Edward and the Empire. Lastly, it is the power of authority or rules. However, not all rules can influence the soul flame, only 2, death and destruction rules. Time-space rules do not affect it since it cannot age forward or backward and is immune to the constraint of space. So far, curse rule cannot directly affect it unless indirectly through the soul. The destruction of the soul dimension will not affect the flame. In fact, the first 3 layers can be destroyed, but the 4th one is infinite, and Edward has no way of destroying it. This thing is truly miraculous, thought Edward. The more he read about this flame, the more he felt he was discovering the mystery of life, the truth of what makes a person alive, the essence of existence itself. He shook his head to continue. The discovery of the soul flame will accelerate the Empire's decoding of the soul section of the life code. After deciphering so much of it, there are still so many unknowns left to uncover. Subsequently, the crystal showed the soul flame cannot be used as a way of direct attack. It has no burning effect on the physical body or the soul. However, future Edward did discover it could radiate a unique power. He believed that power was a higher form of soul strength. Future Edward even theorized that using this power to control mana and other energy might make Arcanist even more powerful. Unfortunately, he did not yet grasp how to properly control and exert this power. Future Edward experimented if something would happen after fusing the arcane flame used to purify mana with the soul flame. The result was they could not be fused, and nothing happened. The arcane flame passed through the soul flame as if it was a ghost. And no matter what method he used, he could not make them interact. The result was the same for things like his phoenix flame. Edward sighed, his mind fascinated by the mystery of this flame. Then, he focused on 2 most significant discoveries regarding this flame. The gods' mystery of immortality, muttered Edward, his eyes twinkling. The gods are one of the most extraordinary creatures in the Harry Potter universe, and maybe the Omniverse, because of their immortality and undying nature. As long as even one of their followers exists, they will not die and can revive themselves after their bodies, souls, and divine kingdoms are destroyed. Now, Edward knew the truth behind this mystery: their believers' faith directly powered their soul flame. So, as long as one of them is alive and keeps providing them with faith, it does not matter whether their souls exist. Their soul flame can remain in existence and not extinguish. Then, they can revive themselves. This means as long as I eradicate their soul flame, I can grant true and absolute death to these gods. For a moment, Edward could not contain his excitement. One of the things he worried about was how to deal with these gods. Even if he killed them, they could revive later in the future and continue becoming enemies with the Empire. The answer to this problem seems simple: kill all their believers. Unfortunately, this method is not as simple as it seems on paper. Most powerful gods will have believers scattered in different planes, so it's a problem to find them and eradicate their believers. And knowing their life and death relied on their believers, the most powerful gods will hide their believers in special dimensions or unique locations that are unknown and difficult to find, turning them into cockroach-type enemies. These gods will use anti-divination to prevent people from finding their secret believers. After his last voyage and discovering the power of karma, Edward also plans to develop this magic to deal with this issue. However, cause and effect magic is in the early stage and needs more time to develop. Another method he recently thought of was using his curse rule. He could find these secret believers through spells like Bloodline Curse or Tracking Curse. However, these gods are not stupid and actively block these methods after suffering a few losses from powerful magical civilizations. Luckily, these methods were no longer necessary. As long as he found the soul flame of these gods, he could ensure their true death. Boss, this is great news. We can finally deal with these parasites. Indeed, nodded Edward. However, we have to keep this information at the highest level of security. Morgana nodded as she knew the consequences if the gods knew the Arcane Empire knew the secret to their immorality and could kill them. The Empire would become the enemy of all gods that exist in the cosmic god plane and all other planes. After reviewing this information, Edward walked to his soul flame and saw other things. The first noticeable aspect was the slight silver in the middle of the purple flame. According to his future self, this aspect was unique only to him. At least, he has not discovered anyone else with a tint of silver. Future Edward speculated this might be the reason for his extreme magic talent after reincarnating in this world from primordial Earth. Edward took a deeper look and found a few tiny runes inside the flame. According to his future self, these runes might be origin runes, and they might be from the Akashic records. These runes are how the titles granted to him by the record give him special boosts or increases in talents. Unfortunately, this theory has yet to be verified, and future Edward could not even properly record these runes because of a mysterious and incomprehensible power. He even guessed their purpose in the first place because the number of runes was the same number of titles he had. Future Edward tried to get answers from the Akashic records, but the number of points required was so enormous that he knew he was in the right direction. So, the soul flame is the source of things like magical talents, muttered Edward as he soon found information from the crystal. According to one study, the soul flame's color will change after a person drinks a dragon potion to increase talent. I've always wanted to give people titles with abilities or stats boost. Maybe I can recreate the Akashic records method. Edward did not expect to give people permanent titles, but temporary ones that lasted a few months to a few years would suffice. Let's leave that for another day. He took a moment to review all the information about this epic-making magic discovery. He was excited by how much the Empire would develop with this discovery alone, not to mention all the benefits he received from the Naruto world. Alright, let's test this domain expansion method. Chapter 456, Incomplete Domain Expansion. Future Edward created two methods for the magic domain, and present Edward decided to test the first one. So, he entered an enchanted room to prevent his destructive power from affecting the outside. He decided to let his inner nerd out, so he made a sign on his hand and said, Domain Expansion, World of Magic. The surrounding space changed, and Edward found himself in an empty space with nothing inside. However, there was so much mana inside this space. Moreover, each piece of mana contained his imprint, granting him absolute control of this small space. Fireball. Edward used a basic elemental spell. He looked at the fireball before him. Because of the intense concentration of mana in this space, the power of this spell was at least 20% stronger. This domain method has too many flaws. This technique is only an application of sealing magic. He used seals to create a contained space. Then, he scattered his own mana in the space while also branding the mana with his soul imprint, granting him absolute control. The intense concentration of mana in this place increases any spells used. Furthermore, the combination of the mana concentration and imprint made it very difficult for any form of energy to exist in this place. However, the flaw of this technique is that it requires too much mana. The Arcanist has to infuse too much of their mana into the sealed place, leaving little for them. Of course, all decent Arcanists have mastered some sorcerer's technique, so they can still manipulate the mana in the surrounding. And even if they did not, it is easy to accomplish since the mana has its imprints. The most important flaw is this domain is too easily destroyed, analyzed Edward. His purpose in creating the domain is to compete with the gods' divine kingdom. Although a projection, the divine kingdom is extremely powerful and could easily destroy the sealing technique that is the core of this technique. Lastly, Edward hoped for Arcanist's domain to compete with the real divine kingdom. And that's not an easy task. From the information he gathered, gods are omnipotent in their divine kingdom. Anyone who invades will be immediately suppressed if not killed. A Tier 9 god can seal a Tier 10 god in their divine kingdom if they can cut the Tier 10 god's access to their divine kingdom. One of the many aspects that made the gods one of the most powerful races is that they have absolute power in their divine kingdom. So, as long as they decide to hide there, it is 1,000 times more difficult to kill them. Right now, the only method he has to deal with divine kingdoms is to bomb it into smithereens from the outside with his floating city. However, he has not tested this method yet, so he is not completely sure. He feared the divine kingdom could use projection to affect the functions of the floating city. So, he needs a domain to counter this ability. Furthermore, he thought it would be cool to humiliate some snobby god by invading their divine kingdoms and killing them inside. Jujutsu sorcerers have to incorporate their curse technique into the seal space, thus creating their domain expansion, analyzed Edward. However, Arcanists have many spells, and it would be meaningless to incorporate one spell into the seals. And based on Future Me's experiment, the seal space can fuse with 7 spells. Curse energy is different from mana, the same method cannot be used to fuse spells into the domain as a curse technique. The answer Future Edward derived was using the sealed space as an artifact and enchanting it. However, the problem with this method is that only 7 spells can be enchanted, which is not nearly enough for the versatile fighting mode of Arcanists. Then, there is the issue that the domain would require knowledge about Artificer and enchanting before any Arcanist can use it. As such, Future Edward removed this technique from the final version and left notes about it. This domain expansion is perfect for wizards or warlocks who have a few spells and master them to a terrifying level. Aren't you embarrassed? Asked Morgana after seeing her boss's Chinibyo moment. No, replied Edward calmly. You should be. One of the qualities needed to be an emperor and a harem seeker is to be shameless, to have thick skins as the Easterners say. Well, I'm embarrassed for you. That's your problem, he replied. Alright, let's test the second method. To prove what he was saying before, he placed his hand together and said, domain expansion, the embodiment of truth. The surroundings changed the same way as before. However, he was not in an empty space. Instead, Edward found himself sitting on a golden throne with a towing gate behind him. The gate contained symbols of different religions associated with knowledge and truth, like a single eye, a triangle, and the lotus. At the foot of the throne were 2 bookshelves full of books. Additionally, there were many books floating in the sky and others scattered on the ground. And like the previous domain, the environment was full of mana. Beautifully done, commented Edward as he observed his surroundings. His future self took into account the previous domain's flaw of incorporating many spells and found a solution. And the answer to this problem was the soul dimension. The source of all arcanist spells is their soul dimension. It is the place they construct runes or magic models when casting spells. So, future Edward created a way for arcanists to project their soul dimension into the real world similar to divine kingdoms. This method is brilliant since arcanists also have absolute power or control in their soul dimension. Edward's domain expansion looked this way because of his soul dimension. Under its influence, the domain took the shape of something that represents his core values, a manifestation of his essence. He has a throne because he is an emperor. Of course, if he has the ambition to become an emperor, the domain expansion would also show one even if he was not. Edward loves knowledge and the pursuit of truth, hence the gate and books. Fireball. A massive fireball appeared in the large space. Upon closer observation, he saw one of the books on the sky flip its page. The boost in power is at least 40%, he uttered with shining eyes. The boost to his spell was not only the result of mana in the air, but from a mysterious power originating deep from his soul. So, the domain expansion can also mobilize some of the power of the soul flame, he analyzed. He knew the source of the extra boost and believed once he fully understood the soul flame, this boost might also increase. What do you think? He asked. The idea and execution are great, but the flaw is even worse than the first method, commented Morgana. Indeed. According to future Edward's tests, the projection of the soul dimension has no power and cannot affect the real world. So, he tried to fuse it with the seal space to create the domain. Sadly, this method failed. So, he tried many methods to sustain the projection and allow it to have an effect on the real world. In the end, he found that it could work if he created a pocket dimension and fused it with the projection. And upon success, he created this domain. However, this is the core issue. To cast this domain, an arcanist would need to be able to instantly create a pocket dimension. Unfortunately, besides Edward, there are only 50 space arcanists in the Empire with this capability. Space magic is already a rare form of magic, let alone people with great achievements capable of instantly creating pocket dimensions. Even if this domain required prep time, allowing a person to create the pocket dimension first before fusing the soul dimension's projection, not many people would meet the requirement to use it unless they ask someone else or the Empire to create a pocket dimension for themselves. As such, although this method is brilliant, it is also not applicable. At least we know what direction to work toward, added Morgana. True. The next step to achieve a complete domain expansion is to find a way for the soul dimension projection to require no medium, just like the Divine Kingdom. Chapter 457, God Space Infiltration. The next day, Edward walked out of the room and immediately saw the team waiting for him. You should have made a decision. Yes, replied Tobias. We accept your offer. After seeing how the Arcanist effortlessly decimated these top reincarnators, he knew he had no choice. So, he talked to the team and tried to convince him. Luckily, no one was stupid enough to refuse or pass on such a great opportunity. Excellent, replied Edward before taking out the cube artifacts and giving each person one, except for one person, Kingsley. What about me? Asked the Technomancer. Your situation is different, explained Edward. You don't have a soul dimension, and based on my current technology level, I cannot guarantee I can hide from the Lord God. What does that mean for me and the mission? You will be a dormant spy, explained Edward. I will erase most of your memories and save them. Then, after studying your case and gathering more technology from the Samsara Hall, I will send one of them to contact you and activate you. Edward sighed. His previous plan for Kingsley was to create an artificial soul dimension for him. Unfortunately, he was not confident in hiding it from the Samsara Hall and the purple-robed Taoist. So, he has to wait until he understands Kingsley's weird situation of why he is not affected by the rules of other universes. He also has to wait for the Empire's soul technology to reach the same height as the magical side. Luckily, he already has a direction of research. When he asked Kingsley why he did not have a soul, the latter once mentioned the soul was the result of quantum mechanics, the complex interactions of subatomic particles within the brain. So, he will study how to hide information in these subatomic particles and their intricate interactions, achieving the same result as the soul dimension's fourth layer. As you wish, said Kingsley calmly. According to his analysis, being a dormant spy is safer in the early years because of his innocent status or lack of information. He will be the same Kingsley before he meets the Arcanist until he awakens. So, what's next? Asked Tobias after fusing with the cube. He tried to find it inside his body with his observation hockey, but it was futile. Edward did not immediately answer him. Morgana, did you get all the coordinates I asked for? I should finish calculating them tomorrow. All right. He looked at the group. I will leave this timeline tomorrow. You guys should return to God's space and wait until your next mission to contact. The purple-robed Taoist should be keeping watch on you, so wait until a couple of missions before contacting me. Now, you only need to act normally. I'm nervous, said Michelle. You don't have to be, reassured Edward. He had his reasons for saying that. The artifact he gave them will be quite handy. His future self programmed it to do a variety of things, including subtly influencing their mind to be calmer in stressful situations. It will also prevent their facial expressions and body language from changing and revealing certain information. Finally, it can even blur or seal their memories of this event, making it seem as if they knew nothing. After reassuring the group, he proceeded to deal with the final preparations. He made it look as if he did light experiments on all the captured reincarnators, including Tobias' group. Then, after Morgana got the coordinates for worlds like Fate, One Piece, Jujutsu Kaisen, World of Warcraft, Underworld, Resident Evil, and Rebirth of the Eighth Circle Wizard, he left this timeline. As soon as Edward left, the Samsara Hall sent a message that the mission in this world was terminated and all reincarnators would return immediately. A white light enveloped Tobias, and after opening his eyes, he immediately discovered something was wrong. After every mission, he would return to his personal room, a pocket dimension over which he has complete control. And by using Samsara points, he can design the room however he wishes. He could turn it into an experiment room or a divine place like Asgard. His personal room imitated Water 7 from One Piece and was full of training places like Gravity Room. However, he was now in an all-white room with many others, to be precise, with all the people who participated in the previous mission, including the Tier 8 reincarnators. He saw an enormous light that was scanning everyone's presence. So, a look of worry and fear appeared on his face. His movement was so natural that Tobias himself did not notice any anomaly. Everything proceeded normally until the scanning light reached two people. Tobias recognized these two, Tammet and Bai Li. Suddenly, something came out of these two's bodies and appeared in this white room. Every reincarnators recognized this person as the Arcanist who captured them. Then, they realized why this Arcanist did nothing to them besides a few experiments. He wanted to use these top reincarnators to invade the god space. As soon as Edward's clones appeared, they did not waste time and began bombarding this place with powerful spells. So, hundreds of magic circles appeared in the sky, bombarding the white space with terrible attacks. Unfortunately, a mysterious power appeared and easily dealt with his attacks. Then, a strange fluctuation emanated from the room, and the clones stopped. They discovered their mana stopped working. Anti-magic, thought of the clones before sneering. They converted the mana inside their bodies into different energy before continuing their bombardment. The clones made it look as if their only objective was to get out of this place and access the highest secrets of the Samsara Hall. However, they could not leave the room, and the power of the Samsara Hall would use ways to deal with whatever energy they switched to. In the end, the clones acted ruthlessly and attacked the reincarnators. They had no reserve in their desire to use these people as pawns. Luckily, according to his calculations, the Samsara Hall intervened and saved these people. However, this was not Edward's final trump card. Before leaving, he secretly went to the reincarnators' planet and gave the clones he left in their bodies some void energy. He processed this void energy to suppress the creation characteristics and boost the destruction and spacetime. So, when the clones used it, it was truly a weapon of pure chaos and destruction. Unfortunately, even this attempt failed. The power from the Samsara Hall became more intense and easily dealt with these void energies. In the end, the clones exploded themselves and erased all traces of their existence. Then, the group stayed in the White Room for more than 8 hours before they were allowed to leave. Blank realm, the space between dimensions or timeline. Fail, muttered Edward as he sensed the fate of his clones. Although he wished they could achieve something, his main objective was to use them as a distraction and remove suspicions from Tobias' group. Of course, he also used them to gather more information. During their mad bombing of the white space, the clones were also gathering data by scanning the surroundings. Well, it doesn't matter since the first step is completed, muttered Edward before returning to his timeline. Although he was only gone for a few days, it felt like years because of how much happened in such a short time. Plus, he missed Tsunade's blessed assy face. Yes, he missed her beautiful face. After returning, Edward felt peaceful. Then, he also felt a sense of repulsion from the entire universe. It seems I don't have much time left. He knew the universe was beginning to reject his presence in this universe and wished to expel or banish him. Luckily, he still has time to do a few more things as he waits for his ride to come pick him up. Chapter 458, Reaction. Samsara Hall, Core Room. A handsome young man of Eastern descent sat cross-legged on a cloud, dressed in ancient purple dressed with yin-yang patterns on his long sleeves. Below him was a picturesque view of a floating island full of rainbow, immortal like mist, and a white crane dancing in the sky. However, the young man did not care for the beautiful scenery. For one, he is the one who created it and was used to seeing it. Secondly, he had more important things to do today. A screen floated before him, and he looked at it with worry. The purple-robed Taoist watched Edward's clones launch devastating spells on the empty room. Damn this foreign barbarian, thought the purple-robed Taoist. He was furious that someone dared to invade his territory. However, despite his anger, he had no desire to show up. So, he watched until they blew themselves up. System, is the Arcanist dead? The clones were dealt with, responded a cold and emotionless voice. Clone. What about the real body? Alive. Can't you kill him? The current world source is not enough. The purple-robed Taoist frowned, speaking of world source, how much was used to deal with this invasion? The screen changed to show him a set of data. So much. How is that possible? The enemy used void energy. Damn it, he yelled, releasing a terrible killing intent. He knew how long it would take him to make up for the world source. This loss was enough to slow down his plans by decades. Furthermore, he suffered such a tremendous loss not long ago because of a war with another god space. My luck has been poor recently, thought purple-robed Taoist, not hiding his annoyance. He took a deep breath to calm down. You have scanned these people. Are there any anomalies? All the reincarnators have signs of someone trying to read their memories and search for their souls. Did the Arcanist succeed? Besides Reincarnator 189474663, there is no evidence to show otherwise. Hernandez, muttered purple-robed Taoist. He knew the protection measure used in Hernandez's soul was activated. However, according to the system, the Arcanists should have retained some information. Is it possible to find him? With your current security level and world source, the answer is negative. The purple-robed Taoist tapped his fingers together. This was a habit he developed when his emotions were riled up. Are there any issues with these reincarnators? The purple-robed Taoist was considering whether he should continue using these people. He had only recently chosen a new batch of reincarnators, so he did not want to eliminate so many and have to choose another. Furthermore, among these people, there were many excellent leaks, as he liked to call them. They were intelligent, driven, and capable. These people had a high mission success, thus allowing him to gather more world source. There is a 95% chance that they are clean. The purple-robed Taoist immediately frowned again. What about the remaining 5%? The system is currently running at its lowest level. As such, there are certain methods that cannot currently be used. Purple-robed Taoist did not like this answer. Although there was only a 5% chance, he did not want to take risks. Can you explain the missing 5%? Yes. The 5% takes into account that the Arcanist has other ways to hide from my detection. Ways like the fourth layer of the soul dimension, advanced use of Grand Tao runes, or blessing of tier 14 or above powerhouses. The purple-robed Taoist pondered. The soul dimension's fourth layer is knowledge accessible to tier 11, and that's the bare minimum to begin studying it. So, he did not think this tier 8 Arcanist could do it. Grand Tao runes, also called source runes, origin runes, and void runes, is one of the most unique powers in existence. It's a transcendent power. The core of his system is Grand Tao runes. He needed so much world source because the Grand Tao runes of the artifact was destroyed and needed a large amount of energy to heal. However, according to his knowledge, only a few people in the void understand and can use it. So, he did not think the Arcanist would have any connection to such a power, given his current strength. So, the only problem is if he is connected to a tier 14 powerhouse. The purple-robed Taoist knew there were only 16 tiers, so a tier 14 powerhouse was on the level of Primordial Chaos Saint, which is the level of Pangu when he opened the prehistoric world. He is only a Deluo Golden Immortal, tier 9, and his current goal is to become a saint, which is only tier 11. Before then, he still has to become a quasi-saint, tier 10, before proving the Tao and achieving sainthood. The purple-robed Taoist knew becoming a saint would not be easy even with his system, let alone tier 14. So, things would become complicated if the Arcanist was connected to one. System, what would happen if I forcefully used all your power to detect whether there was anything wrong with these reincarnators? All of the system's functions will be shut down for 10,000 years. The purple-robed Taoist shook his head. This price was too great to pay. I will have to take the risk. He was not happy about this decision, but he knew it was the best choice. Keep a watch on these people and tell me if you detect anything wrong, he said. Plus, besides by Li, increase the mission difficulty of the other 3 by 70%. As you command. It seems it's time to recruit more people, muttered the purple-robed Taoist. He wanted the earth to be peaceful and not be affected by the appearance of so many supernatural individuals. But now, he had no choice if he wanted to gather world source as soon as possible. One more thing, said the purple-robed Taoist, why did you suggest I don't intervene and destroy the Arcanist? Because, according to my calculations, you are not his opponent. Your interference would only lead to death or being captured. Impossible, said the purple-robed Taoist in a raised voice. He's only tier 8. He did not think he would lose to a mere Tai Golden Immortal. The Arcanist can use the power of karma to boost his power to 1 tier higher. Furthermore, he has mastered the rules of spacetime, death, destruction, and curse. Only if you use my power would you have a chance at winning. The purple-robed Taoist gritted his teeth. He did not expect the foreign barbarian to be so powerful. His immortal cultivation system can only control the power of rules in their home universe. So, he has been training his willpower to reach the standard of an archmage, legendary arcanist, or heaven-chosen cultivator. Unfortunately, this process was not easy and required too many points even for him. I previously wanted to take things slow and not completely rely on the system. However, this experience has been a wake-up call. The purple-robed Taoist decided to make full use of his golden finger or cheat item. He wanted to become as powerful as soon as possible even if his foundation was a little shaky. Anyway, he can always make up for it with enough world source. Barbarian, this is not over. He had never suffered such a significant loss. So, he wrote this down and would have the latter pay once he became more powerful. System, find the best world for me to temper my willpower. After making a decision, he began cultivating with all his effort. Chapter 459, Last Preparations. Suna, it's been so long since I met you, and I missed you greatly, said Edward with a brilliant smile as he walked into the research room. Did you miss me too? What's wrong with you? Asked Tsunade, who was looking at a document from a hologram floating before her. I think I articulate myself well, replied Edward. How is the research? Did you finish? It's only been a few days. Edward paused as he realized he was not gone for long. However, because of how much happened, it felt like decades since he last saw her. Well, I experienced a lot. Oh, what happened? She was intrigued for him to say such a thing. So, Edward explained his short voyage to her. So, you're saying a group of godlike creatures and artifacts are acting like parasites and absorbing my world's energy, she asked with a frown. Huh. I guess I am. Tsunade had a dangerous look in her eyes. Edward gave her a look. Are you thinking of dealing with these lord gods and god space? I'm not that stupid. Good. Even in my world, it's impossible to deal with these people, let alone this weak universe. From my analysis, unless you reach the highest realm of tier 16, there is no way to remove all these lord gods from a universe. So high. Yes. Well, technically, I and some other people can do it at tier 12. However, the core issue is how to survive the revenge of these people. I see. Sundi did not have any desire to deal with any lord god. She only felt uncomfortable that some unknown being was harming her universe. However, considering she would be leaving soon, it made no sense to care about such a thing. Did you meet another version of myself? She asked. I did. Well, how was I? No, she. The same as the fourth great ninja war. The only difference was there were many reincarnators following you because of your beauty. Beauty? She asked with sarcastic eyes and tones. Yes, beauty, replied Edward with no shame. Whatever, replied Tsunade. Then, she asked with a serious face, are you leaving soon? Huh? How did you know? I have a feeling. Yes, nodded Edward. The world is rejecting me. Plus, my ride will arrive soon. Tsunade became quiet. Will I ever see this place again? I will steal this timeline and conserve it in a special dimension that trains members of my shadow squad. So, you can come to see it whenever you please. Tsunade nodded but did not say anything else. Have you thought about it? I have. And I haven't made a decision. Is it because of my other wives? This is a factor, but not the only one. I see, nodded Edward. We will have until they arrive for you to make a decision. And how long is that? Edward did not immediately answer but called Morgana and checked. A maximum of 6 months and a minimum of 3 months. This can be said to be a long time, it can also be said to be a short time, Tsunade replied. Edward nodded before deciding to change the topic. How is your apprentice? Sakura. Well, so far, she hasn't fully displayed her chakra control talent due to the short time. However, her intelligence and learning ability has begun to shine. Edward nodded as he was not surprised. Sakura has always been the most studious and intelligent of Team 7. And such quality will allow her to thrive in the Empire even if she chooses to become a mana arcanist instead of a chakra arcanist. Edward chatted with her for a while before heading to his research team and summoning all his clones. He then synchronized his memories with them. And, as expected, their reaction was not positive. "So, we did all this research in vain?" asked Clone 1. Future Edward basically finished all the clones' research, making them feel their work was in vain. "No, it was not in vain," quickly explained Edward. "If not for your hard work, he would never finish them so quickly." Edward knew for a fact his future self would never do all the research by himself but also use clones. "Even then, it feels like we did all this work in vain," uttered Clone 4. "I would like to make it into the record. If I could revolt, I would," added Clone 7. "Whatever, I'm only happy I don't have to work anymore," said Clone 3. The clones loved research and learning new knowledge. However, they instinctively reject doing it when their main body orders it since, most of the time, he only want to be lazy. "There is no need to react like this," explained Edward. "Plus, we still have some work to finish by ourselves, followed by new research." "I knew it," complained Clone 2. "So, what is it this time?" "We need to continue our research on Izanagi and the creation of all things. Izanagi is a life-saving method and also a great way to learn reality-bending magic. Meanwhile, Sage of Six Paths creation of all things is an excellent way to study the creation aspect of void energy, thus furthering the Empire's path of mastering this highest form of energy. Next is the destruction and curse rule. My future self left a little information on these two authorities, and we must continue our research," continued Edward. "Then, there is the ultimate magic body. Although we cannot finish it before returning home, there is no need to stop the research. Finally, someone needs to continue the research on magic domain and the soul flame." The clones discussed amongst themselves before choosing which project to tackle. Then, Clone 1 asked, "What about you? What are you going to do?" "Really? Are you not going to flirt with Tsuna?" "When I'm done, of course, I will," replied Edward, making the clones roll their eyes before leaving. While alone, Edward said, "Morgana, we need to update some protocols and plan ahead." "Oh, what do you have in mind?" "Firstly, we need a backup world gate in case a similar accident occurs. There was a backup and more than one, but I used them when escaping from the floating city." "I'm aware. I'm referring to a world gate stored in the soul dimension as a backup vehicle. We tried before to place the world gate in the soul dimension. However, the spatial temporal field emanated from it would cause catastrophic damage to the place even if sealed. However, the issue might be dealt with if we placed it in the fourth layer." "That was my exact thinking," nodded Edward. "What else?" "The automatic repair system of the floating city needs to be upgraded," continued Edward. "The city will fix itself after damage, but Edward felt the process was too slow. It's because of this that he had to wait for a ride from him." "The current technology is the limit we have," added Morgana. "It used to be," countered Edward. "But now, we have more knowledge and can upgrade it." "Do you want to use void energy?" asked Morgana. "Correct. We now have more control over the different characteristics of void energy. We will place a system in the city to use the space-time characteristic to revert the city to its former self after destruction. We can also add the use of the creation characteristic to recreate the city to the desired shape and fix it." Morgana took a moment to do some calculations. "It's possible. The best idea would be to use Izanagi to instantly reverse the damage. Unfortunately." "True," nodded Edward. "Lastly, we need a better homing system. The floating city is designed to return to him if he is separated." But Edward felt the current system was not up to the level he would like. "Any ideas?" she asked. "None so far, but we can begin the preparatory work on it." "As you wish." He then dismissed her before continuing with his own thing. Chapter 460, Tier 8 Soul Limit. "Wait, I do have an idea," suddenly said Edward. "Oh, I'm all ears," replied Morgana, who manifested a little writing pad in her hands along with a pencil. "We can use our new understanding of karma," explained Edward. "I should be karmically linked to the city. We can use this link as a homing device. Once needed, the floating city only needs to use this link to rush to my destination." "That's not a bad idea," nodded Morgana. "In that case, I'll leave things to you. If you need help, you can contact Hermione. She should be able to provide you with enough help given her research in karma and cause and effect." "No problem." "How is the research progress on Project ST-897? This project involved creating a ship that could travel the Omniverse using only technology and no magic." Before, Edward was not in a hurry since he knew the Empire's pure science and technology were not on the same level as its magical sides. However, after proving the existence of the pure materialist world, his paranoia began to act again. He had started to plan how to escape such a universe, and the best way was to create a ship and return home. However, without magic or any supernatural aspect, it would be impossible for Edward to create an omniversal travel ship. There are some issues, explained Morgana. The main engine and other systems are proceeding smoothly. After digesting the technology from Kingsley, the automaton race, and the other reincarnators, it won't be a problem to complete it. So, what is the issue? The ship's material, replied Morgana. The magicium intervenes with the ship's electromagnetism and the quantum field. And all other metals cannot survive the void. Edward frowned. The floating city's defense against the immense void energy in the endless void consists of the void shield and the fact the entire city is made up of a special metal called magicium. The void shield cannot completely isolate the power from the void energy, so the magicium, which Edward created to have a high resistance to the destructive abilities of void energy, will take its role. So, just like how technology products cannot function properly at Hogwarts, it's impossible to create a pure technology ship using magicium. We need a new metal. Yes, Captain Obvious. Edward ignored her. How are things proceeding with finding a replacement? Not very well, replied Morgana. The team asked Her Highness Rowena to create a special metal for them using void energy, but she has yet to succeed. Given our recent breakthrough, can you calculate the chances of her succeeding? After coming to this place, he made many breakthroughs, pushing the Empire's technological tree to a higher level. And one of those discoveries involved a higher understanding and usage of void energy. According to my simulation, her chances are 23.45%. So low. Void energy is still the highest form of energy we have encountered. And as you know, we have barely scratched its surface. True, nodded Edward before a watch appeared in his hand, making Morgana squint her little eyes. Do you think the watch from the Samsara Hall is the answer to our problem? Yes, replied Edward. I believe this watch is either made from void energy or origin runes. If we can crack the slightest of its technology, our problem will be solved. In that case, I will put it on the list of priorities. All right. Morgana disappeared while Edward continued his work. He closed his eyes to review the knowledge his future self created about the mana circles. He previously believed the mana circles were a different system and unique enough that they could not be perfectly fused with his arcane system. However, he was wrong. Future Edward found a way to fuse them. After reading, he activated the enchantments in the room that converted other energy into mana. Edward did not immediately absorb it but divided the mana into particles. Then, he created the first 4 circles. He controlled them to enter one of his 2 magic cores, the original one or the one in his heart. His Philosopher's Stone or Ether core looked like a humongous purple ball, but he did not focus on this. Edward proceeded to fuse the 4 circles with his Ether core. Then, he found the core became more fluid-like instead of a rigid solid shape. A supersolid state, thought Edward. Supersolid is a state of matter that combines the characteristics of a solid and a superfluid. Edward continued his work. He created the following 4 mana circles and fused them with his second ether core in his soul dimension. A Tier 5, Arcanist creates their first ether core in the magic core in their hearts. And at Tier 7, they can store mana in their soul dimension and make the second core. After turning his second core into a supersolid state, Edward used his future self technique to have both cores resonate with each other. Bang. Edward felt his mind refreshed as if he had finished a deep state of meditation. An energy wave rushed throughout his body, increasing his physical prowess by a few %. Finally, he even felt his soul had risen by a small amount. Unfortunately, he was now at the peak of Tier 8 and could not increase his soul strength unless he broke the soul limit. Booze, I have good news, said Morgana, who suddenly appeared. What is it? I detected a change in your soul flame. What happened? The purple color intensified by 2.45%, explained Morgana. Does that mean? Yes. Creating the supersolid ether core can raise the quality of a person's soul flame, nodded the little elf. Let's go verify it. Do we have any more Tier 8 clones? No, only Tier 6. That will do. The 2 immediately began their work. They quickly trained a few Tier 7 and 8 clones for their experiments. Then, they controlled the clones to create the supersolid ether core while observing the changes in their soul flame. Excellent, commented Edward as he gazed at the body on his table. The supersolid ether core is a way to break the soul limit between Tier 7 and 8. Edward was slightly worried about this issue. In the Empire, his royal family could become Tier 8 because there was enough divine energy to help them. And after killing Guznad, there should be more. However, he was worried other Arcanists would begin to cause trouble after being stuck in Tier 7 while the royal family could reach Tier 8. Edward was prepared to sell some divine energy to the public even though he did not want to maintain peace. However, now, he had a more universal way to achieve Tier 8. Technically speaking, this method pushed the soul limit to a higher tier, added Morgan, and Edward agreed. He has not entirely solved the issue of soul limit, otherwise, he would have already reached Tier 9. The soul limit is a problem plaguing humans and countless species for eons. How could it easily be solved? The soul limit of most species is Tier 6, meaning it's virtually impossible to reach higher levels unless they implant powerful bloodlines or become gods. Bloodlines with higher soul limits are rare, and those races are extremely powerful, making them difficult to acquire. So, the path of godhood is the easiest choice. Morgana nodded. What is the reason for this change? Is it because of the Trinity theory? Trinity theory, also called the essence, chi, and spirit theory. According to Eastern magic, the body is composed of three things: essence, chi, and spirit. Essences refer to the body, spirit to the soul, and chi to mana or other forms of energy in the body. The theory states all these three are connected, thus, the influence of one affects the other. Based on the fact that both my body and soul were strengthened, it's the only explanation. Edward analyzed the data and stored it. Alright, let's go test the power of this new core, added Edward before disappearing from the lab. Meanwhile, Morgana had to order the cleaning golems to clean up the laboratory. Chapter 461, Super Solid Ether Core. Boom. A magic circle appeared before Edward, releasing a devastating blow that destroyed dozens of star systems. Luckily, he chose one with no life, or this would be a civilization catastrophe for the habitants of this star cluster. Edward continued to cast powerful spells while Morgana recorded the data. Finally, after more than 6 hours, he finished with a satisfied grin on his face. How is it? With the supersolid ether core, the Empire's Arcanist's strength will increase between 3 to 5 times. The tier system is basic. It is based on how much destructive or defensive power a person has. So, for Edward's universe, the requirement for Tier 8 is to have the power to destroy a star system composed of at least 9 planets the size of Earth and 1 star the size of the Sun. Or survive the explosion or destruction of a star system of that level. However, despite how basic the system was, there were some nuances that dictated the strength of each individual. For example, the arcane system created by Edward made it easier and faster for people to reach higher tiers but also was more potent on average. And the main reason for that was that arcanists have higher destructive capabilities using the same amount of energy. For example, let's say that the amount of mana needed to destroy a planet was 1 unit. The Empire's arcanists can use 1 unit of mana to destroy 2 to 5 stars. The main reason is their crystal or solid mana and their purified purple mana. In general, the mana they used is of higher essence or quality. Their mana is not even mana anymore and can be called ether, which is a higher form of energy close to if not on par with void energy. And now, the supersolid state of the ether core made them even more powerful. Using 1 unit of mana, arcanists will be able to destroy 5 to 10 planets. This discovery will significantly help us in our battle against the gods, commented Edward. The divine mercenary system is one of the ways the gods dealt with magic civilizations. They lured powerful casters to serve them with the promise of increasing their mana, purifying their mana, increasing their soul limit, and granting knowledge. However, the Empire won't have much trouble since most of these temptations are useless. The Empire's arcanists will be the most powerful class of casters, envied and sought after by many. And Edward has already planned to use this fact to lure magic civilizations who do not want to be servants to the gods. The more important thing is the development of our energy technology, commented Morgana. The ether core is the core of the Empire's technology tree. And every tiny progress equates to great change in the entire Empire. After coming to this world, Edward acquired the Mana Sage mode, drastically increasing his understanding and energy use. Subsequently, he got his hands on the Fate Universe's magic circuit, which also further enhanced his energy control. Finally, he studied Titan's magic weapon, which also involved brilliant use of energy. Adding this new supersolid ether core, the Empire's energy technology will take a big leap. Yes. You need to calculate the remaining 2 mana circles southwest. We can update the floating city's ether core, added Edward. Upon success, we might be able to push the city to the limit of Tier 10. I will add this feature for the 3.0 version. Edward nodded before returning to the ninja world and continuing his training. He entered the second layer of his soul dimension and placed a few sealing spells in all 4 directions. Then, he gathered the mana from the enchantments before condensing them into a crystal shape and purifying them into purple. The process was fast, smooth, and without any hindrance. Once the core formed, he condensed the 8 mana circles before fusing them with the ether core. He watched how the state of the core changed from a normal solid to a supersolid, containing the properties of both solid and liquid. Once the process finished, Edward gathered more mana to expand the size of the core. This core in the second layer served as the second mana pool for Edward, so the final size was countless times larger than the one in the first layer. After all, the first layer's ether core and the one in his magic core combined together to form his Tier 8 strength. So, after the second layer's core reached the pinnacle of Tier 8 mana, he stopped before checking his body. Success, he muttered after not feeling any symptoms. The idea of sealing the soul dimension's second layer and creating another ether core was not new. Edward had previously experimented on this subject as a way to have an extra mana pool. However, his previous efforts failed. Even after sealing the place, there were consequences for creating a third ether core. He would often have headaches, he had difficulty concentrating or controlling his soul strength. To solve this problem, Edward tried to create an ether lake in the second layer. He tried using liquid mana instead of crystal mana. Unfortunately, the amount of liquefied mana required to become tier 8 was outrageous, so he wanted a better solution. Because of these facts, Edward became excited after discovering the mana circles. The micro-nature made him believe they would place no burden on the soul dimension and thus could be used to acquire additional mana pools. But now, he found a solution that is the best of two worlds. The supersolid ether core had the properties of liquid mana and placed less burden on the soul dimension. Meanwhile, it did not require as much mana to reach the tier 8 quantity. And, if this chapter tells different information from the previous chapter called Mana Circle was because someone in my Discord pointed out a plot hole, so I'm trying to correct or explain it. After creating his second mana pool, Edward checked his body. As long as I remove the seal, I can access a second mana pool. A caster's worst nightmare is the lack of mana. So, having ways to regenerate mana or have extra mana pools is a common tactic of most casters' path, except for sorcerers. However, I should consider the possibility of someone removing the seals, muttered Edward with a frown. If that were to happen, it would be like fusing with another tier 8 clone of himself. And the result of such a thing for him, who has reached the limit of tier 8, would be an explosion because his body and soul cannot bear or control such a large quantity of mana. Let's quadruple reinforce the seal. Then, add another sealing artifact as a fail-safe. Finally, Morgana will be in charge of controlling the second mana pool in case something happens to the seal. After making preparations, Edward nodded in satisfaction. Then, he proceeded to create 2 more supersolid ether cores in the 3rd and 4th layers of the soul dimension. Even I feel the pressure on my dimension, commented Edward before drinking a few potions to reinforce the dimension. Then, he proceeded to the last step. He removed his robe and placed his hand on his belly button. Then, a seal tattoo similar to Naruto's appeared. He closed his eyes to see another space inside his body. Edward focused and created another ether core and placed it inside the seal. This world's 8 trigram sealing jutsus has many uses, muttered Edward. Chapter 462, New Rules. The sealing jutsus of this world has many applications. When he visited the Mummy 4 universe, he kidnapped the protagonist named Nick, who had a unique body granted to him by Yahweh. This body allowed Nick to seal weak gods and use their power for themselves. Over the years, Edward managed to recreate some of the abilities of that unique physique. And now, with this world's sealing technique, he can do even more. It's not impossible for him to create a unique class of arcanists that seals powerful entities in their bodies and draws their power. These entities can be gods, demons, abyss devils, immortal cultivators, Buddhas, and so on. I can't take off a good name for this profession, muttered Edward. Should I just call them arcane Jinchuriki? That's a terrible name, said Morgana. Do you have any better ideas? How about divine vessel arcanists? They are indeed vessels for these beings, so it's a great name, nodded Edward. However, I will reject it just because of your previous rudeness. Are you going to be this petty? I am, replied Edward before ignoring her. He took a moment to improve this new profession. He can combine Hermione's summoning talent to create a unique summoning ritual for the divine vessel arcanists. The ritual would allow them to summon the best creature suitable for their talent, personality, and elemental affinity. These summonses would be from different planes, dimensions, and even parallel timelines. Edward modified the ritual accordingly to increase the scope. Then, he added preventive measures in case someone summoned something they should not or were incapable of controlling. Additionally, summons can take 2 paths. The first one is like Naruto, where they became partners with their summons, or the second, where they essentially enslaved the latter. This profession seems a little dangerous, commented Morgana after seeing the final result. You're correct. So, let's make it into law that tier 4 or above summons need to be supervised by the Empire. Moreover, all summons will take place in a pocket dimension that is prepared to self-destruct at any time. I'm not just referring to this. This profession could make us the enemy of all races in the universe. I understand your concern, nodded Edward. No race would accept a magic system that involved hunting and taking them into captivity. This profession will not become too popular because of the major flaw that people will lose most of their powers if their summons is dead or removed from their bodies. Plus, we can encourage people to form a contract or bond with their contract instead of forcing them, unless dealing with evil or chaotic creatures. Edward knew the true purpose of this system was to give arcanists another method of survival and increase their strength. Most of them will probably be interested in creatures or entities with unique abilities. Then, they will choose to seal them in their bodies or other magic artifacts to use their strength or unique abilities. That's fine. We can encourage people to hunt their summons instead. This is a safer way. Morgana worried about some powerful entities using this opportunity to find their plane and invade. Luckily, her boss has always been a steady type of person, always considering and preparing for the worst-case situation. We can also ask the Divine Vessel Arcanists to make oaths not to abuse this system, making enemies all over the universe and other planes, added Morgana, and Edward nodded with her. The two continued their conversation to further refine the system. They decided to choose another plane where all the Divine Vessels Arcanists to make their summons. As such, in case something happens, the Empire will have time to react and even abandon that plane if necessary. Then, Edward went to the last thing he was interested in this universe, the Pure Land. This place is essentially the afterlife of the Naruto universe. Back home, Edward discovered the Earth was one of the few, if not the only, place in the universe with its own independent underworld. And after defeating Herpo, he took control of this place. At least, he tried to. Unfortunately, so far, things have been proceeding slowly. His plan is for Bellatrix to master death rules and have complete control of the underworld. In the future, the Empire's citizens will not have to worry about their afterlife, they don't have to worry about some unknown god or entity having control of their souls. Furthermore, with control of the underworld, the Empire can quickly become a civilization where death is no longer a mystery but also meaningless. Unfortunately, the process is not smooth. Bellatrix is far away from controlling or mastering death rules. Furthermore, she has been busy dealing with the undead during the war. Finally, before Edward left, he did not completely eradicate Herpo's influence or power in the underworld. So, he wanted to visit the Pure Land to see if he could learn and benefit from it. When he leaves this place, he will also take it away. After returning home, Edward has not decided whether to fuse it with the underworld or leave it as a separate thing. He took one step and teleported to the Pure Land. No one detected his arrival as he floated in the air. He gazed at this near-infinite space and could see endless souls. Edward discovered this place was divided into 3 areas: Purgatory, Hell, Reincarnation Hall, and Pure Land. Purgatory is where people with regrets are waiting for someone in the land of the living. From his memory he remembered Kakashi's father staying in this place before he met his son. Hell is where evil individuals pay for their crimes. The Reincarnation Hall is the place where people who want a chance at a second life will go. However, they won't remember the memories of their past life. Edward discovered there were not many people in this area. Most people stayed in the Pure Land, a place where their souls could remain happy and free from worries for the rest of eternity. Edward focused on a special creature in this place, the Shinigami. He discovered they had a leader, the Shinigami King. Tier 8. This Shinigami King has reached the pinnacle of this world, thought Edward before continuing studying this place. He spent the next few days secretly studying every inch of this place. Although I knew this would be the case, I'm still a little disappointed, muttered Edward. He thought this place could help him permanently deal with the soul limit. I may have to go to the MCU and Bleach to solve this issue. He shook his head as his study was not futile. He closed his eyes as he remembered numerous pieces of knowledge in his mind. He started from his knowledge of biology, anatomy, the life code, the soul, reincarnation spells, and resurrecting spells. Edward entered a deep state of meditation as he overviewed his overwhelming knowledge. Then, a strange fluctuation emanated from his body. Success, he thought as he opened his eyes with a smile. Then, 2 chains appeared in his hand. Life and Soul Authority. And, if you have a better name suggestion than Divine Vessel Arcanist, I'm open to suggestions. I think this name is good but you guys might have a better one. Chapter 463, Domain Battle. Edward was happy with the appearance of these 2 rules. Rules or authorities prove that his understanding of certain types of magic has reached the pinnacle. So, he will always be happy for the manifestation of one, the more, the merrier. Of course, he also understood he had limits and could not know and control all known rules. And even if he could, it was not worth the effort. So, he was prepared to major in a few while the others would be used in an emergency or situation that needed them. Huh, muttered Edward as he looked in the distance. The fluctuation of his rules alerted the Shinigami King, allowing the latter to detect his existence. He immediately went on the offensive and used a spell containing the power of rules or authority. Hand of Death. A towering black hand descended from the sky, heading straight for the Shinigami King, who looked like the creature summoned when using the dead demon-consuming seal. The only difference was his size, which was at least 15 meters tall, and the weird crown with the character for Yama engraved in it. In the past few days, this Shinigami King was the only thing I could not completely figure out, thought Edward as he watched his attack heading for the opponent. The only thing I know about him is that he uses chakra. In fact, Edward could tell the entire Pure Land was composed of well-crafted and controlled chakra, which further inspired Edward's understanding of the space-time rule. The Shinigami King waved his hand, and Edward's attack disintegrated, and he did it effortlessly. Death Rule, analyzed Edward. Moreover, the entire Pure Land is like his domain, boosting his strength. Law Spell, Wail of Death. The head of a banshee appeared before screaming. Her voice created a sonic wave with the power to bring death to all the souls in its path. However, the Shinigami King's response was the same. As he slowly moved forward, he waved his hand, and Edward's attack disappeared. This person's application of death rule is above even me, analyzed Edward. However, he did not stop attacking since this was a perfect learning opportunity. However, after another attack, he suddenly felt he could no longer use his death rules. It was like someone stripped him of the right to use this authority. Edward remained calm as he analyzed the situation. My death rule is utterly useless while the power of the other ones has drastically decreased. His eyes became brighter as he found another application for his magic domain. Morgana, according to your calculations, what is the best way to deal with his domain? You can use intense energy fluctuation to reduce its effect. However, your mana and soul strength are also suppressed, so you need to tap into your reserved mana pools. And the second and most efficient way is also to use your magic domain. This situation is a perfect time for field testing. Edward agreed, so he waited until the king was closer. Then, he used the second domain by combining his soul dimension with an instantly created pocket dimension. However, something odd occurred. His pocket dimension did not envelop the Shinigami King. Instead, the space of the Pure Land blocked the creation of his dimension. So, the situation became odd. One side was Edward's domain, where he sat on his throne with the books, while the other side was the king and the Pure Land. Is this the result of two domains clashing? Edward observed the situation while also stabilizing the pocket dimension. The situation was an anomaly, and he needed to use his space rules to prevent the domain from crashing. Furthermore, he also detected the size of his domain was rapidly shrinking by the Pure Land. As expected, this domain is unstable and requires too much reliance on space magic, commented Edward. Regardless, he saw this situation as an opportunity to gather more data before perfecting it. However, the Shinigami King was not playing around, he only wanted to deal with this powerful invader. He waved his hand to instantly create a legion of dead souls. Under his command, they rushed into Edward's domain. He observed this army and noticed they paused for a moment after entering. Then, they continued their charge. With a single thought, they disappeared from this world. Then, Edward used the same spell as the king. He watched as his army entered the latter's enemy. There is a significant difference, he analyzed. He saw his troops instantly annihilated after entering the enemy's territory. The Shinigami King's control over his domain is miles ahead of him. His domain followed his will, it instinctively rejects any power that does not belong to him. Furthermore, it is very aggressive. Edward could tell the latter's domain acted as if it was alive and had a will of its own. So, he closed his eyes, ignoring that his domain was rapidly shrinking. He followed his new discovery and instilled his will into this domain, the will to reject any foreign powers and anything that wished to harm him. Bang! Edward's domain vibrated, and a mysterious change seemed to have occurred. The Shinigami King sensed something and acted. He raised his hand to create a black cloud of death powers. However, things are different now. As soon as the cloud reached Edward's side, his domain automatically extinguished it. The king acted swiftly and summoned a black scepter. A terrifying wave of chakra emanated from its body as he slammed the staff on the floor, generating a mighty energy wave. In an instant, Edward's domain shrunk by more than 20%. The integrity of the domain space is too fragile, analyzed Edward calmly. It would be best if it could be like a mini-universe that is not easily destroyed. Edward realized another flaw of the domain. And the way to deal with this issue is to reinforce the space with enchantments. And the second is to essentially turn the domain into a mini-universe or world. The god's divine kingdom is this way, so, arcanists can follow this step. Edward wanted the domain to not rely on outside aids or resources. It should be a magical ability usable by all arcanists. However, he realized he was asking too much. Even the kingdoms of the gods require numerous resources to create. And if arcanists wish to use their domain to compete with the divine kingdom, they will also need to make an effort. So, I need to create special artifacts that arcanists can fuse with their domain to turn them into small universes. Edward suddenly thought of the space gem from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I can study the gem and recreate it, this would be the best thing to stabilize the domain. Other options he could think of are void energy or the space chamber, which is a divine spark. The space chamber is a unique thing and cannot be used. Meanwhile, I feel that void energy is still too dangerous. So, let's study the space chamber first to create something from it. Then, in my next voyage, I will go to the MCU and study the Infinity Stones. All these thoughts flashed into Edward's mind as his domain was rapidly annihilated. Then, he finally focused on the battle. A staff appeared in his hand and activated his space-time rule to enchant the space of the domain. Finally, he blessed the domain with all his rules. Immediately afterward, he felt the domain underwent another change. It became more stable, his power was easier to use, and the requirement for mana drastically decreased. Interesting changes. Morgana, are you getting all this data? You should know the answer without asking. I'm just checking if you're not lazy. The little elf ignored him. Boom. Edward's domain expanded and enveloped the Shinigami King before the latter could respond. Is this the power of multiple rules, thought Edward. Chapter 464, Choice. Edward understood the Shinigami King was powerful for two reasons. He had a great understanding and control of death rules, and his domain was more perfect compared to his. The Shinigami King can more effortlessly use his rules through the domain. So, he learned from the latter and blessed his domains with his spacetime, death, life, curse, and soul rules. Edward used numbers to his advantage as he surrounded the king. And as expected, the Shinigami was rendered useless after being surrounded by this domain. He could no longer use his death rules, and the chakra in his body was also sealed. Edward observed the Shinigami King to be a soul type of life form. However, even the latter's soul strength was rendered useless by the domain. Is this what it feels like to be under the god's divine kingdom, thought Edward, gazing at the ugly expression of the king. He could tell the latter was trying everything possible to mobilize his power. According to the previous strategy, I should use violent energy outbursts to remove the restrictions when dealing with the divine kingdom's projection. However, based on the Shinigami King's reaction, this method might be useless. Morgana, what do you have to say for yourself? This strategy was based on her simulation. First of all, we have never faced a divine kingdom projection, so most of our data is purely theoretical. Secondly, the conclusion is still valid. Mana is different from chakra, especially our mana that has sublimated into ether. I see. When we go back, we need to find ways to finish Project False God. Project False God is a research group led by Edward to create a false god using clones. One clone is chosen as the god and trained until Tier 6. Then, he manufactures billions of clones and implants memories of worshipping the Tier 6 clones. Then, the Tier 6 clone embarks on the path of godhood. It will gather faith from the billions of clones to cast its divine body and soul, divine spark that contains its chosen authority, the divine flame that purifies faith and creates divine energy. However, this god created in this project is not false because it was artificially created. It is a false god because it does not have a divine kingdom full of believers. Over the years, by studying Herpo, or the death god, set from the Mummy 4 worlds, and the gods from Konosuba, Edward has managed to deduce the path of godhood to this level. Unfortunately, he is stuck in the phase of the divine kingdom. Herpo did not have a kingdom and used the underworld. Meanwhile, Set and the Konosuba gods live in a place different from divine kingdoms. Their godly abodes were habited by many gods and were similar to the residents of a pantheon. Lastly, the knowledge of the divine kingdom is highly guarded in the Harry Potter universe. These Tier 10 gods did it on purpose so they could use this knowledge to force false gods to become their subordinates. This act created a vicious hierarchy. Most races have a soul limit and can no longer reach higher tiers. So, they embark on the path of faith. However, these people will soon discover that they need to rely on higher tier gods to get the knowledge they want. And oftentimes, they have to sell themselves into servitude to get such knowledge. There are 5 methods to accelerate the progress, said Morgana. The Akashic Record, ask Merlin, try your luck in the multiverse, try cheating again, and lastly, kill a god and get the information. The Akashic Record is too expensive, replied Edward. Merlin will most likely tell me not to bother him for such a trivial matter. However, there is also a chance he might just give it to me. The multiverse is out of the question. The last time when creating the Tier 10 floating city, the rabid plundering alerted some entity, so it's dangerous to return there now. In the current situation, I cannot mess with the space-time continuum, so cheating is out of the equation. So, our best choice is to kill Guznad and search his soul for information. I will label it as a priority. Edward nodded before continuing to observe the Shinigami King. After a few tests, he concluded the king was similar to the ancient gods in his universe who was born with authority. The purpose of the Shinigami is nothing more than to overview the afterlife, so the universe will create it and give it access to the death authority. Edward became interested in whether this pure land served as the afterlife only for the ninja planet or for the entire world. After a little research, he discovered each galaxy contained one pure land controlled by a Shinigami king. However, not all of them were Tier 8. So, Edward placed them on the list of things to plunder. Well, he was planning on stealing the entire timeline anyway. Edward quickly finished his work here after capturing the Shinigami King. Then, he left as he had to meet the ambassadors from the Sage clan and the Chakra race. The group wanted to experience the culture of the Empire before deciding whether to surrender or not. And under Edward's guidance and display of might, most decided to surrender. However, the Sage clan was composed of many different species, making their faction very diverse and also more challenging to unite, especially for such an occasion. Edward did not want to waste time, so he welcomed the people who surrendered and used force on those who resisted. Unfortunately, a few people would rather die than surrender even after their defeat. So, he had to remove these unstable factors. Meanwhile, the automatons continued their missions to plunder resources in other timelines. A few days later, Edward went to see Tsunade. "So, why did you call me?" "Did you make a decision?" asked Edward as he entered the former Hokage's room and sat opposite her. "Yes." "Oh," he replied, slightly flustered. Based on his analysis, things could go either way. No, the odds were not in his favor. Tsunade paused, trying to see his reactions or any emotions of worry and such. Unfortunately, she was disappointed as he looked as usual. She then understood this man in front of her was an emperor, so knowing how to hide his emotions and thoughts was necessary for any capable ruler. "I decided to accept your offer," said Tsunade calmly. "Really?" "I have to say I'm surprised," replied Edward. He knew Tsunade had feelings for him, but he also knew this was not enough for her to get into a relationship with her. After all, he had too many things she found unacceptable, things like his gray morality or his multiple wives. "Can I ask why? Did you really fall for my unparalleled charm?" "You think too much," said Tsunade, rolling her eyes. "I think it would benefit the shinobi world if I had the status of a queen. So, it's a marriage of alliance. I can accept that." His marriage with Wiz was of similar nature, as one of the main reasons he accepted was to use her status as an undead to facilitate the welcoming of the undead as citizens of the empire. And now, Tsunade wanted to do something similar for the shinobi of this world. "We are immortal, so we can have time to get to know each other and develop feelings," said Edward, who paused briefly. "Since our marriage is of this nature, we will need to have a grand wedding broadcast to all the Empire's territory. The media department will work overtime to portray you and the ninjas in a positive light, in a way that you will benefit the Empire." Tsunade frowned as she felt this would be a hassle. However, since she wanted a better future and status for the ninjas, it was necessary. "Will I have any official power?" asked Tsunade. "You can be in charge of the medical department. However, you should understand that the current medical ninjutsu is nothing in the Empire. If you want to make a difference and hold such power, you need to innovate." "No problem." Tsunade felt this position was perfect for her. Furthermore, she did not fear any challenge. As long as she absorbs the Empire's knowledge, she believes she can either elevate medical ninjutsus to new heights or innovate the magic healing department of the Empire. Chapter 465, Shadow Squad. "I'm glad you're confident," said Edward. "However, you should not underestimate the difficulty ahead of you. The Empire has now controlled over 100 star systems, thousands of planets, and hundreds of them with life. Currently, the population is more than 100 trillion. So, being the head of any department is not a simple thing because of how fierce the competition is. As such, although I have the power to appoint you to that position, whether you can control such power is another thing entirely. Plus, if you're truly terrible at your job, according to the Empire's rules, the people have the right to depose you." "I understand," nodded Tsunade after pausing for a few seconds. She understood the concept that only the best person is required for certain positions, similar to the Hokage position. So, she decided to have a better mindset and not underestimate the value of the opportunity granted to her. "I will take this time to prepare." "That's good." Edward chatted with her, giving her some suggestions. For example, what people she can trust, people she will to ensure her position, and who her competitors are. Subsequently, he also told her to train her own people or team. For example, her genius apprentice Sakura. If trained properly in the medical field, she can be a great boost for her. Edward also recommended she use a similar method as him and teach talented children at Hogwarts and Bones Advanced Magic School. These talented individuals can become her greatest support for her future position. Finally, he left and went to another pocket dimension in his laboratory. As soon as he arrived, someone appeared before him. "Your Majesty." "Itachi, how are things going?" "The initial training is completed. However, I won't know the result until we complete our first mission." Before leaving, Edward made Itachi the deputy director of his Shadow Squad to lead an elite group of spies and assassins for the Empire. According to his previous plan, he wanted to wait until he returned home to begin training this squad. However, Itachi insisted and even asked him to use time acceleration and time dilation to begin the training. Edward understood the latter wanted to use this opportunity to ensure that the ninjas took the majority of places in this new squad. This method is the way Itachi thought of ensuring the status of the ninjas after returning to the Empire. Additionally, this method will also allow him to have as much power as possible before the commander arrives. After all, Itachi did not know what kind of person this commander was and if they would forcibly take over all his power and make him a figurehead. But now, he has complete control of the Shadow Squad, and all its members are of the same origin as him. In the future, he would ensure the ninjas dominate the Shadow Squad. As such, he would not have to worry about the future commander. Itachi understood that if the situation were normal, his actions would create a gap between him toward his master, His Majesty. After all, his actions could be interpreted as him trying to secretly build power. However, Itachi knew the situation was not a problem since he handed his soul to the Emperor and was utterly loyal. As for the future commander and their relationship with the Emperor, Itachi knew Edward was the kind of person who valued talented and capable people. So, he knew Edward would view his actions as a test for the future commander. If the commander cannot find ways to control the Shadow Squad and take back power, then it will only show that they were not capable and not the person for this job. "Show me," said Edward, and Itachi led him to the squad. "You two are here too," said Edward after seeing Kakashi and Jiraiya. "I could understand Kakashi's presence, but why are you here, pervy sage? Shouldn't you be peeping somewhere?" Jiraiya laughed embarrassedly. "Well, peeping is a crime. And with your strength, it's easy to be captured by the golems." Jiraiya coughed lightly to hide his red face. He remembered some not-so-pleasant memories. If not for Tsunade's interference, he should have spent a few days in a cell and paid a hefty price. "I asked them to help develop the training session for the squad," explained Itachi, and Edward nodded. He followed the group as he saw approximately 10,000 ninjas, all well-trained in shadow, space, invisible, chameleon, illusion, spiritual magic, and ninjutsu. Of course, they are also trained in assassination and information gathering and analysis. "I have combined the inheritance of all villages with training this squad," explained Itachi before pointing at another group. "We have begun studying an anti-divination sealing jutsus. Unfortunately, the progress is slow." Edward calmly watched the training of these ninjas, including some real-life stimulation done via virtual reality. "Your Majesty, what do you think?" Itachi was slightly nervous. "So far, there is no problem besides the lack of achievements. But the number is too small," said Edward. "Your mission will be spread across the entire galaxy. Once the war with Guznad is over, you will be sent to the entire universe across multiple planes and even parallel timelines." Itachi was quiet. This fact was one of the fundamental flaws of his plan. The ninjas' population was too small. There are less than 500 million people on the entire planet, and the number of ninjas is not even 1% of that number. And his squad also requires elites. "Your Majesty, I ask you to let me choose from the people the automatons brought back," said Itachi. Edward frowned after hearing this. He sent the automatons to the multiverse to plunder resources, including people. However, a while ago, he received some bad news. The people discovered were variants of the people of this timeline. In other words, the population discovered was copies of the people of the ninja planet, with only a few small differences. Furthermore, the situation is the same for humans living in other galaxies. So, Edward did not want to bring these people back to prevent dealing with variants. It would make things too complicated and could easily reveal the fact that the Empire mastered multiverse technology. After pondering for a while, Edward rejected Itachi's proposal and explained why. "I know what you're thinking," added Edward before Itachi spoke. "We could change their faces or modify their minds to make them think they were clones. However, the risks were not worth it. If the news that the Empire has any connection to the multiverse, we will become the enemy of all factions in the universe. The multiverse is the key for these Tier 10 gods to reach Tier 11. So, as long as there is the slightest news, they would all become mad to get their hands on it." "I understand," said Itachi, not hiding his disappointment. "Your squad will incorporate the Metamorphmagus Agency. The Empire's most elite spy agencies are composed of Metamorphmagus, capable of disguising as any race or species in the universe. They are scattered all over the universe, dormant as they slowly form a terrifying force. Unfortunately, they are too young and have not shown their capabilities yet." "As you wish. Is there anything else?" "Yes. Orochimaru designed a new type of golem. I would like to use them." Itachi wanted to reduce the casualties of his squad, so he thought of creating a disposable death squad that could be used as discarded pawns during dangerous missions. The solution to his problem was to use clones. However, he felt uncomfortable. So, he thought of using golems or robots. So, he asked Orochimaru to design a multi-purpose golem only for his squad. Orochimaru created this, asked Edward as he looked at it. He is indeed a talent if he has such an achievement in such a short time. However, his designs have too many flaws and manufacturing problems. The Empire has already designed a special golem for your squad. You can use it. Chapter 466, Departure. After supervising Itachi's progress, Edward left to return to his lab. Most of the things he wanted to do in the Naruto world have been accomplished. Now, he only needs to wait for his ride to come pick him up. During the process, he continued his work on the ultimate magic body, Izanagi, and studied his rules. Meanwhile, he also supervised the automatons' work. He sent these robots on a warpath across the multiverse to plunder recklessly. Edward once thought of making a deal with the universe will. It will reveal the lost timelines the Lord God captured, and the latter would reward him with world source. However, he gave this idea for a few reasons. Firstly, he cannot deal with the majority of the void shield surrounding these timelines. And even if he did, it would be pointless. The universe does not have the power to deal with these Lord Gods. Maybe in his universe, it would still be possible. However, even then, it would be catastrophic if he met a Lord God that was tier 11 and above. So, after giving up this idea, he sealed himself inside his laboratory. With the passage of time, the rejection he felt from the universe will drastically increased. Edward chose to counter this problem by creating a special enchantment that sealed himself inside his laboratory, away from the influence and power of the universe will. The only downside to this method is he was stuck inside and could not leave. He had to allow Morgana to set up the spell to capture this timeline. Edward has to admit this was the most complicated spell he has mastered. No, he can't even say he mastered it since he can learn plenty of things to this day. And every time he learned something new, he sighed at the vast distance between himself and Merlin. He knew the latter was vastly more powerful than him, but this spell was proof of this fact. Then, about 4 months later, his ride home arrived. A towering city appeared above the hidden leaf village, shocking all the ninjas. Although they had seen information about the floating city, it was an entirely different thing to see and experience it. "I can't believe you created such a thing," commented Orochimaru from the lab. In the past few months, he dabbled in the artificer field and had some insight into the knowledge needed to create such a technical marvel. "This is one of my greatest works," replied Edward with a smile. He combined the knowledge of several civilizations and the universe to create this masterpiece. However, there is room for improvement. He was never complacent, always pursuing improvement and advancement, especially after hearing about the accomplishment of the Magus race. His empire has always been pursuing the steps of the Magus race, and Edward was confident it would not be long before he surpassed their achievements. However, after learning they had reached the peak of the void, he knew this was not such an easy task. Edward looked at Tsunade next to him and could detect she was nervous. So, he held her hands to reassure her, "Don't be nervous. I just don't know how to face your family." She worried about the complexity of joining an imperial harem. If the other woman does not like her and decides to oppress her with their power in the empire, she will have no way to resist even with Edward's support. "Our family is not as power-driven as you think. Most of them are researchers like me and would not even hold official positions if not for me asking," he explained after guessing her worries. "As for your personal relationship, they won't blame you, they'll blame me." His mouth twitched as he could guess the side eyes he would receive. Technically speaking, due to the short passage of time, he recently brought back Wiz, and now there was Tsunade. Despite how he felt, he still left the lab to receive the envoy. So, after arriving in the city, he only waited a few seconds before a white light flashed from the sky and someone appeared. "Hermione," he said with a smile. "Are you okay?" This was the first time Edward sent an emergency signal, so she hurried to this place. Luckily, he updated the engine of the city in his last voyage, allowing the city to instantly travel to its destination after knowing the coordinate. "I'm fine," he replied. "I encountered a terrifying creature in the void, and my city was almost destroyed." "That's good," she sighed in relief. However, Hermione soon noticed the woman next to Edward. Given her proximity to him and the sign of nervousness displayed by her facial expressions, she had already guessed her status. Suddenly, she had the urge to bite him or bombard him with a few million fireball spells. "Hello, my name is Hermione Granger." She did not blame Tsunade as she knew how charming and attractive her husband could be. Whether it is his personal power, his political and military power as an emperor, his knowledge that seemed infinite, or his brilliant mind, it is too attractive to many women. "Tsunade, it's nice to meet you. Come on, let's have a chat over some tea," said Edward. "We don't have time," countered Hermione. "Only a week has passed since your departure. However, the war intensity has drastically increased. According to Olivier's order, I need to pick you up and return. The floating city is a strategic weapon and cannot be missing for long." Edward became serious. "Very well." He did not waste time and entered the Tier 9 floating city. The Tier 10 one had to stay home while the other Tier 9 was currently wreckage in the void. After entering, he connected to the city. He closed his eyes in ecstasy as he felt the vast amount of mana at the core. The sensation was truly something else. His first was to summon the automaton still in the multiverse. Once they all returned, he activated the spell to take away this timeline and all its people. Then, he activated the void engine and entered the void. His destination was not home but the place where the Tier 9 floating city was. Edward saw a world of gray and white before returning to normal. The void has always fascinated him, wondering why it has color. The word void indicated nothing, so there should be no color. His theory is that this is how his brain and soul process something as complex or incomprehensible as the void. It used his inherent cognitive views and showed him something that he could understand and process. However, Edward understood that once he reaches a certain tier, most likely tier 12, he will see the void in a different manner. Not minding these distracting thoughts, he saw the picture before him, and his heart ached. He saw a destroyed city surrounded by a shield. My baby. Although this floating city was not the one he personally created, it was still his baby. After all, he designed most of the things. And the resources used to create it are also his. It needs to be fixed as soon as possible, but we don't have the resources, said Hermione with a frown. The Empire almost ran out of resources building Edward's Tier 10 city. They had to plunder from the multiverse. However, this option was not available after their last warning. I have brought resources from the Naruto world, but it's probably enough to fix it to 70%. The Naruto universe is a middle-tier universe with a power cap of Tier 8. Meanwhile, the city is a peak Tier 9 artifact. And adding the difference between the two universes and power systems, the resources are also different. Do you have a good idea? Asked Hermione. Chapter 467, Return and Hurry. Edward pondered briefly. I can think of two ways. The first is to use the mana grid. The mana grid grants the Empire unlimited energy, which in turn equals unlimited resources. The mana from the grid can be turned into any ore, alloy, or resources needed for the floating city through transfiguration or transmutation. Certain enchantments require to be fused with certain magical ores or potions to remain permanent. Otherwise, their effect will disappear after a few hours, weeks, months, or years. However, a tremendous amount of mana can be used instead of these resources. And the mana grid can provide such an intense need for energy. Unfortunately, we only recently accessed the grid and have little to no control. By using the knowledge he needed from the Akashic records, Edward managed to shut off the Milky Way section of the mana grid, thus stopping people from accessing the universe net. However, he has not concluded his research on the grid and how to properly use all this energy. If we have a little more time, this plan could work, added Hermione. However, the situation is changing at every moment. So, the sooner we fix the city, the better. The ideal situation would be to create a fourth one. Even if we use time dilation, it will take a few weeks to fix, added Edward. What about your second plan? Forceful plunder of world source. Hermione squinted her eyes as she instantly became serious. She understood what these words meant. We calculated the coordinates of a few planes during your absence, and one was Tier 9. We can use it. Very well. Edward wanted to take time to introduce Tsunade to his family and slowly get her acclimated to the Empire. Unfortunately, the war suddenly escalated in the short period he was gone. So, he no longer had the option to use the gentle method. Under his order, Morgana sent a beam that caught the destroyed floating city and stored it in one of the pocket dimensions in Hermione's floating city. Then, they returned home. As soon as he landed, he received a communication from Olivier. What's the situation? Asked Edward. Hermione did not have time to inform him, and she wanted Olivier to do it since she better understood the current war. Guznad had reinforcement from the Abyss Plane, explained Olivier, with her usual commanding tone. These Abyss demons are ruthless, feel no pain, are extremely powerful, and there are too many of them. We have suffered a lot of casualties in the past 3 days alone. Edward frowned as he looked at a hologram before him. The statistics showed that the casualties for the past 3 days were thrice that of the past 6 months of this war. These demons are so fierce. Yes. They have a high magic resistance. If our system were not capable of using multiple types of energy, the situation would have been even worse. Do they have any weaknesses? Light or positive type magic, replied Olivier. However, Guznad's people took this into account and blessed them with anti-light magic spells. What's your counter to this situation? Do you want to mobilize the clone legions? Not yet, replied Olivier. Her eyes turned red for a moment, a ruthless light flashed in her eyes. We will fire with fire. You also want to use Abyss demons as troops? Asked Hermione, who was next to Edward and listening to the conversation. Yes. From the information gathered, troops are the least valuable thing in the Abyss Plane. As long as we conquer one of the layers and become Lord, we can control countless demons to fight Guznad. Edward groaned after hearing her plan. In general, this tactic is a great one. However, there is an issue after considering the overall implications. Olivier frowned as she knew what he meant. The gods of this universe do not allow the existence of any foreign plane to enter or exist in the cosmic god plane. And they have reasons for this caution. The cosmic god plane is one of the few, if not the only, plane with a multiverse, thus capable of giving birth to Tier 11 entities. So, countless foreign planes are eyeing this place. So, if they knew the Arcane Empire had opened a gate to the Abyss Plane, the situation would have become more dangerous than it already is. The gods are already our enemy, argued Olivier. So, it's not an issue if they know about our action. It's not the same, countered Hermione. They can use this excuse to gather other gods to gang up on us. Moreover, they will now have the moral ground for a war against us. Olivier's frown deepened as she knew the importance of having the moral high ground. The gods can convince the neutral factions of the universe to ally with their sides. No need to hurry too much, added Edward with a sneer in his eyes. The people paying attention to the Milky Way will never use this excuse, at least, not until they have no choice. These gods are selfish, so after seeing the uniqueness of the Empire, they will not share with others. So, they will hide the information from the other factions. Benefit is above everything. So, since they believe they can control the Empire by themselves, they won't say anything. However, we also need to be cautious, continued Edward with dangerous lights in his eyes. After the war, I will cast a galaxy-wide spell to erase information about the Abyss Plane from the mind of everyone who knows. That's a good way, nodded Olivier before continuing with her plan. If we want to conquer an Abyss layer, we must kill a Duke, Tier 9. So, we need your floating city. Hermione, you also need to return to your post to ensure no problem. My city is in terrible shape currently, explained Edward before explaining to her the current situation. I'm glad you're all right, she said, glancing up and down at him. However, we need to deal with this situation as soon as possible. I'm on it, said Edward. Morgana, connect me to my city and send me the time staff. Aye, sir. A few seconds later, Edward felt he had a connection to a vast quantity of mana. He suddenly felt he could do anything with all this mana. He had regained control over his Tier 10 floating city. The sensation is truly more pleasurable than any drug, he muttered under his breath. Then, a portal appeared before him as a staff floating before him. Without hesitation, he held it as he mobilized his willpower. He assessed the space-time authority of this world. The resistance was not as strong as I anticipated. The process of controlling the rules of this universe involved confronting Chronai for control with his willpower. However, the resistance he encountered was barely higher than his experience in the Naruto universe. And given how this universe is drastically more powerful than Harry Potter, it was odd. Could Chronai be helping me? But why? Edward shook his head and did not continue thinking about it. This was not the time for such a thing. Law spell, time clone. Edward summoned a perfectly intact version of the Tier 9 floating city from the spacetime continuum and summoned it as a clone and replacement for the current one. How long will it last? Asked Hermione. 7 days, replied Edward. It should be enough, right? Yes. Who is going to the Abyss? Continued Edward. Only Hermione and Dumbledore are currently available. And since she's closer, let her go, added Olivier. Very well. Give me the coordinates to the Tier 9 plane you discovered. Edward received the coordinate while Hermione headed off. Meanwhile, while Edward was preparing, Olivier took this moment to talk to the quiet Tsunade. I'm sorry our first meeting was like this. However, the situation is a little chaotic. I understand. The name is Olivier Armstrong. Tsunade Senju. Once everything calms down, we will have more time to get to know each other. Olivier ended the conversation as Edward finished. Let's go. You're taking me with you? Yes. It's time you see some of the horrors of this world. You should prepare. Chapter 468, Chronai's Ambitions. An empty and all-white room. A beautiful petite woman suddenly appeared. Her expression was cold and indifferent, devoid of any emotions. She looked in one direction, gazing in the direction of the Milky Way galaxy. A law magus, she muttered after sensing Edward accessing the spacetime authority of this plane. After countless eons, another one finally showed up, muttered Chronai, the physical manifestation of the cosmic god plane's universe will. After so long, I finally saw the opportunity to rectify my mistake. During the rise of the Magus race, Chronai resisted their rule and supported the ancient gods. However, the ancient gods failed and became the experiment objects of the Magus race. As for her, she was also sealed and became the puppet of the Magus race for standing in their way. However, as the Magus race reached a certain level, Chronai did mind her situation as she could evolve. The Magus conquered countless planes and fused them with their central plane. And after absorbing enough world source, she raised her level from Tier 10 to Tier 11 and acquired a multiverse. At the peak of her power, Chronai was the greatest plane throughout the astral realm. Then, everything changed when the entire Magus civilization disappeared, leaving only a few things to show their existence. After their disappearance, Chronai regained her freedom. And, out of fear of the Magus race, she wished to prevent the existence of law magi that can forcefully control the planes, authority, from her. So, she supported the existence of faith gods. These gods now had a contract-based relationship with her as she essentially lent them the control of certain authority. As such, no matter how powerful they became, the best outcome is that these gods were on par with her. They would never have the chance to surpass or seal her as the Magus did. Unfortunately, Chronai soon regretted this decision. The reign of the faith god drastically weakened the entire plane. They became parasites that prevented the development and growth of magic and technology. Kronai's goal of having a civilization as brilliant as the Magus race but also under her control became nothing but a dream. On the contrary, her plane's overall strength drastically declines, allowing places like the Titan Plane, Heavenly Dao Plane, Abyss Plane, Wizard Plane, Disaster Plane, and Alkabula Plane to catch up with her. Before the Magus era, these 6 planes were one of the most powerful planes in the astral realm. However, the Magus race conquered these planes, and they became a subsidiary of the Magus Plane. Then, after their disappearance, things returned to their original state. Furthermore, these planes now have a deep hatred for the Magus race and wish nothing more than to conquer it to remove the past humiliation. Kronai knew if nothing was done, it was a matter of time before these places invaded. In truth, they have not done so because of their fear of the Magus race. Many ancient beings from these planes have survived since the rule of the Magus race. As such, they feared the latter was not really gone and were doing something. Only because of this fear can the current cosmic god plane remain safe and peaceful. However, as time passes and no news of the Magus race can be detected, many of these top planes have begun to be tempted, especially with the temptation to reach Tier 11 and above. Kronai knew there might be some Tier 11 powerhouses in these 5 planes. And these entities believed the Magus race found a way to reach Tier 12, and they lust after such a secret. The faith gods are a failure as a civilization, thought Kronai. After so many years, only half-step Tier 11 appeared, and he's not even one of them. She shook her head. After so many years, only a few Tier 10 gods discovered the multiverse. However, they have yet to find a way to become Tier 11. The answer to their problem is simply communicate with others and explore the multiverse together. However, they are innately selfish, full of desires for control and power. The Magus race was an extremely cruel and brutal civilization. They invaded, conquered, exterminated, and experimented on all sentient beings in the astral realm. However, they were highly open-minded with their knowledge. They shared their discoveries and communicated with others to develop technology and disseminate knowledge. Just like the current arcane empire, thought Kronai. No, they are even better due to their inclusiveness. One of the weaknesses of the Magus race was their exclusiveness and pride in their race. All other races were beneath them, and the only way for other races to rise in the Magus society was to change their bloodline and become one of the Magus races. Using this method, they absorbed many talented geniuses from other races and ethnicities, turning them into members of the Magus race. This method has one fundamental flaw: it does develop the unique characteristics or strength of different races, analyzed Kronai. No matter how incredible the Magus race was, they were not perfect. Some races were born with abilities better than theirs, and even if the Magus could recreate these talents, it was not the same as natural talent. For example, elves had a natural affinity for magic, dwarfs were talented in forging, and humans developed rapidly and were very innovative and creative. After the Magus race assimilated the people from these races, they lost the opportunity to develop their individual talents. But the Arcane Empire is walking a different and better path, embracing all races, species, and ethnicities. Their development potential is on par with the Magus, if not better. Kronai squinted her cold eyes. I will have to rely on them to defend this plane from the invasion of these top planes. Furthermore, they are also my hope to return to my peak and even go further. According to Kronai's calculations, the Magus race turned into a Tier 12 civilization, so they left the astral realm to develop and continue their journey of growth. Since the Magus can do it, I should also have this opportunity. If she could become a Tier 12 plane, Kronai could not imagine how powerful she would be. Kronai is nothing but a will, a manifestation of the universe's consciousness to ensure the fundamental laws or rules of function properly. As such, she does not have any emotions. However, as a living entity, she has certain instincts, and the main one is to develop her universe and become as powerful as possible. So, after seeing the hope of becoming a Tier 12 plane, she did not hesitate to place all her bets on the Arcane Empire. The Arcane Emperor has become a law magus. According to my analysis of him, it's only a matter of time before he makes this method public, and more will appear in the Empire. If I want to have a good relationship with them, I need to come to an understanding with him regarding the control of authority. I am all for more law magus to appear, but I also cannot allow them to become out of control. Back then, even the Magus race had a problem with too many law beings in their civilization. I can work with the Emperor to design a test for the individual who reaches the standard. Kronai remembered the Heavenly Dao plane with many mages called cultivators. Their universe will use a similar system. Yes, the Emperor seems reasonable, so I should be able to convince him. However, it's too early since he's now the only one. The main issue facing the Empire next should be the soul limit. If he doesn't deal with it, everything will be in vain. Soul limit was something the ancient gods placed in all races in the universe to prevent anyone from overthrowing their rules. Back then, Kronai relied on them to stabilize the laws of the universe, so they could modify them as they wished. Should I help them? No, I cannot blatantly intervene in their development. Chronai has certain rules, regulations, and restrictions she has to follow. So, she cannot give Edward the answer to this problem. The dragon race, elves, and magus race succeeded in breaking the limit, so he should be fine. There are many ways to break the limit of the soul and allow someone to become tier 10. However, only these three races broke the limit by creating a universal method applicable to their entire race. So, she hoped the Arcane Empire would become the fourth. Chapter 469, New Plane. The Empire currently has 3 floating cities. One was destroyed, while the remaining 2 were in different places on the border, serving as a deterrent for the war. However, Edward's Tier 10 floating city was never revealed to be this powerful as they wanted to use it as a final trump card against Ghuznad. As such, even if it appeared, it always masquerades as a Tier 9 weapon. Now that he had to conquer a Tier 9 plane, he needed to use the Tier 10 floating city to ensure things proceeded as smoothly and swiftly as possible. So, he replaced it with the time clone he created using his time staff. Then, he boarded the city with the destroyed one inside, heading toward the coordinate. "Oh, baby, how I missed you," said Edward, caressing one of the walls of the city. He was not even embarrassed despite the strange look Tsunade was giving him. "Don't you have any shame?" she asked. "This thing is indeed my baby," replied Edward. "I spent hundreds of years creating and enchanting it. The resources used in this thing are enough to buy at least hundreds of timelines from your universe. Furthermore, this thing is the crystallization of all my knowledge and ability as an artificer." He then sneered while showing a proud look. "In this entire universe, the number of people that can understand the complexity of this invention and are able to create one with the blueprint is probably no more than a few dozen. But, the number of people that can create it from scratch, well, I won't be arrogant and say there is none." "But what does that have to do with how you were acting?" asked Tsunade in bewilderment. "Nothing. I just wanted to brag and show you how awesome I am." She was speechless. "I knew you were a narcissist, but I didn't know it was to this level." "It's not narcissism when you have the capital to brag," replied Edward, and Swanda just shook her head. "Master, we've arrived," suddenly said Morgana, who suddenly appeared. "Is that so? Show me a visual." A screen manifested before him, showing something similar to a large egg. As he looked at this plane, he knew the terrible fate that was about to befall it. "Master, what's the attack plan? Do you want to just blast its protective wall? We still need to be cautious." Although this place's power ceiling was only Tier 9 and could not survive one attack from the city's cannon, Edward always did things with caution in mind. "Activate the stealth system and infiltrate this place. Let's see if the universe can detect us." Morgana executed the order as the city turned invisible before bypassing the plane's protective measure. The screen before Edward became all black before changing to a vast sky. In the corner of his eyes, he saw a city full of lives. "How is it?" he asked. "The operation was partially successful," replied the little elf. "Oh, what happened?" "The universe did detect our arrival but did not find our exact location. According to my detection, many authorities are being used to find our location. Can you calculate how long we can remain hiding?" 3 hours, 34 minutes, and 12 seconds. Such a short time. Technically speaking, the city was of much higher energy level than this plane and the universe will. So, it should not be a problem to hide from it. The universe has control of all authority of this plane. And it's using them to find our location. In this brief conversation, I've detected more than 300 methods of divination. "Interesting," muttered Edward. 3 hours is more than enough to accomplish our tasks. However, this is a great opportunity to gather as much data on the universe as possible. "Sir, what is the plan of action?" asked Morgana. "Do you want to fight authority with authority?" "Yes. Coat the city in a bubble made of spacetime and curse rules. Let's see how long it will take for it to find us." "Sir, I'm unable to execute the order." "Ah. What is the issue?" "The time staff can be used as a medium for the spacetime bubble. But, we have nothing for the curse rules." "Oh, how could I forget that?" The time staff was made using the spacetime rules of the Full Metal Alchemist universe, allowing Edward to use them everywhere and anytime. However, his curse rules have to rely on the environment. To use it, he has to use his willpower to overwhelm this plane's universe will and control the curse authority. However, in the current situation where he is trying to hide from the universe will, his intervention in this plane's authority will only alert others of his whereabouts. Legendary arcanists are not limited by any universe and can control authority in any universe. However, they are powerless in places with no authority, like the void. Or when in a situation like this one. So, I guess the path of higher tiers is for the body to generate its own authority. Arcanists have to become the source of their authority, instead of relying on any universe or foreign aid. "We didn't bring the death staff, right?" "No, Her Highness Bellatrix still has it." "I see. Alright, only use the spacetime bubble." Furthermore, take this opportunity to record all the data possible on the universe will use, authority. As you wish. But how long is the observation? Don't forget, we are on a tight schedule. 24 hours. We can still waste one day with no issue. In the meanwhile, scan this plane and gather as much information as possible. In the meantime, I will prepare to fix City 3. What about me? What am I supposed to do? Asked Tsunade. Ever since she came here, she felt restrained for some reason. Although she knew it was because she needed to adapt, it was still uncomfortable. You can come with me or rest. I'll take a break. Tsunade felt she needed some time alone. That's good, nodded Edward. You can take your time and slowly adapt to this new life. Although things are a little hectic, you do not need to worry. I will. Edward teleported to the location of the destroyed city. Morgana had already run many diagnostics on the damage, so he accessed the data to choose the best method to fix this thing. Huh, suddenly muttered Edward as he noticed something that caught his attention from the data. Time reversal. A green magic circle enveloped the entire floating city, summoning the power of time and reversing the floating city to a state before it was destroyed. However, nothing happened. It was as if the spell had failed or had no effect. Could it be that the passage of time in the void was drastically different from the Naruto universe, thought Edward. If that were true, he might need to rewind time hundreds, thousands, and even millions of years backward before returning it to its former state. No, something is odd. Edward has high achievement in the time magic, and his senses are sharper, so he notices something odd. To test his doubt, he cast a few more time spells, and the effect was the same. What is going on? One of the plans he had to fix the city was to use World Source to power a time spell and return this artifact to the state before its destruction. However, this method has proven to be futile. Edward would normally not care since he had other methods. However, he also wanted to know the reason for this odd phenomenon. And his mind won't rest until he at least has a decent working theory. Could it be the result of residual void energy? Edward frowned before doing a few more tests on this basis. Unfortunately, the result was the same. So, his brain began to work on overdrive, thinking of a solution. After a few hours, his eyes lit up. Could it be? Chapter 470, Beastmaster. After making a bold assumption or conjecture, Edward immediately began to test it. He first connected to the ether core of the Tier 10 floating city. Subsequently, he entered the Mana Sage mode to elevate his senses to the highest possible level. With his enhanced strengthened senses, Edward cast numerous detection spells, including the new ones he created from the Naruto universe based on the Sharingan, Byakugan, Rinnegan, and Tenseigan. He also used Morgana's computing power to the limit. He also gave the order to prioritize his experiment over dealing with this plane's universe will. With all these methods, he finally discovered the source of the anomaly of City 3. Is this essence of entities higher Tier 12 and above? Asked Morgana with confusion, awe, fear, and desire. Probably, replied Edward, who exhaled deeply. He also felt a lot of complicated emotions. The cause of the city's anomaly is the enormous creature that destroyed it. The creature's essence seemed to have transcended time and space, transcending causality. In other words, it was a higher dimensional creature. As such, his his random movement, can be reversed by time. At the very least, Edward's level of time magic cannot affect this creature's power. The scary thing about this power is that it's passive. The creature naturally has such an effect without any spells or techniques. We truly have a long way to go, muttered Morgana. Yes, nodded Edward. And one day, we will reach such a level and beyond. Edward labeled the information he just received as the highest security level of the Empire before proceeding with the task at hand. Fixing the city will still use the same method, but he had to change a few things around. He will still use World Source as a source of energy. However, he will not place time reversal enchantment on the city but activate its self-repair enchantment. World Source is a magical energy or power with many capabilities. As such, the floating city can repair quickly after using it as an energy source for the enchantment. So, Edward began to place the necessary enchantments. The process took him a few hours. By the time he finished, the 24 hours he had given Morgana, only less than 5 hours remaining. He wanted to spend this time flirting with Tsunade, but she was still resting. So, he used the remaining time to read a few books. How do you feel? Much better, replied Tsunade, who used the deep sleep chamber last night to properly sleep and rest. That's good, nodded Edward. Morgana, how are things on your side? I have gathered a lot of data, but it's not nearly enough, she replied while shaking her head. The field of authority is unlike any knowledge the Empire has come in contact with. It's fine. I already decided to use this plane as our experiment ground, replied Edward, his tone calm but containing a bone-chilling coldness. What about the people of this world? Asked Twanda after hesitating for a moment. They will be fine. Edward had no intention of causing a mindless slaughter, especially with no purpose or gain. However, his actions will cause the inhabitants of this plane to lose their homes. "What information have you gathered on this plane?" he asked. As soon as he uttered these words, a few holograms floated before him while Morgana explained. "This world is habited by two races, humans and magical beasts," said the little elf. "These two races have been fighting for millions of years, and humans are currently dominating. The human population is as diverse as the Empire, with people of all ethnicities. Their culture is similar to medieval times, and their technology is roughly on the same level." "What about their power system?" asked Edward. "It's called Beastmaster." "A taming profession?" "No, a fusion profession. Humans hunt down magical beasts and fuse with them, acquiring their physical prowess and magical abilities. If that's the case, this plane's civilization should have a deep understanding of the life code, bloodline, and even soul fusion," commented Edward. "You would think so, but no." Morgana shook her head. Their entire power system relied on relics from a past civilization. They used magical circles, potions, and luck to fuse with magical beasts. The success rate is abysmally low. Edward frowned as he reviewed the information on the screen. He saw the process of someone fusing with a Tier 5 beast. The most prominent faction of this plane is called the Beast Association, which provides people with potions and magical circles for fusion. Edward saw someone attempt fusion, however, the latter lost his mind and turned into a raging monster instead. With his knowledge, he could tell the beasts will overwhelm the Beastmaster, resulting in his failure. Furthermore, their bloodline and soul were not compatible. The person in charge of the process remained indifferent to the person's death. It was as if he had seen too much failure or death. Edward watched another attempt. And this time, it was a well-dressed young man. This time, the process succeeded, and Edward also knew why. The aristocrat of this world controlled meditation techniques that could increase their soul power, making it easier for them to overwhelm the beast's soul during fusion. Furthermore, they have some knowledge of bloodline and know what type of beasts are more compatible with their descendants. "Do you have information on why this world is like this?" "Yes," replied Morgana. "From what I gathered, this plane used to belong to the wizard plane. It was one of their posts for bloodline experiments. But, for some reason, they disappeared, abandoning this plane. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of this plane found their research and created this new power system. So, the inheritance they received was flawed or incomplete. Adding the fact that the aristocrats and wealthy control knowledge, they never truly develop a proper civilization and have to rely on the remains from the wizard plane." "That's the best way to summarize it," nodded Morgana. Do we have any information on this wizard plane?" "From the information we received from the Starskin race, there are 6 planes considered the most powerful in the astral plane: the Titan plane, the Disaster plane, the Wizard plane, the Heavenly Tao plane, the Abyss plane, and the Alkabula plane." "The wizard plane," muttered Edward. "What about us?" "We are also considered the top, but apparently, everybody hates us." "Considering what the Magus did, it's understandable," groaned Edward. "This plane might be more valuable than we expected if we can find the coordinate to the wizard plane. I would like to remind you that the wizard plane might have a Tier 11 wizard and more than one. So, be cautious." "I'm aware. But since they are destined to be our enemies, it's a good thing to learn of their whereabouts. It would be even better if we could secretly infiltrate their ranks." "True. We can gather the relics of the wizard plane and use them to cast Karma spell to detect their plane coordinate. The only issue is whether our attempt would be detected." "The chances of being detected are very high, according to my calculations," said Morgana. "There are too many risks, so I recommend we don't do this." Edward frowned, thinking whether there was a solution. "There is an easier way," suddenly said Tsunade, drawing attention to her. "Oh, do you have an idea?" "Such a powerful world will not worry about plane invasion since they are the invaders. As such, they won't spend much time trying to hide their world's coordinates. As long as we look around, for example, the Abyss plane you previously mentioned, we might find the coordinates of all these 6 planes." "She might be right," commented Morgana. "These top planes should have dealt with each other for many years, so they likely knew each other's coordinates. As for other planes, maybe they needed to hide when the Magus race was in power. But now, who dares to invade them? Send a message to Hermione and ask her if she can find the coordinates of these worlds." Chapter 471, Cause and Effect Spell. Now that he had a plan and everything was set up, Edward prepared to act and get things done as soon as possible. After all, the situation of the war was changing every minute, and the slightest delay could be catastrophic. So, he mobilized the energy from the main ether core, gathering power on par with Tier 10. Then, under Edward's control, 7 magic circles appeared above this plane in different locations. As soon as these 7 circles appeared in the sky, 7 mighty auras manifested and flew to the sky, gazing at these circles. "The 7 Beast Emperors," muttered Edward. This plane had 7 Tier 9 Beastmasters, and they were known as the Beast Emperors. The Emperors were associated with 5 empires, with the Cortez and Nehru empires each having 2 emperors. Inside the city, Edward watched as these emperors morphed into half-beast and half-human shapes. And based on his data, he recognized some of these creatures, including Titan Ape, Blue Dragon, and Feathered Serpent. However, he also did not recognize the rest, an indication they originated from this plane or somewhere else the wizard planes once controlled. After the emperors showed up, they released their most powerful bloodline spell, trying to destroy Edward's magic circles. However, he did not care about their pointless struggles. Instead, he focused on another discovery he had made. This world drastically restricted the destructive capabilities of these beast emperors. As Tier 9 powerhouses, they should have the ability to destroy galaxies with a single attack. However, their destructive capabilities did not reach such a scale in this plane. There was a plane that severely suppressed the potency of their attack. The size of this plane is equal to 15 galaxies from home. If the universe did not suppress the power of these beast emperors, they would easily destroy the world with the slightest confrontation. Edward understood this method was the way lower or weaker planes function to ensure their survival. He could foresee that some universe will even prevent people from reaching the limit of the plane. In other words, a plane with a Tier 8 limit would never allow anyone to reach such a level. The best they can accomplish is Tier 7, this method would prevent anyone from having the power to destroy the plane. The instinct of all life is to survive. And it's the same for universe wills, concluded Edward before continuing his actions. With the overwhelming energy of the floating city, he swiftly sealed the beast emperors without giving them any chance of resisting. Then, he cast a second spell. Hundreds of magic circles appeared in the sky above this plane. "Boss, we don't have room for everything," reminded Morgana. "Ah. You're right. All right, I'll shrink them." Under his control, some of the magic runes changed. The first step, seal the universe will. Based on Edward's study of the universe will of 4 different universes, he concluded it is another form of consciousness or will. And this consciousness even has certain properties of the soul. As such, it became possible to design seals or other methods to influence it. And with the vast difference in tier, the process was almost perfect. After being sealed, all the creatures of this plane heard a sad and unwilling voice. And immediately, an intense emotion awakened from deep in their souls. Then, they knew their world was invaded and about to be destroyed. Subsequently, an intense hatred aroused from deep in their bloodline against the invader. "This might be troublesome," commented Morgana after detecting the situation. "What are we going to do?" asked Tsunade, who feared the change in the situation would result in catastrophe for the people on this plane. "We will have to take longer to integrate these people into the Empire. We will delete and change their memories if needed. Do you want me to keep a watch on them after their integration?" "Yes," nodded Edward. "We don't know whether this effect will last longer and stay hidden deep in their subconscious for many years." Morgana took notes of this incident while Edward continued. His spells activated, and a few things occurred. First, all the trillions of people in this plane passed out before shrinking into humans the height of a tennis ball. Then, he teleported all of them to a pocket dimension inside the floating city, placing them into cryostasis mode. Next, the knowledge tree. Edward took this opportunity to test out his main objective for traveling to the Naruto universe. Then, a towering tree appeared at the very center of the plane. Then, after an hour, the tree gave birth to a single blue fruit. Edward held the fruit in his hand with fascination. He knew this fruit contained thousands of years of knowledge from this plane. "Here you go," he uttered before handing it to Morgana. "If he eats this fruit, he will have to spend the next 3 months in deep meditation to absorb all the information it contains." As such, the best method of use is to allow Morgana to have it. With her processing power, she can absorb everything in a matter of minutes. "How is it?" asked Edward. However, the little elf did not immediately answer, she even had a frown on her face. "I think I found a flaw in the fruit." "Oh. What is it?" "It can only gather knowledge up to 1 million years in the past." "Is that so?" "Well, we can try to modify it later and improve the time span," nodded Edward. "Did you learn anything useful?" "I've learned about their history," replied Morgana. About 1 million years ago, the wizard plane had already left, and the world was ruled by the beasts. It was their era. During that period, the main power system was wizards and bloodline knights. However, the beasts almost wiped out the heritage of this system. Then, everything changed after the first Beastmaster appeared. The profession originated from the laboratory of a few wizards from ancient times. They slowly rose before becoming the aspect predators of this world. Edward nodded. "Anything else?" "Yes. Although the Beastmaster's civilization has reached its end, there is some benefit. There are currently no Tier 9 beasts in this plane, so the path to higher levels is cut off for most individuals in this world. That's why she said their civilization had reached the end. The humans have almost driven the magical beasts to extinction. And without the bloodline knowledge and technology of the wizard world, this plane cannot cultivate higher-tier beasts. The fruit contained data on every single Beastmaster's fusion since 1,000,000 years ago. All this data will allow us to further our understanding of the life code, the changes to the soul, and even the soul flame. We can also gather data on willpower since it's one of the requirements for a successful fusion. Do we have any information on the wizard's power system? Unfortunately, no. Oh. Logically speaking, we should at least have some basic data. True. But some power of cause and effect seems to prevent me from accessing the information. Cause and effect. Could these wizards place some powerful spell on their power systems to prevent others from getting it? If that were the case, the people of this plane would never get their hands on it as well, added Tsunade. Unless this spell is targeting us specifically. The Empire? We don't have any connection with the wizard plane. No, their target should be people from the cosmic plane world, replied Edward. It could also be people with bloodline from the Magus race, added Morgana. Earthlings have a small trace of Magus bloodline, so her conjecture could be correct. All right, we need to leave in case some mighty being from the wizard plane detects something, said Edward, who no longer hesitated. He previously wanted to fix the city in this plane. But now, he decided to be cautious. So, he placed the entire plane inside the floating city and removed all traces of his existence from this place before returning home. Chapter 472, Truth Council. A few minutes after Edward left, 3 people dressed in all black magic robes appeared. The aura of these people was deep, and they were all tier 10. Is this the correct coordinate? Asked Arza, the only woman of the 3. She had flaming red hair and a voluptuous body, but no one dared look at her. Her eyes were cold, and she emanated a fiery aura that could incinerate anything in its path. Yes, replied Eli, a man with snake pupils and green hair. But there is nothing here. That's obvious. Arza glared at him, and her agitated emotion made the surrounding emptiness fluctuate. However, Eli ignored her. I sense the remains of spatial energy, said Miria, an elf with blood eyes. Someone must have taken away this plane. The god of space, asked Eli. No, not him. If it's not him, who could it be? The guardians would not leave the cosmic faith plane, added Arza. Their wizard plane cannot easily enter the cosmic faith plane for 3 reasons. First, there are still some methods left from the Magus race to protect the entire plane. Second is their fear of the Magus race and whether they are still alive or hiding in the shadows. Lastly, the cosmic faith plane is not a weak plane, as there are multiple tier 10 gods. Of course, with the power of the wizard plane and even the top planes, they don't care about the power of that plane. However, they don't want to lose too much strength in the process of their conquering. The gods from cosmic god faith have many advantages and use them to their advantage. The entire astral realm is now their enemy, but the gods can still prosper because of these advantages. The wizard plane had a special squad designated to hunt down these gods and learn more secrets from them. However, these gods are cunning and not easy to catch. So, they left many planes as bait for the gods. As long as they enter and meet the criteria, they will activate the cause and effect spell of the wizard plane and reveal their location. I've dealt with the god of space before. His control of space authority is not as refined as whoever took this plane. If Miria were not extremely sensitive to energy, he would not have detected the subtle energy left in this place. Such manipulation of space authority is not something the god of space could do unless he drastically increased since he last met him. Are you saying there is someone in the cosmic faith plane with even better control of space authority than the god of space? Asked Eli. Yes. Are you sure the god of space did not improve? Asked Arza. This is possible, replied Miria. However, to have such great improvement, he would have to conquer another tier 10 universe or have some other encounter I am not aware of. Could it be that another power has risen? Or is someone trying to take away the space authority? Uttered Eli. Both possible. Either way, it's a new variable. So, let's report to the elders of the Truth Council, said Arza, her eyes containing reverence, fear, and desires when mentioning these elders. Can you detect any information? Miria shook his head. The person was clean and efficient in cleaning up their trace. If they were not in a hurry, I guess I probably won't even detect the spatial energy. Having such a competent tier 10 god is not a good thing for us, commented Eli. No matter how competent that person is, it does not change the fact they will forever be ants before the elders, rebutted Arza. But what if they reach the level of truth? Asked Eli. Tier 11 wizard is referred to as Truth Wizard, and they are the only ones capable of seating in the position of elders in the council. It has been so long, and only the guardians came close to that level but still failed, said Arza with a sneer. Those gods are nothing but waste. Arza felt resentment after mentioning these gods. Before the rise of the Magus race, Tier 10 was the limit of all power systems and planes. However, during their rise, while fighting the invasions of the Magus race, these powerful races learned and created methods to reach Tier 11. Unfortunately, their methods were flawed, resulting in a limited number of Tier 11 entities in each of these top planes. Even the Abyss plane, the largest plane in the astral realm, has a limited number of places to reach Tier 11. And the only exception to this rule is the Cosmic Faith plane. This fact is the source of Arza's resentment. With her talent and ability, as long as she has the opportunity, she can become a truth wizard. There is no need to be resentful, said Eli calmly. Sooner or later, we will conquer their plane, destroy all these gods, and reach the level of truth. For the first time in a long time, Arza felt this guy Eli was pleasing to the eye. So, she gave him an approving nod and did not care for the latter's cold response. Meanwhile, Miria was the calmness of the three. Are things that simple? The existence of the Magus has brought fear to the elders, preventing their advancements for billions of years. They have removed their fear, but will things proceed smoothly? The disappearance of the Magus race is one of the greatest mysteries of the astral realm. However, after a bit of logical reasoning and some information, it's not hard to deduce why they disappeared. Tier 12. The Magus race conquered the astral realm for one purpose, to gather the knowledge and resources of all planes to transcend the astral realm and reach higher tiers. Their disappearance showed one thing: they succeeded, and their entire civilization transcended the astral realm and left this universe. The Magus race valued the collective since they knew it was the best way to develop knowledge, technology, and culture. So, it would not be hard to take everybody and leave. Many people concluded this outcome. Of course, there are a few people who believe something else. They believe the Magus race did some forbidden experiment and encountered a Tier 12 entity that wiped out their entire civilization. Unfortunately, a few relics discovered so far showed the Magus race was preparing for a widespread migration. The migration came suddenly and was swift and decisive. Furthermore, the higher-ups of the Magus race did not allow anyone to stay. Do you think we should notify the other planes of this news? Asked Eli. We might need them in our conquest, so revealing such information might not be a big deal, replied Arza. The wizard plane wanted the Cosmic Faith plane for themselves, and it was the same for the other top 6 planes. Unfortunately, none of them dared to deal with it alone. And it's not only because of the fear of the Magus race but also because they don't want to lose too much in the process and give the other planes the opportunity to further weaken them. There is no point in debating this question since the council will decide such a thing, said Miria. True. Anyway, let's leave and report the situation. We don't want any variable to appear. The group disappeared and returned to the wizard plane. Cosmic Faith plane. Edward's floating city returned to the Empire, and he exhaled in relief. Are you all right? You seem scared, asked Twanda. My cosmic awareness activated, and I sense a great danger, replied Edward. If I guess correctly, some powerful people from the wizard plane should have arrived after we left. Master, did you see something? Morgana asked since she knew her boss' cosmic awareness could show him certain visions from the source of the danger. I only saw 3 vague figures. However, they were not the sources of the danger. It seems that something or someone else would show up after them. With the city, we don't have to worry about Tier 10 since we can run away if we cannot win. So, if there is danger, that can only mean one thing, said Morgana. Tier 11. Chapter 473, Fix. So far, we have not concluded whether this plane has a Tier 11 god. But now, we know there are other planes, said Edward with a frown. He suddenly felt uncomfortable. He had a leisurely life since he knew he could survive in this world with his floating city. But now, he suddenly learned there are many people more powerful than him. And the thought they could appear out of nowhere and destroy everything he worked for frustrated him. Morgana, what are our chances of pushing the floating city to Tier 11? Almost 0, replied the elf without any hesitation. According to our simulations, Tier 11 should be able to use the power of their variants across the multiverse. So, they are essentially millions of Tier 10 combined into one. Edward grunted, but the little elf was not finished. Our knowledge and technology have not even reached the peak of Tier 10. And if you take into consideration resources, we are not close to Tier 11 technology. Edward's frown deepened. We need to accelerate our study of the multiverse. Increase the spending on this department. Yes, but we are temporarily unable to do so. Edward then remembered they offended some type of force after plundering the multiverse without any restraint when creating the Tier 10 floating city. As such, they are currently stuck in this timeline. I guess we have to take things slowly, muttered Edward, shaking his head in disappointment. He knew it was pointless to hurry. Regardless, the worst-case scenario after meeting a Tier 11 entity is to enter the void and abandon everything he previously created. Order all royal family members and people from the Illuminati and their families to leave a part of their soul flame in the floating city. In case something happens, the city can escape on its own and use the flame to revive us. What if they don't want to? After all, soul flame is very important. Morgana was not worried about the royal family, but certain members of the Illuminati might not wish to explain the reason. But ultimately, it is their choice. As you wish. Edward stood up, preparing to deal with the plane and fix the city. He saw Twanda giving him a weird look, so he asked, "What is it?" "I knew you were careful, but I didn't think it was to this extent. In this cruel world, I have to be careful. You saw what I did to that plane. Such a thing might happen to the Empire at any time, so I have to prepare for the worst-case scenario." "I see. It must be tiring. Everything has a price." "I wanted power and knowledge, so I must bear the weight of my ambitions," replied Edward. "Anyway, you will be in charge of the ninjas' integration into the Empire. Remember, the information revealed to the public is these people are from a special dimension recently discovered." "I understand. You don't have to worry. Someone will teach you things like etiquette, political and military strategy, and magical studies. You won't have to do anything until you're prepared. I've already reserved a time acceleration room for you, along with potions to deal with the Kairos poison. You can choose whether to continue the path of chakra or mana. Or, you can try both." "I understand. Thank you." Edward kissed her on the forehead before heading to another room. "Little elf, I've been meaning to name my city." "Any suggestions?" he asked. "You must have a name. Why don't you tell me, and I will comment." "What about Netheril?" "The Forgotten Realms universe," muttered Morgana. "According to your theory, the path of arcane might have originated from this place. And the Netheril Empire was probably the first to create a floating city throughout the entire void. So, such a name fits." "I think so too," nodded Edward. His floating city was the first in the Empire, so he thought it was fitting to call it Netheril. "Send an email to the related people about this name change." "Is this really necessary?" "Yes. Only this way will it feel like it was official." The purple-haired elf shook her head before executing the command. Meanwhile, Edward proceeded with his plan to fix the damaged floating city. He stripped the Beast Master plane of their world source and used it as a powerful energy source to activate the self-healing enchantments he placed on the city. And after 2 days, the city was returned to its peak state. "World source is a magical type of power," Edward commented after seeing the final result. "Its multipurpose capabilities are even greater than divine energy," added Morgana. "How much is left?" "We only use a quarter." "What do you want to use with the rest?" "Take a small part for people to break their soul limit and leave the rest for study," replied Edward. "What about this plane? What do you want to do with it?" "We can do so many things. First, after mining all the resources of this plane, we should be able to create 3 Tier 9 floating city. Secondly, create a team to study the authority of the entire plane. We also need to study the universe will. I will deploy the golem to build the cities. However, you have to add some of the finishing touches." "Who was the one who finished the other 3 cities?" "He only created one and was not present for the other 2. Nicholas Flaming and His Majesty, Rowena. Call them once it's time. And if she asks why I was not called, lie for me." Morgana gave him a fierce stare before changing the topic. "Back to the topic, studying authority is not simple. There are few arcanists who reach the standard. However, there is still the issue of trusting them. Find the right target and tell them in advance they will have to sign the most stringent contracts for this project. We will only select the ones who accept." "That's fine. What about the study of the universe will?" "After the previous voyage, I already assembled a team for this project." Edward remembered he tasked her with this project after coming back from Black Clover. The universe will is the key for him to become a perfect Tier 11 arcanist, so he placed great emphasis on this project. "That's good. Anything else?" "I would like to remind you that the Empire's economy is still affected by Netheril's creation. Although we can recuperate with the resources brought from this voyage, we won't return to our peak state for a while." "I see. Luckily, things should drastically improve after we conquer this galaxy," Edward commented. "In the meantime, I will send my clones to study the mana grid. As long as he can control the mana grid, the issue of resources should be dealt with." "What is my next itinerary?" "You have lunch with your family before meeting with Commander Olivier to deal with the war." Edward nodded before meeting with his mother and father. Then, he went to see Susan and his aunt, Amelia. Finally, he met with Olivier. "No, not now. We are in the war room," said Olivier, stopping his advance for a kiss. "But there is no one here." "It doesn't matter. But I miss you immensely. Tonight, we can have a wild night. But now, you have to control yourself." "Fine," said Edward, sitting on his seat. "What is the situation?" "Hermione succeeded in controlling a layer of the abyss. We now have control of a few demonic legions." "A few?" "Apparently, she needs to refine a special brand before becoming an abyss lord. And the process is not yet complete, limiting the number of troops she can control." Edward knew that certain magical artifacts needed to be refined, a process where the holder branded their soul imprint into the item, making them its sole owner and controller. However, this process usually takes time. The overall situation has returned to its stable state as we slowly confront and wear out Ghuznad forces while secretly weakening other forces, continued Oliver. The integration of the undead is also proceeding smoothly with Wiz's help. So, I don't need to do anything. Not quite right. We need your help dealing with the remaining top factions of this galaxy. Oh, is there a new development? Yes, with both the elves and the intelligents. However, our current focus is on the latter. Chapter 474, Intelligence. Edward took a moment to remember the information he had about the intelligents. They were a human civilization with terrible galactic relationships with almost every faction in the Milky Way. And the reason is that their civilization was similar to the ideal Aryan race of Hitler. Their population is composed of only humans of Caucasian descent, with the only difference is many of their populations have red, blue, and purple hair. The intelligents are extremely racist and xenophobic, and the source of these ideologies in their culture is their hatred for magic or anything supernatural. They reject all these things and only pursue the development of technology. Edward was inspired to create his conjecture about the pure materialism world after studying the intelligence culture. Because of these ideas, no race or factions wanted to facilitate any diplomatic relationship with them, and the intelligents were perfectly fine with this. As a result, when Ghuznad attacked all the top forces in the galaxy during the Fall of Darkness, they suffered the greatest damage, and their civilization was almost wiped out. So, what happened to them? Asked Edward. After the Fall of Darkness, their civilization scattered throughout the galaxy, barely surviving the onslaught of the Undead Legion, explained Olivier. However, we recently discovered a faction that is regrouping the scattered members. Oliver showed him the information with a hologram floating before her on the table. This information is not enough to pay attention to them. But everything changed when one of our scout ships had an encounter with them. They discovered their technology had drastically improved in such a short period. Edward frowned, but he did not interrupt. This news was suspicious but not enough for me to send you. After all, it's a period of war, so it's normal for technology to develop rapidly. Furthermore, there is a chance they discovered a vestige of an old civilization, leading to their rapid improvement after deciphering it. The time of war is also a time of prosperity. All factions and races are in a hurry to mine new planets, conquer more lands, and move around. As a result, numerous ancient civilizations are being discovered, leading to the recuperation of new magical and technological knowledge. Edward's 2 archaeologist apprentices have been busy, traveling from one tomb to another. So, after taking this fact into consideration, Olivier did not completely pay attention to the intelligence. I was still suspicious, so I sent some spies to gather information, just in case. And they found something? Asked Edward. Yes. They discovered the intelligents were studying the application of cosmic energy as a way to evolve. They want powers using cosmic energy. Cosmic energy is a unique form of energy that originated from planets, stars, galaxies, nebulas, and the entire universe. It's a very potent form of energy, capable of accomplishing many wonderful things like mana or other types of energy. Unfortunately, the Empire's current research in this field can only be described as okay. Many things have been accomplished, even using it through technology. However, if Edward had to put a level to it, the current level was barely tier 5. Olivier nodded her head. As you know, they hate the supernatural with a passion. So, I found it odd. For a civilization like the Intelligents, it would be very difficult to change their culture in such a short time, commented Edward. Do you think there is an outside force interfering? This is one of the possibilities I thought of, replied Olivier. So, what do you need me to do? The spies we sent did not completely fulfill their mission, explained Olivier. They were detected and had to escape. Luckily, they gathered a valuable piece of information. She controlled the hologram to show a planet. According to the information, this planet is one of their experiment sites. I want you to secretly observe and see how far their experiment has developed. Olivier changed the hologram again. Then, you need to go to their home planet and find the reason for their sudden change. Very well, agreed Edward. Take the clone city, it can still last 2 days, added Olivier. The Intelligents are not a threat to the current Edward. However, she wanted to be careful in case there was someone in the shadow. All right. Edward and Olivier did not waste time and mobilized. She gave the appropriate order, the time Clone City returned, and Edward took control. He plugged his designated coordinate and headed to planet Green Sour on the Sweet End star system, located more than 30,000 light-years from Earth. Muttered Morgana after they arrived. Is there a problem? The detecting system placed around this planet reached Tier 9, she explained. Their technology truly has developed too fast. Before the Fall of Darkness, the Intelligents only had Tier 8 technology. And until probably a few months ago, the fact did not change. No, their technology was weaker after the destruction of their home planet. Can they detect us? Asked Edward. They will if we directly barge in, replied the little elf. However, give me 1 hour and 15 minutes, and I can create a countermeasure. No need. Leave the city on standby and prepare to react at any moment. We will enter ourselves. As you wish. The city was too big and required too many complicated things to bypass this planet's system. Meanwhile, Edward used transfiguration magic to turn himself into cosmic dust and enter the planet. As such, the intelligence technology will not notice or care about one of the trillions of cosmic dust and rays that entered the planet's atmosphere. After his successful filtration, Edward placed an invisible spell around him as he looked at the surroundings. He looked around and frowned. Everything seemed quiet, and as far as his eyes could see, he only saw ruins. The architecture resembled Earth during the 21st century. He looked at a destroyed thing not far from him. He waved his hand, and the thing flew to his hand. A smartphone. This planet might have been a human civilization similar to Earth's 21st century. Morgana. I'm on it. In a few seconds, she accessed all the data from the phone and displayed them to Edward. The owner was a human woman of Middle Eastern descent. She loved to travel as she had many photos in different locations. This place was indeed similar to Earth, same ethnicities and races, the same level of technology, and similar culture. The main differences are history and geography. Planet Green Sour had a massive landmass, similar to Pangaea. This continent took 80% of the planet while the rest was water. Because all the lands are interconnected, the humans on this planet travel more often. Conflict is less than on Earth because of the lack of the ocean as a military barrier. Of course, marine technology is also less developed as a result. It's normal, said Morgana. The intelligence would want a place like this for their experiment. True, nodded Edward. Do you know what happened? I can't find much information from this phone. I extracted a news video from this phone that indicates a worldwide emergency. However, the owner and I could not recover all the data since the phone was broken. Well, let's go over there. We might find our answer. Edward sensed a weird creature. And he said it was weird because the life energy released by it was abnormal. So, he teleported to the location he sensed and saw a pretty gruesome thing. A human was eating another while making grunting sounds. An undead? Asked Morgana. But I don't sense any death energy from it. That's because it was not created using magic, Edward said as he looked at the creature feasting on its flesh. You mean the intelligence experiment? How could it turn like this? Chapter 475, Zombie Anomaly. Morgana quickly scanned the zombie to analyze why it turned into an undead without death magic. Cosmic energy, she muttered. A large amount of cosmic energy was introduced into its body, forcibly altering its DNA. Is this the experiment of the intelligence? It would take time to slowly study and understand cosmic energy, replied Edward as he looked at the zombie. So, they found a planet with humans of similar genetic base and bombarded the entire planet with massive amounts of cosmic energy. The people with talent will survive the process and have their DNA forcibly altered, gaining powers and the ability to control cosmic energy. Meanwhile, the one who fails will turn into this shape. A very rude but effective method, commented Morgana. But something is wrong. The people who fail to adapt to the cosmic energy should not end in this situation. You're right. Based on our understanding of comics energy, their genes should have collapsed, resulting in death. They should not turn into zombies. Do you think it was the result of the concentration? After all, we have never experimented with placing ordinary people under such tremendous energy. That's a possibility, replied Edward as he reviewed the data from the scan. However, he did not find anything including a virus like the T-virus. Let's continue to observe, said Edward, and the two teleported to a location where he sensed a clash of energy. He saw two people fighting. To be precise, a human and a massive bear. The human had the ability to metallize his body, turning into a silverman. Meanwhile, the bear could create an energy construct in the shape of bear claws. Both were Tier 2 and fought non-stop, trying to kill each other. Both had their genes forcibly altered by cosmic energy, analyzed Morgana. And it seems through repeated use of their abilities, they can passively absorb the energy in the surroundings to strengthen their genes. Very primitive power system, but the fact they already created a Tier 2 entity in a few months, that's a feat, commented Edward. And they might not be the most powerful creatures on this planet. Edward read the mind of these two and learned a few things about the people of this world. 5 disaster class ability users and 7 demon kings, how interesting. There are 5 people on this planet whose strength reached Tier 4, capable of destroying a country on their own. Then, there are 7 animals who also reached this level. Master, did you find something interesting? Yes, let's check it out. He teleported to a place with human habitat. It was a military city with countless humans living in a city surrounded by massive steel walls. While invisible, Edward appeared in a room where a man of South Asian descent sat cross-legged deep in meditation. A few minutes later, the man opened his eyes and sighed. I need to reach disaster class as soon as possible. My method is the future of humanity. The man stood up from his position and walked to the window, looking into the horizon. That man, could it be? Asked Morgana. That's right, he's a path seeker like me, replied Edward. Most of the humans on this planet rely on the mutation of their genes to acquire their powers. However, he created a method to sense, absorb, and control cosmic energy. Although this method is rough and rudimentary, it's still a great accomplishment for such a short period. Morgana swiftly scanned his body and discovered a crystal in his brain. He condenses a crystal of cosmic energy in his brain, acting as an energy core. However, he recently reached the limit of Tier 3 and is searching for a way to reach Tier 4. In his current state, if he wants to reach a higher tier, he has two options. The first is to walk sorcery's path and find ways to control the cosmic energy in the environment. And the second is to condense more core. However, the brain is a very complicated machine. He was lucky to choose the right place for the first one, but he might not be lucky a second time. Edward was not speaking nonsense as he used time magic to look at the past and saw this person condense the first cosmic energy core, and it was purely out of luck he succeeded. His method was perfect, but he chose the brain for the core, which has its advantage. However, although this person can be considered a genius in energy manipulation, especially cosmic energy, he knew very little about anatomy or the human brain. So, the location he chose succeeded only out of luck. Boss, what should we do? Do you want to bring him back to the Empire? He's very talented and could make a great arcanist, asked the purple-haired elf. No, at least, not now. Let this planet develop on its own to see what kind of civilization it can create. Then, we can show up and take the fruit. After a few years, the Empire might increase its understanding of cosmic energy based on this planet's development. Furthermore, this planet also walked the path of gene modification but using cosmic energy. The Empire can also benefit from this aspect of its technology tree. In that case, we must take control of this planet from the intelligence. Correct, but wait until we discover what's going on with them. Okay. Do you want to go now? Not yet. I want to know how these zombies appeared, replied Edward. Before we leave, let's give him a luck potion to help him achieve Tier 4. Edward secretly gave the men the potion before disappearing. He began to capture, observe, and experiment on the zombies. There is a weird energy affecting their bodies, noted Morgana. Not every human with low energy affinity turned into a zombie. Many died due to gene collapse, but the rest only became sick for a while before surviving, with no power. The previous man, Raj, was one of these people. But, he used his knowledge of meditation to sense cosmic energy and created a method to condense the core. So, the zombies were an anomaly. This energy seemed to be a negative polarity of cosmic energy. Let's call it dark cosmic energy, added Morgana. And you said I'm bad at naming. However, she chose to ignore him. The problem is where this thing originated. The Empire never discovered this aspect of cosmic energy. Is it some type of change due to the concentration? However, this conjecture does not seem to have much merit. Edward pondered for a moment, but he could not think of anything. So, he said, this energy should appear when the experiment begins. So, let's observe them and see if we can detect something. He did not hesitate and activated his time magic to see when the intelligence experiment began a few months back. He saw how everything was normal until a bright light appeared in the sky during the broad daylight. Then, everything changed for this planet. Soon, Edward sensed the weird energy that mutated the people into zombies. Morgana quickly recorded its fluctuation before ending the time spell. Then, Edward also began to search for the origin of the energy. He closed his eyes as he sensed. He soon found a direction. The multiverse. He continued searching and soon found himself in the blank realm, looking at the infinite timelines. Blank realm, the space between timelines. Also, the place black holes send things it swallows. No, something is wrong, said Edward while in this mind projection state. There is a dark, depressing, and negative aura surrounding the timeline, I noticed. What's going on? Edward's mind jumped from one timeline to another, and he always felt this negative aura. He even sensed it while in the blank realm. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind as a term came into his mind. The Dark Multiverse. Chapter 476, The Dark Multiverse, I. The Dark Multiverse was something he came upon back in primordial Earth when reading comics. It refers to a group of infinite timelines where everything goes wrong. In the normal multiverse, good and bad things coexist similar to yin and yang. However, in the Dark Multiverse, nothing ever goes correctly, only pain, death, and suffering exist. And because of its nature, the most powerful and cruelest entities live in the Dark Multiverse. It can be considered the most dangerous place in the entire universe. I did not expect the concept of dark multiverse to exist, committed Morgana, who shared senses with him. She did not contain her excitement. I cannot fathom how far our understanding of the multiverse will reach after studying it. She already imagines the papers the Empire will publish after studying this dark multiverse. There will be theories involving spacetime, new understandings of matter and energy, advancement in dark and black magic and negative emotions, and even more profound research into cause and effect, especially negative karma. And these things were only the tip of the iceberg. Master, I have to say, your luck has been excellent recently, commented the little elf as she gave him a thumbs up. Too good, I would say, replied Edward. You mean? Edward nodded. His luck has always been excellent, maybe a perk from his reincarnation from primordial Earth. And Merlin even admitted this was one of the reasons he accepted him as his student. And Edward knew of his outrageous luck after discovering the hole leading to the void that the Magus race left in Rowena's timeline. That hole was the only reason he could create omniversal travel while only being a Tier 3. Otherwise, he would have to wait until Tier 10 before he even had a chance at success. According to the many simulations he ran, if he did not discover that void crack, his research would lead him to discover other planes. As such, he would have escaped the plane where Harry Potter was located but never escaped the entire universe, also called the astral realm. Edward knew having access to the knowledge of other planes would fasten the Empire's development. However, it would never compare to the current state where he can use power systems from different universes, where he can study the laws or authorities of other universes. As for why his luck has been on the rise lately, even without the use of the Felix Felicis, he guessed it was Kronai's doing. To ensure the Empire's development and the gods' eventual downfall, she blessed the arcane empire with tremendous luck. And this act resulted in the birth of countless geniuses from different fields. It allowed the Empire to survive dangerous situations, have an easier time succeeding in difficult problems, and many other benefits. In that case, we need to keep a good relationship with her, nodded Morgana, and Edward agreed with this sentiment. Let's check out this dark multiverse, commented Edward, who cast an astral projection spell. There were two main types of astral projections. The first was the soul leaving its dimension and surviving without the body. However, this version requires Tier 6, when the soul is tangible and can survive a few months after the body is destroyed without help. And the second type involved using soul energy to shape a body before transferring some of the consciousness into this energy body. The advantage of this method is the caster will not be affected if something happens to the projection. However, the downside is the projection is incredibly weak compared to the soul or the main body. Edward's astral projection opened a portal to Earth in one of the infinite timelines of this dark multiverse. As soon as he arrived, Edward sensed things were different. He felt this suffocating depression as his mind was overwhelmed with negative thoughts and emotions. This place is disgusting to live in, commented Morgana. Is that nuclear waste I detected? Edward agreed with her words, so he decided to be swift and efficient. He cast a spell that allowed him to see places where great destiny resides. Then, his projection teleported to that destination while remaining invisible to the naked eye. After appearing, he saw a group of people hiding underground. These people looked miserable, malnourished, and their eyes were devoid of any life or hope. They ate their food in silence, and the few who spoke muttered with the lowest voice and were quick in their conversation. Look, said Morgana suddenly, and when Edward looked in her direction, his pupil flashed in surprise. He saw Ron Weasley holding a bottle of vodka and chugging it like water. Edward quickly noticed he had a metal prosthetic for an arm. Then, not long afterward, someone suddenly operated, making everybody alert. Their reaction was almost visceral until they realized who it was. Then, they sighed in relief. Harry, asked Edward, as the latter was too difficult to identify. Half of his face had a terrible scar, while the rest burned completely. How did it go? Asked Ron in a gruff voice. The result was the same, replied Harry, his voice worse than gravel. His vocal cord obviously suffered significant damage, most likely burned. Ron did not respond as he expected this. He took a sip of his drink before taking out a locket from his shirt, opening it to reveal a picture, Hermione. Only one left, he said, his eyes full of determination. We only need to destroy the last Horcrux before we can kill this fucker. Then, I can finally join her. Harry looked at his friend, hiding the complication he felt deep in his eyes. It was his mission to kill Voldemort and save the people of this world. However, he also knew what awaited his friend once he achieved his mission. A small part of him wished they had never found that last Horcrux so his friend could continue accompanying him. However, he also knew being selfish in this situation was impossible. And it was not only because the world needed it. He knew his friend was only enduring out of sheer desire for revenge. If he cannot have his revenge after an extended period, his mind will no longer be able to bear it. By then, who knows what he will do. Furthermore, he was also tired. The wizards in South America might have discovered something. In a few days, I will go visit them. Good, replied Ron blandly. Edward and Morgana calmly watched the situation, wondering what happened to turn these two into this shape. "Did you find out?" asked Edward, who knew the little elf was reading their memories. "Yes. Voldemort was the final winner in the battle at Hogwarts. Longbottom never killed Nagini, and he went on to conquer the wizarding world before enslaving the Muggles. He then killed all the mudbloods of the magical world and 40% of Muggles. The remaining 60% were enslaved. And as you can guess, Hermione was on the casualty list." Edward sighed as he imagined what these two went through. He shook his head as he realized that most people he knew and cared for were dead in this timeline. "I'm guessing there is no version of me in this timeline. From their memories, they've never heard of you. I either died under Voldemort or some other way. Or, this timeline derived from the main timeline where Edward Bones died as a child during the First Wizarding War," he analyzed. "Boss, what do you want to do? Do you want to help them? From what I know about Voldemort, he would hide Nagini in a safe place after a few assassinations attempts. He knew the fear of death was deeply ingrained in the Dark Lord's soul. Find the location and give it to them," ordered Edward. Chapter 477, The Dark Multiverse, 2. Morgana cast a spell that allowed her to search the entire planet. After discovering where Voldemort placed Nagina, she left a note in Harry Potter's quarter and a spiritual hint on the note so the latter would believe it. Then, Edward's astral projection opened a gate to another timeline. And as expected, the world was still dark and gloomy. Upon arrival, he immediately noticed the overall population of the Earth had drastically decreased. "How many people are there?" he asked. 3.3 billion, replied Morgana. "What year?" 2007. Around that time, the population should have been twice that. So, what caused so many people to die in a few decades? He used the same technique to find the place with concentrated destiny and teleported. He found himself in a villa near Godric Hollow that he recognized. He frowned for a moment before entering. In a large room, two people were talking. To be precise, one man talked while the other, a woman, floated in the air, looking at the speaker with a blank. The speaker talked for a few minutes before the listener suddenly became transparent. The man suddenly panicked for a brief moment before taking his wand and activating a spell. Then, a black magic circle on the ground suddenly lights up. Countless black tentacles emerged from the ground, they were accompanied by screams of agony and hatred. The tentacles entered the woman's body, stabilizing her state. "It seems like it's about time to replenish our stock," muttered the man, his voice containing worries. He proceeded to use his wand to send a message before continuing to talk to the floating woman. Edward watched all of this with a calm expression. Although he has seen many horrors and even did many of them, what he saw was still a little unsettling. "I can't believe Dumbledore turned into this," said Morgana, her eyes penetrating the basement of this house where there were thousands of humans in captivity. She could sense the terrifying grievances, ghosts, and dark spirits bred in that dungeon, and it was terrifying. "Grief is truly a powerful emotion," commented Edward, who had already figured out what happened to this timeline without reading anyone's mind or doing much research. Dumbledore became enamored with the Resurrection Stone, one of the 3 Deathly Hallows. He used it to revive his sister, Ariana, whom he felt guilty about after believing he might have been the one who killed her. However, the Resurrection Stone is nothing but bait that Herpo, the Death God, used to lure powerful wizards to help escape his imprisonment. And that's exactly what Dumbledore did. The stone only summoned a shell of his sister's soul. And this shell could not stay long in the world of the living. So, in his madness to save her, Dumbledore began sacrificing souls to stabilize her. At first, he probably used some dark wizard in a vain attempt to keep his insanity and morality. However, things soon escalated, and he enslaved the entire planet and used them as livestock to harvest their souls. In just a few decades, he absorbed the souls of billions of people to keep his sister's soul intact. Or so he thought. Most of these souls were Herpo's snacks. And the death energy created by so many killings was probably enough to escape and regain his full strength. "Master, what should we do? Do you want to kill that bastard Herpo?" "Not now," replied Edward. "Record the magic he is using and see if he can learn something new." Morgana scoffed in displeasure before recording Dumbledore's soul-absorbing magic circle. "I remember I created a project to fuse the same objects from different timelines to see if they will evolve into something unique. Yes, we have tried to fuse the ancient gods' godheads, but there has been no success as of yet." Edward wanted to see what would happen if he fused 2 time rooms from the Mystery of Department. What would happen? Unfortunately, these rooms were godheads from powerful creatures in the universe and could not be easily fused. "Expand the project and try lesser objects like the Deathly Hallows," he ordered. The Hallows were created by Herpo, who is a Tier 8 death god. However, they are only low-level items, but they are unique because they contain certain traces of divinity. All right. Edward continued his journey through this dark multiverse and only saw different Earths with devastating results. However, he also noticed a pattern. Something changed from the original Harry Potter timeline that deviated from the lives of certain people, leading them into darkness. For example, in one timeline, Hermione's mind broke after Bellatrix tortured her, and she became the new Dark Lord, leading chaos and destruction to the wizarding and muggle world. In another, Harry watched Ron die by Scabbers or Peter Pettigrew's hand. As a result, Voldemort's piece of soul corrupted his mind, and became the new Dark Lord. In another, Ron became the Dark Lord after trying to destroy Voldemort's Horcrux, and the latter showed him an illusion of Harry and Hermione being together. "Where are the timelines related to the Empire and us?" asked Morgana after traveling for a few hours. "Let's try again but use our new karma spell as a link to find a new timeline," said Edward, and they took a few minutes before opening the portal to the new timeline. As soon as they arrived, the group knew they were in the right place. They could be the Empire's official language mixed with other languages. Furthermore, they were now located on a battlefield with countless mages, golems, and ships. Both sides massacred each other, leaving the planet in a devastated state as countless Tier 4 Arcanists launched their attacks without restraint. "What the hell happened?" asked Edward, who was uncomfortable after seeing the state of Earth and his empire. According to the memory of this battle's commander, the Arcane Empire suddenly went mad after an experiment. No one knew the exact reason, but there were rumors some type of demon or entity corrupted his soul. After his madness, he began to abuse his power, he became more brutal and fierce. Then, the royal family, led by his wives, tried to stop him. Sadly, the result was a full-out war between the two sides, causing catastrophe to the entire planet. "I was corrupted." "Well, that makes sense," commented Edward. "But how did they manage to stop me? Did they activate my protocols?" "Hold on, and let me check." Less than 5 minutes later, she responded, "Yes. The royal family and the members of the Illuminati banded together to deal with you, and they almost succeeded." "I see. When did this happen?" "Around the time you reached Tier 5. Luckily, it was around this time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been more severe." "I'm sure there are timelines where you went mad during your later tiers," uttered Morgana, and Edward gave her a deadly stare. "Did I say something wrong? You are the kind of person who likes to play with fire. Without your extreme caution and severe paranoia, you would have long died or been corrupted due to your curiosity. What do you know? I'm the embodiment of the perfect Arcanist, great curiosity practiced using extreme caution. Whatever helps you sleep at night." The little elf rolled her eyes. "What do you want to do? Do you want to interfere or check out other timelines?" Chapter 478, The Intelligence Secret. "There is no need to intervene," replied Edward. "It's not yet time for me to deal with the multiverse variants of myself, especially the dark, mad, twisted, and cruel versions." "That would indeed be a nightmare," nodded Morgana. "Regardless, we need a development plan for this dark multiverse. Obviously, we must study it and why it differs from the other multiverse," commented Edward. "Secondly, this place is a resource-gathering spot. We can mine as many resources as we need. We should be able to create another Tier 10 floating city very soon," added Morgana. "However, we have to worry about that force that stopped us from intervening in the multiverse. This place is full of chaos and violence. I doubt anyone will care about our mindless plunder. However, to be careful, we will slow down our mining of resources to a reasonable level." "That's a good approach. However, this is not the most valuable thing about this discovery," said Edward, who looked into the sky. His eyes seemed to be glazing at something unknown. "The mana grid," uttered Morgana. "Correct. The mana grid means infinite mana and resources," said Edward. "We need to find a timeline where the gods do not know about the grid, or they lost control of it. Then, we can harness its power for ourselves. When we return, I will create a team in charge of this mission," replied Morgana as she took note. "We need a team to capture Herpo and Guznad if they exist in any of these timelines. These two are great ways to acquire more divine energy while the Milky Way galaxy is under the watch of the gods." "That's a good idea, but these two might become even more powerful in this place." The dark multiverse seemed a place to favor evil and darkness. So, Morgana's words were not groundless. "You're right, so we need to be more careful," nodded Edward. "Lastly, warn the Time Aurors to set up defensive measures against threats from the dark multiverse." "Will do." Edward nodded as he took one last look at this place before dispersing his astral projection. He returned to planet Green Sour. He took one last look before stepping into his floating city. He waited until Morgana took over the intelligence monitoring system on this planet before heading to their current main habitat. The intelligence current main planet was called Chug, the fourth planet in a Cane Belt system. Upon arrival, Edward immediately detected signs this planet had recently terraformed to resemble their previous main planet. "How long will it take you to infiltrate their system?" asked Edward. "With the previous data, give me half an hour." "All right, this was more than enough time to read a book," nodded Edward, who calmly waited. Then, when the time arrived, she appeared before him. Done, said Edward as he closed the book. Yes, and I've found something. Oh. There is a place with extremely advanced technology. How advanced are we talking about? It would take me days to break into their system with my current state. That is indeed advanced. The intelligence were never this powerful. Do you have any information on this place? Yes, replied Morgana as she showed him a screen. It is the main lab of the most talented scientist of the intelligence, Albert Sucharts. Edward saw a picture of a man in his middle 30s with blonde hair and blue eyes. He looked handsome by all human standards, however, his face displayed great stoicism. The first impression of this man to anyone who met was he was extremely serious and was probably dull to converse with. Who is this scientist? That's another odd point. There is little to no information released about him to the public. So far, all I know is he rescued countless Intelligents after the fall of darkness and gathered them together. The people believed him as a savior since he preserved the Intelligent civilization by saving most of their technology, he even improved on them. However, his approval with his people has plummeted recently. Is it because of the cosmic energy experiments? Yes. The Intelligents have not completely removed their feelings towards supernatural/extraordinary powers despite the current situation. However, Albert advocates for them. Such a closed-minded and extreme civilization would not last long in this cruel cosmos, especially with how inflexible they are, commented Edward while shaking his head. This person should be our target. Let's check him out. Edward headed directly toward Albert's secret laboratory while remaining undetectable. It was a state-of-the-art lab with probably the best security on this planet. However, after being cautious especially towards the energy sensors, he swiftly infiltrated this place and met Albert. At first sight, Edward knew something was wrong with this man. Did you see it? Yes, his mind is protected by a strange power, nodded Morgana. Edward looked directly at the man, and the latter sensed something and looked around. However, Albert saw nothing out of the ordinary and continued his work. That's the power of law, added Edward. Do you think? Most likely. Let's observe more. They observed Albert for the next few hours and found nothing new. Then, the men finally rested, but the two did not move, they prepared to spend the next few days secretly observing. Luckily, they did not have to wait long. After sleeping less than 3 hours, Albert suddenly woke up and summoned a holographic projection before him. He then began to draw the schematic for a new application of dark matter as an energy source. Another breakthrough from my dream, muttered Albert, his eyes seeming lost and hopeful simultaneously. I guess we now know what's happening, commented Edward, who deduced the situation. So, he quietly left just as he came and returned to his city before contacting Olivier. What's the situation? She asked. If I guess correctly, some tier 10 gods from outside have a way to bypass Guznad's blocking, explained Edward. They use dream revelation to grant the intelligence with technology. Their plan should be to cultivate a pawn that can intervene in the current situation. The situation is about to reach a tipping point. The last thing we need is outside intervention, groaned Olivier. Do you have any idea who it is? Our information about the gods residing in the central region is limited. However, we can narrow it down since such a feat would require tier 10 powers and artificer or technology authority. There is no point in worrying about this now. The real issue is, what do you want to do with the Intelligents? A part of me wants to eradicate them and remove the trouble. The Intelligents were too much of a hostile group, so it was impossible to integrate them into the Empire without extreme measures with great risks. Another part wants to use this opportunity to get technology from these gods. Assuming your assumption is correct, the tier 10 god will never give technology that surpasses tier 9 to prevent any backlash. So, as long as we have Netheril, we should have no problem using them as leeches. We only need to monitor all their movements. In that case, let's do that. Then, what do we do with them once they are no longer useful? Try to incorporate them. If not, kill them or be merciful by sending their planet into another dimension. I don't really care. All right. With just a casual conversation, they decided the fate of an entire civilization. Sadly, that is the fate of the weak in the universe. Chapter 479, The Elves. What's on your mind? You seem a little distracted, suddenly asked Olivier, who noticed his absent-mindedness. I am worrying about Guznad's protective shield around this galaxy, replied Edward. The think tank has brought up this issue as well, nodded Olivier. They fear Guznad will apply a mutual destruction tactic and remove the protection before we defeat him, allowing the gods to access the Milky Way. And even if we defeat him without this worse outcome, there is a chance we might not find the artifact he was using for the shield, leaving us vulnerable. Then, there is the fact that this protective measure is not absolute since the gods can use dreams to send messages, added Edward with a groan. The Empire is not remotely ready to face the gods of this universe. So, Guznad's protection works in Edward's favor. As such, this has become an issue that needs to be dealt with. Do you have any solution? Asked Olivier. Surrounding the entire galaxy with a shield is not an issue. However, the issue is to have one that can keep all these gods at bay. I did find inspiration from my voyage to Black Clover, Edward said as he remembered the fog surrounding the world as protection. I can replicate the fog as it could perfectly isolate the galaxy. However, as you said, the real issue is to protect from all these gods. We will need at least 2 Tier 10 ether core to power the fog. You might as well not say anything, Olivier rolled her eyes. They went to so much trouble to create one netheril. So, even if they only needed the resources to create the energy core, that was impossible. Especially since they needed them before the war ended. The Empire could try to plunder more planes for energy, but that was dangerous. So, the only solution to this problem might be for Edward to make another voyage to some universe to gather energy. If it was before, it might be impossible. However, with our recent discovery, the situation is salvageable. Oh, what happened? Edward sent her the information about the dark multiverse, and Olivier immediately knew the implications of such a discovery. Your luck truly baffles me, said Olivier with a smile and a sigh. What can I say? I'm so handsome and intelligent that even the universe loves and cherishes me. Olivier ignored him and continued her work. Our next target is the elves. Do I need to meet their queen and king? Asked Edward. No, they rejected our request for a diplomatic visit. However, they agreed to a video communication. Even after everything that has happened, they are still stubborn. Edward shook his head. That's because their situation changed. Did something new happen? Yes. According to our spies, the elf queen, Myrtle, had awakened some of her son elves' bloodline. Olivier sighed. The situation changed everything. The king and elder council who once favored surrendering to us now completely obey the queen. Bloodline awakening. Did she reach tier 9 or something? No, tier 8. Edward had a look of confusion. With her new bloodline, she was able to heal their sacred tree, Validator. With it, she could barely deal with one of Guznad's clones. This doesn't change much. At best, they can prolong their struggle against Guznad. True. Unfortunately, the queen seems xenophobic. And with her bloodline, she now has absolute control of the council and the elf race. All right. When is the meeting? Hold on. I will contact them and set it for tomorrow. Olivier placed the screen on standby before contacting the relevant department to contact the elves. A few minutes later, she appeared again. However, Edward saw her eyebrows twisted, a sign she was angered. What happened? They rescheduled to 3 days later. Edward was silent for a moment. Fine. He returned home to meet his family and cashed on the promise Olivier gave him after his return. Then, 3 days later, he met the elf queen. He dressed appropriately while sitting on his throne. Then, a large screen appeared before him. Queen Mythil. Your Majesty, said the queen with a blank face. Edward frowned slightly before continuing the conversation. Less than an hour later, the conversation ended, and Edward sat quietly on his throne. Then, a call came from Olivier. How was it? I knew these people were arrogant and delusional. But I didn't think it was to this point. That bad? She asked with a frown. What exactly happened? She probably wants us to help her fight Guznad while retaining the independence of the Elf Kingdom. Oh, what is she offering in exchange? That's the funny part. At first, she made it seem as if it was our honor to help them, said Edward, shaking his head. Then, she offered a unique specialty for Validar. However, she never specified what the specialty was. So, are they hard to get along with, muttered Olivier with displeasure. We can wait until Guznad attacks them before we once again reach out. With the integration of the dwarves and the star race, Guznad will never watch as we incorporate the elves. So, he should be planning an attack on them soon. No need. Pardon me. We don't need to incorporate the elves in the Empire anymore. Hey. I understand the Queen offended you and hurt your pride, but this is not the time to be acting emotionally. You should give me more credit than that. Do you have a plan? These elves are too arrogant and not suited for integration, just like the intelligence. Instead, we will let Guznad wipe them out while we clone them. Clone. Yes. We will send our people to secretly control one of the elders. Using their powers, we can start a national project to gather the blood of all the elves as an attempt to study the Sun Elf bloodline and have more people awaken it. With this opportunity, we can gather a genetic data bank of their entire population. Once they are wiped out, we can clone them with empty memories, making them easier to integrate into the Empire. That's not a bad idea, replied Olivier after pondering for a while. Before then, we must access all the knowledge of their civilization. We can even access the bloodline memories of the Sun Elves, added Edward. All right, this will be our new approach for dealing with the elves. I just brought back a group of ninjas. Send them on this mission. Isn't it too much for their first mission? They need to prove their worth. Plus, I trust in Itachi's ability. If you say so. Olivier ended the conference call to continue her commanding duty. Meanwhile, Edward called Morgana. How is Chris doing? He's currently tier 4 and is still studying to catch up. Once he begins his experiment, give him access to our knowledge on hockey. It should help him with his research. All right. Edward stood up and stretched. This war should be ending soon. Now, we must consider how to properly rule an entire galaxy. He pondered for a moment before realizing this was not something for him to worry about. This headache was for his Aunt Amelia. While thinking about her, he suddenly remembered his cousin, Susan, who said she was working on a new project. Let's check on her. Chapter 480, Susan's Research. Can I come to check in? Asked Edward as he sent Susan a message. Why, all of a sudden? You talked about your new project, and you seem excited. So, I wanted to see what it was. Susan did not immediately reply, all right. Edward smiled and waited a while. Then, he received permission to teleport to her laboratory. Your Majesty, saluted the other researchers before continuing with their work. Edward did not mind as he established the spirit of the Empire. And based on his words, the spirit of pursuing knowledge is above everything, maybe even the imperial power. As such, when visiting any laboratory, people only need the minimum salutation. Of course, there are exceptions to this rule, like an official visit from the government or other official events. Come, let me show what I'm working on, said Susan, who was waiting for him. She led him to a lab testing site, a small stadium surrounded by magical shields. Your lab is a little small, commented Edward. As a member of the royal family, she has access to unimaginable resources. So, the current size of her laboratory was subpar by his standard. I wanted to fund this research myself before presenting it and get funding, said Susan. Well, as long as you're happy, nodded Edward. So, what are you working on? He tried to contain his excitement to not put too much pressure on her. Susan was a talented arcanist and should have been one of the most successful tower masters in the Empire. After all, she was trained by Edward from an early age. Unfortunately, as the Empire grew, she could not bear the pressure of being a princess and Edward Bone's cousin. People expected too much of her and her future achievements. So, she chose to become a magical painter, removing herself from any jobs related to research and so on. But, even with such a chance, people expected too much from her. Edward was a little disappointed by her choice, but he never showed it. He supported her to the best of his ability, suppressing the public's voice to the limit of his power. However, it appeared she now had rekindled her desire for research. My research is this, said Susan with a smile as she gave him a card. Yu-Gi-Oh card? Edward asked before sensing odds with the card. Could it be? Yes, replied Susan before waving the card. I summoned the Dark Magician. The card shone with brilliant light before a creature appeared inside the protected testing area. Edward looked at the creature he saw many times in the anime, which looked exactly like the one from his childhood. Is this an application of painting magic? Yes. Through painting, I can make these characters come back to life. Does it have any ability? Yes and no. The cards I created can use some basic spells. However, remember how the 3 god cards had their own will when you first created the game. When Edward first created the Egyptian gods using spiritual magic, the 3 had their own will, were overbearing, and would not allow just anyone to wield them. Is it the same situation? Yes, and it's not just the 3. Many powerful paintings have shown this phenomenon, explained Susan. What's the direction you're going? What is your expectation? I want to first create the abilities of these cards. Then, I wish they would become real creatures. However, that is far-fetched for now. Edward did not offer his comment yet. Do you have a plan for the next step? Yes, she replied with twinkling eyes. Edward had never seen her so excited. When she was young, she loved reading the comic Yu-Gi-Oh and dueling in general. In Hogwarts, she was the duel champion for 7 years consecutively. Edward even believed she did not skip grades like many others because of her passion for the game. I'm glad she can find something she truly loves and is passionate about, thought Edward as he listened to her explanation. At first, I had no direction on how to copy the card's ability until I saw Real Boistmortier's painting magic. The former magic captain from Black Clover had a magic that allowed his painting to come to life and display a variety of magic. I will use it as a basis to create the cards and their powers, explained Susan. However, that's only the first stage. For the second stage, I plan to use the spirit world you brought back. Edward also brought back a spirit world he acquired from the eastern continent of the Black Clover universe. Do you want to create spirits based on these cards? Asked Edward. Yes. According to your conjecture, the spirit world will create spirits based on the myths, legends, and stories of the world connected to it. And these cards have been in the Empire before its inception and are part of our culture. With the right aid, it should be possible to accelerate the creation of these spirits. That's a good method, but you also know there is any concrete proof that my conjecture is correct. So, how do you plan to use it to accelerate the birth of these spirits? Susan did not answer him but smiled instead. What's wrong? Nothing. I just remember when we were young, and you were tutoring me. You never answered my questions and instead asked me thousands more questions. Edward paused before placing his head on her head and sighing, I never meant for things to turn like this. It's not your fault, I just couldn't handle everything. Edward shook his head, I never should have tried to model you into me. You are your own person and should have your own path. Edward knows his flaws. When he sees someone with magical talent, he tries to gear them in the direction of magic research. He wants as many people to walk the same path as him. However, sometimes, he fails to take into account the person's wishes and desires. Susan was a victim of this, and his two apprentices, Flynn and Emily, almost suffered the same fate. Luckily, he learned from his mistake and did not prevent them from becoming archaeologists. Susan hugged him, it's all in the past now. Let's not talk about such a thing. She changed the subject. To answer your question, my plan is to study faith, the preliminary research on creating heroic spirits, and the ancestral spirit magic from different ethnicities to find a method. Faith, or the power of belief, is the right way for this research, nodded Edward. So, what do you think? It's great research. Once you succeed, you will be a pioneer in summoning magic. You think so too, said Susan with a smile. Do you have any recommendations? I thought you wouldn't want my output. How many arcanists would sell their entire fortune to get your opinions and suggestions on their research? I am not stupid enough to pass off such an opportunity. I'm glad you finally acknowledge my greatness, replied Edward with a smug look, and Susan just rolled her eyes, she knew of her cousin's narcissism. Stop playing around, she chimed. All right. I have a few things from my previous voyage that can help you. Edward waved his hand to create a screen to show her something. Chapter 481, Internal Trouble. The first one is I received data on a real heroic spirit, said Edward. Heroic spirit? I thought you were going to the Naruto universe. Whenever Edward went to a place, his family would normally know the story or development of the world. So, Susan was confused. Are the reanimated people considered heroic spirit? Edward suddenly paused, no, but that's an interesting concept to think about. Someone should study these two and see if they can come up with something. However, we have to wait until we have heroic spirits. So, what are you talking about? Asked Susan. It would be too long to explain. Edward placed his hand on her forehead and passed some of his experience to her. Your voyage is always full of wonder, uttered Susan with a sigh. Then, her eyes became bright as she thought of something. The Yu-Gi-Oh universe is real, correct? Yes. Can I go? She asked with anticipation. And Edward's first instinct was to reject her on account of safety. However, he calmed down as he realized this was an opportunity for Susan to continue her growth and discover herself. As such, he was very entangled. If you're worried, you can take me, she added. No, there is no need. I can't always protect you, said Edward with a sigh. Once the war finishes and we settle everything, there should be more floating cities. Afterward, you can travel to that universe on your own. However, you have to pay for the coordinate and take all the safety precautions. No, replied Susan without a hint of hesitation. Once her research has some results, she will have enough points to exchange the coordinates with the Akashic records. As for the safety measures, even if he did not say anything, she would have done so after knowing of the danger of the void. All right, nodded Edward before continuing his previous topic. Besides the data on heroic spirits, you can use word soul magic. This type of magic can rewrite reality at a low level using words. If engraved in the cards, it could do wonders, analyzed Susan and agreed with this proposition. Finally, it's something from my recent voyage, added Edward before showing her another spell. It's the jutsu called Creation of All Things that allows you to turn fantasy into reality, achieving the power of creation. Now, this spell does not translate well into the mana system, so you'll have to use chakra. And the limit of its power is tier 6. In other words, can I create the creatures in these cards along with their power? Asked Susan, more excited than ever. Don't get too ahead of yourself. As I said, this thing is limited before we can translate into our mana system or further develop the chakra system. That's fine. I already have an idea of how to make up for some of the problems. Oh. I'm all ears. If I can create the spirits of these creatures and use them as a medium, it will be easier to turn them from fantasy into real creatures. That's not a bad idea, commented Edward, nodding in approval. For such an excellent idea, I will give you some world source to accelerate your research. Deal, replied Susan. Any more ideas? She continued. You could try the approach of dream energy and work with Chloe. manifesting them in a dream before bringing them to reality. That's a good method. Then, she looked at him with longing eyes. That's all I have, he shrugged. Plus, this is your research. Well, it's more than enough. Edward chatted with her for a moment before leaving. Morgana, what's my schedule? There is nothing currently on the table, but you should probably meet the Black Clover captains. Oh, is something wrong? Not really, but they are having some trouble settling in. All right. I will go see them tomorrow, replied Edward. Schedule a session for now. As you wish. Edward headed to his lab without a hint of joy. He hated his illusion sessions. However, he had to do them. After arriving at his meditation room, he closed his eyes and entered the illusion. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes red and a terrifying aura emanating from his body. Luckily, the room was surrounded by enchantments, otherwise, the entire solar system would have trembled under his wrath. It's maddening, said Edward as he drank a potion to soothe his mind and soul. Slowly losing his family is one thing, but the fact that he cannot do anything to save or revive him always drives him to madness. Take a 5-minute break before continuing, said Morgana, and Edward mechanically nodded. Dang. Before the break finished, Edward sensed a subtle vibration. What's going on? With this room's protection, this should not be the case. The source is coming from Earth, replied Morgana, who did a rapid search. From what Earth? Did something happen? I'm trying to find the source, replied the little elf, and Edward had to leave his training and appear above the sky on Earth while invisible. Soon, his Aunt Amelia's holographic screen appeared before him. What's going on? He asked. What do you mean? I just sense a fluctuation from Earth capable of affecting the entire planet. Although it was subtle, it was there. Amelia frowned as she immediately checked and contacted the relevant department. Our sensors did not detect anything, she replied with worry in her eyes. They were monitoring every planet under the Empire's rule, and energy fluctuations were the highest bullet points in the monitoring lists. After all, a Tier 6 Arcanist can eradicate the planet with one spell. So, they have to monitor any large or unknown energy fluctuation. However, his nephew just told him something bypassed their sensors. Did you use the new sorcerer eyes? Asked Edward. They are still in the manufacturing process, so we haven't deployed them yet. In the Naruto world, he created the defense system of the Empire through the invention of new satellites or sorcerer eyes that used Byakugan as the core of their technology. Deploy the ones you already manufactured and ask Luna to see if she can find anything. Amelia quickly deployed, and her orders were fast and efficient. Less than 5 minutes later, new sorcerer eyes floated above the planet, searching for the source of the energy fluctuation. The answer is negative, she replied with a frown, and Edward had a serious look. Another screen appeared before him, showing Luna's face. As soon as she appeared, she shook her head. I'm drawing blank. In that case, the situation might be more dangerous than anticipated, muttered Edward. The two became serious after hearing this. They did not doubt his words since no one was more sensitive to energy than Edward on the planet. Morgana, any information? I could not pinpoint the location of the energy, but I did not analyze its essence. It was a spatial fluctuation. Spatial energy. Then things are easier. Edward closed his eyes and took control of the space-time rules. In his mind, he sensed the countless dimensions, both artificial and innate, surrounding the planet. He remembered the energy fluctuation he sensed and compared it with the thousands of dimensions. Found it, he saw before showing the two something. Who is the owner of this demiplane? According to our record, it's a Tier 7 Arcanist called James Carter, replied Morgana. Why is he breaking the law and causing spatial fluctuations capable of influencing the planet? Asked Luna with confusion. I think I know why, said Amelia, who pulled up a document to show the group. Chapter 482, Complications. 12 hours ago, the IGD, Information Gathering Department, received information that James was involved in suspicious activities, said Amelia. After analyzing the news, the Aura Department invited him for interrogation. Wait, why didn't they take care of the matter themselves? Asked Edward. He knew this was a time of war, so the Intelligence Department's power reached an unprecedented level. So, it's odd they did not arrest James themselves. They have been getting too powerful lately, so I've been using the Aura Department to quell their growth, explained Amelia. She saw the Intelligence Department start to get out of control, so she began to suppress their rights and power. Harry has been a great help in the process. You should give him some reward after the war. Amelia did not mention a promotion since Harry recently took over the entire Aura Department of Earth. I will. This is not the time for this, chimed Luna. You're right, said Amelia before continuing. The time of the fluctuation corresponds to the time the Aura should have arrived. Something happened to them, thought Edward. Even if they fought, there should not be any fluctuation. During the war, we have lost too many people inside demiplanes and dimensions. So, we created new ways to ask for help in case of danger, explained Amelia. My guess is the fluctuation is the result of James trying to keep the signal from departing. You might be right. Under normal circumstances, such fluctuation would remain undetected, and only a freak like Edward would discover. You should move swiftly, added Luna. James might be preparing for his escape. Edward nodded. After killing the Empire's people, his next course would be to run away. Don't worry. I already blocked his demi-plane, said Edward. One last thing, why did the intelligence department take 12 hours to act on a piece of information? I'm fine if you want to weaken their power. But, their efficiency must be better. Many things can happen in the span of 12 hours, so Edward was not happy with such a long delay. There is too much information to process every second, replied Amelia, shrugging. James' information was not verified and was not labeled as the highest priority. Don't we have AI? Asked Edward. Because of you, we are only using the lowest level, explained Amelia with a sigh. I tried to change things during this time of war, but the anti-artificial intelligence factions have become a headache, using you to make trouble for me. Edward groaned. He was not happy with AI having access to the Empire's highest secrets. As long as we have Netheril, we don't have to worry about the threat of AI. So, you can use it more widely. Excellent, said Amelia, with joy in her voice. With the widespread use of AI, many departments of the Empire will enter an era of ultimate efficiency, making her job easier. All right. I'll deal with James. Edward disappeared and appeared inside another demi-plane. He easily forced himself inside despite the protest of its owner. As soon as Edward entered, he saw a desolate city with a magnificent tower at the center. Demiplanes are private properties of Arcanists, where they are basically the rulers. However, there are rules to follow. The people inside the demiplanes are citizens of the Empire and are protected by law. So, the owner of the demiplane cannot treat them in certain ways. This rule is to prevent these people with godlike powers from enslaving weaker individuals. As such, most Arcanists with a private demiplane will fill it with automatons. Based on the data he read, James' demiplane contained countless people working for him. But now, Edward could not see a soul. He controlled his anger before flying to the tower at the center. He sensed residual energy aura and guessed this was the place the auras confronted James. Why don't you stop wasting our time and come out, said Edward, as his voice penetrated the magic tower and sent his message inside. The biggest mistake was to enter an Arcanist's magic tower. However, this point was useless, given the vast difference between their strength. Regardless, Edward decided to be careful. No one answered him, so Edward raised his hand to create a miniature star, prepared to pulverize the tower with one attack. Swish. The tower disappeared, and James appeared. Edward purposely looked in the distance. He knew James sent the tower to another dimension, so he could prevent him from destroying it. Then, James can continue to access the energy from the tower to boost his strength. Finally, Edward focused on James' blonde hair, brown eyes, slightly muscular, and a well-defined jawline. However, he did not care about these things. Edward could see a red light flash deep in his pupils. Furthermore, his overall aura was different. Your mana. You discovered it. I guess I should not be surprised. The abyss corrupted you. How is that possible? He could sense dark mana from James' body. The concept of dark mana was long theorized after the Empire discovered different energies. No actual development manifested from this theory until Edward brought Dr. Jekyll from the Mummy 4 world, and it was finally proven to be true after the Empire encountered the abyss plane. However, knowledge about the abyss and dark mana is the highest secret, only known to a few people in the royal family and the Illuminati. Why are you surprised? When you look into the abyss, it gazes back, said James Carter with a twisted laugh. Are you related to Guznad? Is he the one who used the abyss to corrupt you? Him? Is he worthy? Yes, something is odd. Even if Guznad had access to the legacy of the Magus race, there is no way he could completely bypass our system. Luna used Netheril for her divination but did not get anything, which is abnormal. Does he have the help of an Abyss Prince, Tier 10? No, maybe even the Legendary King, Tier 11. Edward recently confirmed the existence of Tier 11 in the wizard world, so it's not out of pocket that the Abyss has one too. Edward looked at James, and the latter felt every single thing about him was being seen through, and he hated this feeling. So, James began to release his power, preparing for a confrontation. I sense a subtle will in your body, continued Edward. I see. This is not just the work of a king. The Abyss will is also involved, trying to interfere in the affairs of our plane. If there ever was a plane that will wishes to swallow, it would be the birthplace of the Magus race. The only issue is why would Guznad risk everything to work with Abyss Demon? He should know the result. James Carter made a growling sound before creating a large sun made of dark fire. The intensity of that attack reached tier 8 because he used his arcane spark to boost his spell with the karma he had gathered. Wish. James' spell suddenly disappeared as if it was never here. Anti-magic, he said in shock. He remembered the library was recently updated and there was knowledge about anti-magic on it. However, the classification of anti-magic was very high. James was flustered for a moment before regaining his bearing. He was an arcanist, the perfect magical class. Without hesitation, he controlled the earth and metal energy coming from the city in his demi-plane. Yes, good response, commented Edward, who proceeded to forcibly regain control of the earth and metal energy of this entire place, once again rendering James powerless. How is that possible? It's a new ability I've recently learned after increasing my energy control talent, explained Edward briefly. He acquired too many chances during his trip to Naruto. If I guess correctly, Guznad must be playing a dangerous game. He probably cannot keep the outside gods for too long, so he wished to deal with us with the abyss before breaking up his words and forcing you, demons, back to your plane. What a stupid decision. The moment Guznad chose to work with the abyss, his fate was doom. He would forever be unable to live peacefully in this plane as the gods will hunt him down to their last breath. What do you know, said James as he mobilized the aura inside his body, preparing for a close combat battle. Edward shook his head before suddenly stopping. Then, his face turned ugly. No, you're only a sacrificial pawn, a distraction. Chapter 483, Plot. Ha ha ha, you finally noticed, said James with an eerie smile as he rushed toward Edward with unparalleled speed. He concentrated his aura on his fist, preparing a punch capable of doing devastating destruction to a star. However, Edward instantly cast a gravity spell that increased the surrounding gravity by 100,000 times that of Earth, crushing James on the floor. Hokuto, yelled Edward, and his dragon spirit manifested in this place, with all its glory. Deal with him. The dragon nodded before using its claws to create layers of barriers upon James, sealing him and all his powers. In the meantime, Edward had already left. He activated his cosmic awareness and sensed danger originating from one of the other demi-planes. Without wasting time, he used his space-time rules to force his way inside. As soon as he arrived at his destination, he knew he was at the correct place. Someone was floating in the air with countless enchantments on the ground and in the air. Wentworth, said Edward with gritted teeth. He knew this arcanist. His name was Edward Wentworth III. He was not a tower master despite reaching tier 7. However, Edward remembered his theory on the relationship between memories, the spirit, the mind, and the soul. He talked to the latter and chose to call him Wentworth since they had the same first name. You're too late, said Wentworth before a terrifying energy wave emanated from his body. Such a spell will not only affect Earth but destroy the solar system and the surrounding dozens of star systems, thought Edward, not hiding his anger. I guess I should admire you, you can be calm even in such a situation, said Wentworth with a sneer. Then, a smile appeared on his face as he watched his masterpiece complete. Edward raised his hand, and Wentworth shook his head in pity. A green magic circle appeared before Edward. Then, everything stopped. The green flames that Wentworth would ravage the center of the empire, killing billions of people, Wentworth himself, the magic circles in the ground and sky, everything stopped moving. Well, except for 2 people. Time magic. On this scale, muttered Wentworth, ignoring the fact only his mouth could move. It was not surprising the Emperor could use time magic since it is one of the most powerful and fascinating magic in the cosmos. There is a list in the Empire of Arcanists with the talent and capabilities of using time magic. And Wentworth knew that amongst these people, even the Empire only had a rudimentary control over time magic. The latter might be able to affect objects the size of an apple, but nothing bigger. Furthermore, it could not yet affect living things. Ha ha ha, everyone underestimates how many secrets you have, they don't know how truly scary you are, said Wentworth with a deep sigh. Regretting now? Asked Edward as he flew over to him. There is no point in regret, losing is losing. Is this what this is about? You want to win over me, said Edward, controlling his anger. Maybe, maybe not. So, what did Guznad offer you for such a betrayal? Wentworth did not answer him, but Edward did not mind. You should understand you cannot hide the truth from me, persuaded Edward. You're arrogant, so I doubt you would allow anyone to place any seals in your soul. So, there should be a contract. However, there are hundreds, if not thousands, ways to annul or bypass a contract. So, I will spare your last dignity if you tell the truth. Wentworth was silent for a moment. He offered me control over a plane. Edward squinted his eyes. So, the rumors are true. You do already know about other planes. After Havika created his mathematical model and became a tower master, the existence of other planes was almost confirmed among high-level arcanists. There were even rumors the royal family had already discovered planes and were using their resources for their own. A few people even guessed that the emperor suddenly disappeared and returned with a bunch of new knowledge because of conquering other planes. So, you thought your life would be more successful after conquering one plane? I have seen with my own eyes. Most magical civilizations cannot reach beyond Tier 4 because of the lack of knowledge, said Wentworth. Mages simply do not have enough knowledge to increase their soul strength and reach higher tiers. So, they have to resort to drinking potions, weird ceremonies, and slow and inefficient meditation methods to increase their soul. And while they also have to worry about the increase of mana, most human mages cannot reach Tier 4, where they can increase their lifespan and die a mediocre life. Why are you so powerful? Asked Wentworth with red eyes. It's because you have an entire empire researching and creating knowledge for you. Since you can do it, why can't I? Edward shook his head. Many of you believe it is easy to do what I did. However, you're the first one to hide your research like your life depends on it. With such a mindset, how could any of you create something like the Arcane Empire? He did not hide his sneer. Don't be a hypocrite. You also hide many things. Yes, I do. But what I do hide is minuscule compared to what I share. Wentworth did not know what to answer. Most arcanists agreed much knowledge in the Empire should not be available to the public or anyone for that matter, for example, time magic. However, with an affordable price and the signing of the appropriate contract, any Tier 4 arcanists can buy such research. He knew all of this was in the name of further developing magic and pushing its boundary. This does not change anything, argued Wentworth. However, his voice lacked certain convictions. Let me ask you, did it ever occur to you that Guznad was tricking you? I'm not stupid. So, I made sure there was nothing wrong with the contract. Did he offer you a Tier 7 plane? What do you mean? You do know planes have levels, don't you? I wasn't aware. So, he only offered you a plane. What are you getting at? Wentworth snapped. Guznad could have just given you a Tier 9 plane. With your current strength, you would only be discovered by the plane will and instantly annihilated. Wentworth's face was ugly to look at. From your reaction, I'm guessing you don't even know what a plane will is. Edward shook his head. He could tell what kind of person Wentworth was, full of ambitions, arrogant, and yet, extremely ignorant while thinking he was smart. There is a reason higher beings do not know how to deal with lower ones besides strength, their vision, experience, and knowledge are on a completely different level. Wentworth's face underwent numerous changes. Are you going to kill me? Yes, replied Edward. You don't have to say anything more. You've touched my bottom line, so you have to die, continued Edward. However, you can be reassured that your death will not be in vain since I will make an example of you. WH. What do you mean? Your story will be used in classes throughout the Empire to teach young citizens of the consequences of trying to deal with devils, gods, or creatures of higher powers than themselves. You're going to use me as propaganda and brainwashing, yelled Wentworth. Well, I guess you could see it that way. Damn you. Wentworth's mouth became frozen in time, and Edward waved his hand to burn his body before sealing his soul in a diamond. Then, he dealt with the green flame spell. Finally, he resumed the time that was stopped. Chapter 484, Royal Response. Edward teleported to James' demiplane. And as he expected, Hokuto had already dealt with the threat by sealing the corrupted arcanist. The dragon spirit handed him a small cube before disappearing. Edward could hear a sound coming from the cube in his palm. Any last word? What did you do? What are you all right? Asked James. I guess these are your last words, sneered Edward. You don't need to threaten me. I know how you operate. You will try every means to get more information from me. But I guarantee you won't succeed. James knew this man very well, this a person whose core values involve the word value. He loves geniuses because of their values, he embraces all races, ethnicities, and species because of their value as a collective. So, since he was more valuable alive, James believed he would be fine. And as long as he can withstand the torture, it's only a matter of time before the Empire falls under the might of the Abyss Plane. Oh, silly James, you haven't realized your true value yet, said Edward with a smirk. Wait, you want to use me as an experimental material? Otherwise. You are the first corrupted arcanist capable of using dark mana. Your existence is way more valuable than any information I could extract from you. Furthermore, I'm sure your soul already has the mark of the Abyss will. And with my current strength and knowledge, it would be futile to try to deal with it. However, it is worth studying. No, you can't do this. The Empire's law forbade using other arcanists as experimental materials. If you do this, the royal family cannot survive the backlash. Your ironclad rule or control of the Empire will be shaken. You underestimate my control over my country, rebutted Edward. Plus, this law has a loophole, such a protection is not afforded to heinous criminals or traitors such as yourself. Edward loved and cherished his empire. After all, it is his baby that he spent years building from the ground up. However, he did not need the Empire as much as it needed him. If people revolted against his reign, he could just begin a new and better empire on another galaxy, plane, or universe. The Arcane Library, which contains 90% of the entire empire's knowledge and technology, will make the process 100 times easier. So, if he needs to abandon everything from Earth and start from scratch, he is more than capable of doing so. Edward placed James away before teleporting back to his palace. And as soon as he arrived, he accepted all the calls waiting for him. More than a dozen screens appeared before him as the royal family and the members of the Illuminati called him simultaneously. What happened? Asked Amelia. Why was time stopped? All the people present have 3 magical items they must carry with them at all times: a anti-time stopping item, anti-instant death item, and a void teleportation spell item that stores a small portion of void energy that can break through any space blockade spells, allowing them to run away in a dangerous situation. As such, they were the few people capable of moving during Edward's time stop. Of course, the main reason is that they were not the main target. Edward explained the entire situation to everyone. How did they bypass our defense system? Asked Dumbledore. Has the intelligence and divination department become so incapable? Asked Grindelwald. Don't blame the divination department, we're already overworked, chimed Luna. Recently, their department received 2 new seers, Miko Satoru and Yami's sister, the Divine Maiden. With these 2, things have eased a lot in their department. However, Luna has been easing them into their station southwest as not to place them under too much pressure. I'm sure your highness is doing her best. However, you can also see the consequences of failures, replied Grindelwald, and Luna had to agree. In some ways, their department is the first line of defense of the Empire. And their failure almost caused the destruction of the central area of the Empire. Such a blow would not destroy the Empire but would cripple it for the next few hundred years. And as long as Guznad took this opportunity, it could truly be the end. We need to indeed expand the amount of diviners. But you know very well such talent is rare. Expend the pools we have to choose from. Do you mean the multiverse? Asked Luna. But, we are currently banished from accessing it. You can also go to other planes, explained Edward. Plus, I was referring to the Dark Multiverse. Dark Multiverse? What's that? I already updated the information in the library. You can check it. Forget that for now. We have not discovered how Guznad bypassed our defenses. If that problem is not solved, we cannot solve the issue from the core, commented Olivier. If I guess correctly, it should be through dream, said Edward. Dream revelation. Olivier suddenly remembered that intelligence named Albert. Indeed, that seems to be the most common way the gods talk to their followers. Now we know the method. What solutions do we have? Asked Amelia. We can just create a dream dimension as a barrier to the Empire's territory, suggested Rowena. This should be no problem for Chloe. That's a good idea. With this dimension, it's possible to intercept any dream revelations from gods or higher beings in the future, agreed Amelia. Since they were destined to be the enemy of the gods, they needed to be prepared for all possibilities. More than that. We can use dreams to gather information, assassination, and even plant suggestions into people's minds, added Grindelwald. Such a method could create major backlash if discovered, swiftly argued Dumbledore, who opposes using the dream for such a method. Although he supported the Empire after seeing the cruelty of the universe, he also did not want things like severe monitoring to become common in the Empire. And many people like Lily and Flitwick agreed with him. Plus, most arcanists stop sleeping and dreaming after a certain tier. This method is not effective. If they don't dream, we make them dream, added Grindelwald. There is no need to go this far on how people, countered Rowena. But, we don't need such restraint on foreign powers. Set up the dimension and relevant department, Edward said, making a decision. We need dream auras, intelligence gatherers, and assassins. We don't have to use it on the citizens unless there is reasonable cause. Very well, uttered Amelia, since this is her department. Now, how do we deal with the outside reaction? Although only these people were not affected by the spell, the other arcanists quickly found something was wrong, especially since only the time of planet Earth stopped. With communication with other colonies, their own intuition, and the input of the few known arcanists capable of using time magic, people soon discovered what happened. Tell them the truth, said Edward. If the news that we can stop time around an entire planet, many people will not easily accept such a thing. This could lead to chaos, said Amelia with a frown. These powerful arcanists will not easily accept that someone could so easily control their lives, even though they already know this to be a fact once the floating cities appear. We can minimize the impact if we say it was an artifact from the Time Auras department, said Edward. These people might more easily accept this fact if they don't know he did it with his own strength. Plus, I plan to have a chat with them. Once I'm done, they won't dare openly complain, continued Edward. The Time Aura is a semi-open secret. So, it would be easier to accept, agreed Amelia. The more important thing is after this incident, many of these people will begin to study anti-time magic, leading to many brilliant ideas and developments, said Edward with glowing eyes. Everyone nodded with him. All right, you can continue with your own thing. Luna, stay, I have something to say to you, said Edward. Chapter 485, More Control. Is this about the divination department? Asked Luna. You should know things are beyond my ability. No, Edward shook his head. I wouldn't blame you for something like that. Oh, then, what did you want? Edward paused, his hesitation obvious from his facial expression. Luna looked at him weirdly. Are you going to ask me to do something morally outrageous again? Edward's mouth almost twitched. It's not as bad as you make it sound. What is it this time? She asked with an exasperated sigh. I just had an idea on how to boost the strength of the divination department. And that would be. Edward no longer hesitated and replied, take countless variants of yourself from the multiverse, purify their seer bloodline before connecting their minds together, forming an amplifier, allowing them their ability to reach new heights. You want to use my variants from the multiverse as some sort of battery or divination artifact. When you put it that way, it sounds worse than it sounds. And how exactly do you think that sounds? We can erase their memory so they don't feel any pain. Luna's bloodline was special, making it impossible to clone her. And even the successful clones lost her seer abilities, so this plan has to use different versions of herself from the multiverse. That sounds even worse, argued Luna. They would be nothing but objects once you succeed. We will be using the versions from the dark multiverse, meaning they would all be evil. And that won't make the situation any better. Based on what you said about the dark multiverse, these people turned evil because of one or two events that went wrong in our timelines. In other words, they are the way they are because of fate and circumstances. Edward groaned a little. In that case, think of the long term. If you agree to this project, it can increase your chances of reaching Tier 11. You know what is at stake and what is waiting for us in the future. Don't try to guilt-trip me. We don't even have a proper method of reaching Tier 11. So, this project will not affect the general situation. Edward looked her in the eyes for a few seconds before sighing. Then, what about a compromise? Instead of using your variants, we use Professor Trelawney. Although her divination bloodline is nothing compared to yours, we can make up for the gap using numbers. Plus, we don't have to tell her anything. Luna frowned for a moment. I'll think about it. Then, she immediately ended the conversation, leaving Edward alone on his throne. Morgana, what do you think the consequences would be if I did it behind her back? The little elf appeared before him. She has great control over the department, so it's very unlikely to hide it from her. And once she finds the truth, well, the best-case scenario is she ignores you for a few years, possibly hundreds of years, and the worst-case scenario is she divorces you. Edward groaned softly as he muttered, so severe, huh? Boss, if I may say something. Go ahead. You know there is no need for reservation between us. Your current reaction is probably the result of your insecurity that the Empire's defense system was so easily breached. In other words, your paranoia makes you subconsciously fear similar things will happen again. So, you want to do whatever necessary to ensure it doesn't, even at the cost of your personal relationship. Edward paused. You're probably right. I usually am, said Morgana with a smile, trying to lighten the mood. She knew her best was in a delicate state after experiencing the illusion formations. So, his paranoia was at an all-time high, fearing the things that happened in the illusion would come true. Well, smartass, I'm glad you're here to keep me in check, said Edward as he rolled his eyes. Let's get back to work. Did you send the invitations? Yes. Everybody is already waiting. Did anyone not show up? No, but a few people seemed deep into important research and sent a representative. That's fine, nodded Edward. Let's begin. Thousands of screens appeared before him, showing him all types of arcanists, humans, other races, old, young, women, men, and some people who even looked like children for odd reasons. All the people present were people who had a private demiplane, so their ranks ranged from Tier 4 to Tier 7. As soon as these people appeared, they saluted the Emperor as a form of politeness. However, after seeing Edward's nonchalant, almost cold response, they knew something must have happened. Less than 30 minutes ago, arcanists James Carter and Edward Wentworth III betrayed the Empire and sold their soul to Guznad. Wentworth almost succeeded in using a Tier 8 spell, destroying the entire solar system. The faces of these arcanists changed. Their hearts trembled as they realized how close they were to death. Among these people, few people could survive the sudden destruction of the solar system. So, the result of such a terrorist act would be catastrophic. Your Majesty, is this why there was an anomaly of time stopping recently? Asked an arcanist. Yes. Everyone quieted down, analyzing the ramifications of this event. A few smart people had already guessed the reason for this meeting and were unhappy. I made the use of demiplanes public to give you personal space to do your research. I basically allow each of you to have your own small country where you have absolute power, including military powers in the forms of golem legions. But what is the result? Many people were against such loose control of the demi-planes, and many others were against allowing private use altogether. But Edward proceeded because, in the future, arcanists will travel to other planes and, eventually, other universes. So, they need to be a walking civilization to conquer, visit, or explore these places. So, he allowed them to develop to prepare for the future. Anyway, private demi-planes will be more strictly regulated from now, and the threshold for possessing one will be raised. We will place a dimensional wall to separate all demi-planes from the Empire's territory to prevent the previous situation. So, be prepared that it will be more difficult for you to enter the territory from your demi-plane. These arcanists secretly cursed in their mind. Although the Emperor used sophisticated words like, more strictly regulated, they knew what these words actually meant. The intelligence department will now secretly infiltrate their demi-planes and monitor them. After all, they need resources for their experiment or raising their legion, so it's easy to infiltrate. Even the ones who do not allow people in their space and only use golems did not think they were safe. With the royal family's capabilities, it's not impossible for them to secretly control many of their golems without anyone else being aware. Additionally, that dimensional wall will also affect them as it will make traveling to Earth more challenging, limiting their connection to other arcanists. The exchange of ideas and knowledge is the cornerstone of any powerful arcanist. So, most of them will have great connections, friends, or acquaintances with people in many fields. If this decision was made any time before today, they could protest, even banding together and using public opinion to protest such a decision. However, these cunning casters knew it was impossible to do so with the betrayal of these two. If they tried anything now, they would become pawns for the Emperor to display his power and warn others. I have said what I needed to, said Edward. The meeting is finished, and you're dismissed. He waved his hand to close all these screens, not giving anyone the chance to ask any more questions. Chapter 486, Balance. Edward's meeting with the people with private demi-planes did not spread to the general public. However, it spread amongst other arcanists, especially the tower masters living in Academy City. Acquiring a tower in that city is one of the highest honors of the Empire. It is a status of strength, power, and acknowledgement of one's achievements. And after receiving the tower, most people will stay there and do their research. As such, it's not a problem for them to have one or multiple demi-planes on the towers. However, there are political implications behind the towers. With all these talented arcanists in one place, it is easier to monitor and essentially control them. Many people do not like such a fact. So, many tower masters would leave their towers empty and have their research laboratory in their own residence across Earth or other places in the Empire's territory. The Empire's tolerance for these people is very high. After all, they are still people who follow the rules but do not like to be under strict management or regulations. However, there is a group of tower masters who prefer to use private demi-planes. These people do not only want privacy but absolute control and power over a domain, hence the demi-planes. Based on a tower master's choice, they will be placed on a watch list of different levels. The lowest level is those who stay in Academy City. These people are often supporters of the Empire or at the very least, support order and not abuse their godlike power. The second level involved those who stayed in the Empire's territory and had deep connections with many of their peers. Finally, there are the people with private demi-planes, the group full of ambitious individuals. After the news spread, many of these tower masters in the third level acted. Some returned to Academy City, while a few also gave up their private demi-plane. These people were smart and understood the Emperor's tolerance of them had lowered. As the brightest mind of the Empire, their value also corresponds to a dangerous threat. As such, despite the Emperor's love for talent, he might begin to secretly liquidate them. The Ghost Squad was not a joke. If those lunatics decided to quietly eliminate them, only a few people might survive. Well, that was the thought of many people prior to recent events. Now, people knew the Empire had a way to stop time for the entire planet. Although they guessed the price for deploying such technology must be enormous, it would not matter to the Emperor if he truly wanted to eliminate them. So, as an act of precaution and to send a signal of their obedience or change of mind. After his chat with Luna and Morgana, Edward spent the next few hours checking the media and Skynet to check people's reactions to recent events. The word traitor has become a little sensitive during this war. However, the populace was shocked that someone of that caliber betrayed the Empire and became a terrorist. Luckily, everything was still under control, and the people did not panic. So, Edward created another clone to work on the dimensional wall that separated those people with demi-planes. Finally, he decided to take a break by taking a long bath and sleeping. It has been years since he slept, if he did not count fun times with any of his wives. So, he chose to relax for the next few hours until his meeting with the Black Clover squads. After arriving at the destination, everyone was already there, the captains, Asta and Yuno, Queen Lalapeka, representatives from the Eastern continent, and many other people. As soon as Edward appeared, everyone was either drinking, eating, or chatting. However, he could sense a weird mood or atmosphere in the venue. "Sir Wizard King." "No, I mean, His Majesty, the Arcane Emperor," said one of the vice-captains who first saw Edward. Everyone finally noticed him and saluted together. There was disharmony with all these people talking together because some people called Wizard King, while others called Arcane Emperor. A few people started calling him one name before changing midway. "Be at ease," said Edward with a smile before heading near a bonfire and sitting on a log. He immediately became the center of attention but did not pay attention to such a thing. After sitting down, his adopted daughter, Charmy, handed him a large piece of meat, followed by a bowl of pasta and rice. "Thanks," said Edward as he ate ravenously. Edward ate his food, and Charmy kept giving him until he finished the dessert she gave him. Finally, he glanced at the group. "You guys have become boring," said Edward, and no one knew how to answer these words except one. "Can you blame them?" said Yami, who still had his rugged look while smoking his cigarette. He even ignored his sister, who was secretly kicking him as a warning. "It's good to see you haven't changed," said Edward. "That's yet to be determined," replied Yami. Edward nodded. "I'm sure many of you have questions. I will take this time to answer you." No one immediately spoke. So, after an awkward silence for a few seconds, they looked at Yami. However, he shrugged his shoulders to indicate not to rely on him. "I will speak," said Fugolian, who walked to the front. "Sir, to be honest, I think the majority of us are lost. What is our purpose in this world? Safety. From our observation, the Aurors, Earth Defense Force, and the Imperial Navy are more than enough to protect not only this planet but the territory of the Empire. As magic knights, they used to protect their kingdoms. But now, they seem to be useless. Maybe research," continued Fugolian. "However, most of us are fighters and not good at research. Furthermore, what we can contribute in general to the technology tree of the Empire is very little. So, what is our purpose?" Edward saw a few people nodding their heads, and he could tell the majority of people present agreed with Fugolian's words. So, he took a moment to organize his words. "I brought you all here for many reasons. The majority of you are extremely gifted individuals. And after integrating into the Empire and using its resources, you can become some of the strongest arcanists alive." Edward squinted his eyes. "The Empire is destined to rule over this universe. Our tentacles will stretch to every corner, and many people, the gods, to be specific, will not allow such a thing. So, I need as many talented individuals as possible for this grand war that's coming. And that's not the only reason I brought you back. To be exact, there are two things that only your team can accomplish." Everyone focused. The first one is the Plane Expedition Legion. The Empire has recently discovered the existence of other planes. You can think of them as places like the Underworld and Elysium from your dimension. I will create a legion of people to infiltrate certain planes and slowly rise from the ground up. The members of these regions need to be talented, willing to take risks, and flexible enough to succeed in such a dangerous mission. Many of your magic fits the requirement for this legion, explained Edward, who suddenly paused as he took a drink from Charmy and caressed her head. And the final purpose I brought you here is to bring balance to the Empire. Balance. I don't think anything needs balance, said Fugolian. The Empire is divided into Scholar and Battle Arcanist. Because of my desire for more knowledge, Scholar Arcanists have a higher status, are stronger, and are more valued. Meanwhile, Battle Arcanists do the most dangerous jobs, receive less compensation, and have lower political and economic status. Unfortunately, the situation has reached a point where the balance is too one-sided. And that's where you come in. I will use you guys to raise the status of Battle Arcanists and reinstate the balance. Chapter 487, Bloodline Source. How exactly do you expect us to achieve such a thing? Asked Yami as he blew his smoke. In fact, you guys already have an equalizer, said Edward as he summoned his grimoire. Previously, only scholars could study and create spells. And as the creator of said spells, it was virtually impossible to surpass them under normal circumstances. Furthermore, they can use the spells to earn money and exchange resources. Battle mages did not have such luxury. At best, they could modify a spell, which can allow them to earn arcane points and coins, but they still had to pay for the copyrights. But now, things are different. With the Origin Grimoire in my control, battle mages can now create any spells based on their willpower, desires, and type of magic. So, even if they do not truly understand the spells, they can create them and use them like the scholars. And that's one of the few benefits of this thing. So, where do we fit in all this? Asked Nozel, who did not think things were as simple as they brought this grimoire magic system. Basically, I will make you into the beacon or symbol for battle mages. You need to defeat some of the most powerful scholars in the Empire, especially the ones who are advocates of scholar supremacy. You need to show the world that battle mages are no longer inferior to anyone else. And while you're in the spotlight, I will secretly manipulate things to weaken the scholars and raise the status of battle mages. The room quieted down for a few seconds before a burst of wild laughter echoed in everyone's ears. That sounds interesting, said Marileona. Isn't fighting? That's what we are best at. I'm glad you're confident, nodded Edward. However, things will not be as easy as you think. In this world, knowledge literally equals power. Scholars are more powerful than battle mages because they have a deeper understanding of the essence of magic. Furthermore, although they are called scholars, do not think they are a bunch of nerds stuck in a laboratory every day, with little to no battle experience. With virtual reality, they can acquire as many battle experiences as needed. And the majority of them will alter their memories during the experience to forget they are in a virtual world, allowing them to experience true life and death battles. Because of this, the one advantage that battle mages have, willpower, will not differ too much from these scholars. Everyone had a pondering look. Many people had the idea this assignment would be easy because of the reason Edward brought up. After all, the name scholar indicated many things. But now, they realized this was a nightmare-level mission. Why does it feel like these scholars were designed to be all-encompassing, said Yami. That's because they were, said Edward. I should have guessed as much. Edward smiled wryly and did not answer. He created the concept of scholars to ensure the Empire focused most of its effort on developing magic and technology. And in the early stages, he also wanted them to be the mainstream of the Empire, so he guided them by making sure they had no weakness in combat. Sir, do you have a specific plan for this mission? Asked Fuegoleon. Yes, and you will have my full support. However, you guys should also be prepared to become stars. If you're uncomfortable with the spotlight or wish your life to remain private, it's best not to participate. We will discuss amongst ourselves and decide, nodded Fuegoleon. That's good. Any more questions? I have a question. Edward looked at the overexcited shortman and secretly smiled after seeing Asta had not changed much after so many years. The Empire's centenary anniversary will be in 23 years. If you defeat me, you can take my position as the Arcane Emperor. Really? That's the law. Asta's eyes twinkle as he finds a new goal for himself. He became the Wizard King, and soon, he will become the Arcane Emperor. Edward smiled as he continued the party, however, the mood was much lighter. He checked on the integration of the two continents from that universe into Pangaea and how ordinary people were adapting to the recent changes. He focuses especially on the dwarves and elves. After settling everything, Edward left early to see an old friend. He teleported to a room where a woman was watching intently at a screen. She was startled by his sudden appearance and almost released a devastating spell. Oh, it's you, said Fleur before nodding. What's wrong with you? Asked Edward. Just tired. When was the last time you rested? A while. Edward frowned. Fleur had returned from the Black Clover trip with him. However, she's been doing research since then. The worrying part is that Edward sensed time acceleration in this room, and she appeared to have not slept for a while. You need to rest. No, I'm so close. If I succeed, it will be a monumental creation on par with your floating city. And you might succeed if you rest and revert your mind to its peak state. Fleur could not find the words to argue back. So, she nodded and went to take a deep sleep. Normally, deep sleep of only 3 hours is enough for a normal human to function for 48 hours without any problem. And the effect is exponentially better for arcanists with high spiritual strength. However, Fleur slept for 24 hours straight while in deep sleep. Feeling better? Asked Edward, who was waiting for her. Yes, I needed that, said Fleur as she gave him a peck on the cheek. That's good. So, what got you so excited? Fleur's eyes immediately lit up as she hurriedly showed him a screen that displayed a sleeping dragon Albion. It's been a while since I last saw that overgrown lizard, commented Edward. He placed the Dragon King inside a world gate located in the void outside of this universe. He did not want the dragons to locate him and discover the existence of the Empire. I have found the bloodline source of the dragons, said Fleur as she showed him another picture of another dragon. This one had an aura of vicissitude and power emanating from them. It had golden and purple scales, what appeared to be a crown on its head, laying on a mountain of treasure, no, a world of treasure. Oddly though, the dragon's size was not too big. This dragon should be the origin of all dragon bloodlines, explained Fleur. He is also the controller of their bloodline source, which is an unknown dimension where dragons keep their memories, knowledge, and inheritance. This dragon might be tier 11. Or, at the very least, very close to that level, commented Edward. From his information, there should be no tier 11 entities in the cosmic faith plane. However, he understood that nothing is ever as simple as stated. For example, why have those top planes never invaded? Their fear of the Magus race is indeed the primary reason, but there should also be some things or beings that make them careful. And this dragon might be one of these beings. Since you found their bloodline source, did you manage to steal their inheritance? No, replied Fleur as she shook her head. I only acquire some useless memories. Oh, is there a reason? Their defense is more powerful than I anticipated. Furthermore, I have a feeling that this dragon might detect me if I try. According to Fleur's analysis, if she was not outside of the universe and had an advantage, she might not even have succeeded in acquiring these small memories. Do you have any idea? Not yet. The best way is to have him tell you himself. I see, said Edward as he watched the sleeping Albion. This should not be why you were so obsessed. You're right. I have found something truly remarkable. Chapter 488, Fleur's Path. I have found my path forward, said Fleur as she summoned a bunch of schematics. My plan is to create my bloodline source, becoming the ancestor of bloodline. She showed Edward how she would build a special dimension similar to the dragons to keep the memories and inheritance. This is the first step of this plan. The second step is controlling an entire plane, preferably tier 10. Then, I will have all the people on that plane implanted with my bloodline. Through the bloodline source, I can have them research bloodlines and related knowledge for me. I can take some mana and soul strength from them, allowing me to reach tier 10 at the fastest speed. And if something eventually happens to me, I can use the dragon's method and reincarnate by having someone of close bloodline inherit all my knowledge and memories. What do you think? She looked at him, hoping for his input and approval. So, you've basically created the bloodline version of Faith. Fleur paused before chuckling, I guess I did. With the way she will be using bloodline, it is indeed similar to the gods' faith and their divine kingdom. What do you think of my plan? There are many advantages. Your path to tier 10 will be quick and without much problem. You will have an entire world dedicated to researching bloodlines, spells, and knowledge for you. If done correctly, you could probably make it so you could borrow the power of your bloodline descendants. However, this is also a double-edged sword. The right person could use these descendants to hurt since you're connected by bloodline. I've thought of this. So, the bloodline source will also need a buffer or countermeasures to prevent that from happening, nodded Fleur. It's good you're cautious. The second issue is your bloodline itself. The Vila bloodline is an off-branch of the succubus bloodline, and it's of lower status. You don't have to worry much since you now have the succubus bloodline. However, I have recently started to believe that succubi are not native to the cosmic faith plane and originated from the abyss plane. And there is a high chance there is already a bloodline source for succubus. Your project could lead to trouble and confrontation with it. This problem is easy to fix, said Fleur quickly. I can create a unique bloodline by fusing the former Vila, the current succubus, and the succubus bloodline from the Konosuba world. Better yet, I can hunt succubus bloodline from other universes to add, ensuring my bloodline source is unique and not related or influenced by the one from the abyss. That's good. In that case, I recommend adding another creature to your bloodline, nodded Edward. Do you fear there might be a succubus bloodline source for all universes in the void? Yes. There is a high chance that powerful creatures like dragons and succubi have a being on par with Merlin, who is the source of all bloodlines in the Omniverse. So, it's not a bad idea to prepare for this possibility. You make a good point. One of the things many people, including their family, admired about their husband is his cautious nature that bordered on extreme paranoia. However, such nature has prevented countless dangers and catastrophes with many dangerous experiments in the Empire. Otherwise, when there were not enough restrictions and control at the beginning of the Empire, the wizards were doing many dangerous experiments that laid the foundation for today's success. If not for Edward's caution, the Empire might have been destroyed before it was even created. You've done a great job. But this does not seem enough for you to be this obsessed, added Edward. You're right. The real source of my excitement is I have found my way to tier 11, said Fleur, not hiding her excitement. You want to use the bloodline source to control all your variants across the multiverse, asked Edward, who swiftly figured out the crux of her method. Correct. All of them should have the Vila's bloodline. Through this connection, I can turn them into me, thus achieving tier 11 multiversal. That's brilliant, said Edward, not hiding his shock and happiness. He hasn't found his way to achieve tier 11 yet since he only has some ideas. However, Fleur already created her method, and it's something unique to her. Right. She did not stop smiling. We can begin right after this war. You can use Netheril to conquer a tier 10 plane. No, one might not be enough to ensure no problem. Wait until I use the resources from the dark multiverse to create a second and even third tier 10 floating city. We should have more reassurance. Edward could see that Fleur might be the fastest of the family to reach tier 10 and 11. And once she succeeds, she will become the de facto protector of the Empire while the others catch up. As for him, he will be stuck in tier 8 for a while until he deals with the soul limit. Then, reaching tier 10 will be easy and quick. Afterward, he has to begin his research on becoming the perfect tier 11 and also turning Netheril into tier 11 and higher. That's fine, nodded Fleur, who guessed what she was thinking. If she can reach tier 11 as soon as possible, the Empire does not have to worry too much about the gods or threats from foreign planes. As for the tier 8 soul limit, she can use divine energy or world sources to deal with the issue. How far has the design for your bloodline source reached? Asked Edward. The dimension itself and all its abilities are 80% complete. The only thing is to tweak a few things because I've discovered the dragon bloodline source has a special method to perfectly hide their dimension. And without direct understanding and connection of a dragon king's bloodline, it's impossible to access. The hiding method is almost perfect. I'm trying to replicate it, and it's not going well, said Fleur. Take your time, said Edward. If you want a perfect hiding method, you can attempt using the void itself. Fleur's eyes lit up. Yes, I don't need to follow the dragon's methods, I can use my own method, which is even better. She felt excited, so she drew these notes down. What about the other aspect of the source, continued Edward. I need to perfect my succubus bloodline and integrate so many things. It will take a while. You don't have to begin the project after the bloodline issue is solved. You can use your descendants to help your research. Although there will be some risks while using an incomplete bloodline, your method might be more efficient. And it's a good way to accelerate the entire project. However, I still need to go to other universes to gather bloodline samples. Let's make things simple and use the Akashic records. Won't that cost a lot? Yes, but it's worth it. Although we can instantly travel to other universes now, there is still some level of danger of traveling to the void. Plus, in the current situation, I can use Old Man Merlin's help to make the Akashic records more commendable. Edward wished nothing but for all his wives to become tier 11 as quickly as possible because he knew they had intense competition. Many of the geniuses reincarnated from primordial Earth should have similar wives in the shape of Hermione, Fleur, Luna, and even others. However, after tier 11, only one personality will be the dominant one, while the others will be clones. Although there are ways to cut off the connection to the main body after it becomes tier 11, it will complicate things and prevent the clones from ever reaching tier 11. So, if Fleur can be the first to become tier 11, all the other Fleurs who are married to other reincarnators from primordial Earth will become clones. And these reincarnators will have no choice but to use methods like cutting off cause and effect and reincarnating into a brand new person with the same name and face but a different soul. However, these methods should have side effects. As you wish, nodded Fleur. Alright, this should be everything for now. Let me talk to this old friend. Chapter 489, Albion. Edward walked into a large room full of gold, silver, and jewelry. As soon as he entered, the gigantic dragon opened its eyes for a moment before closing them. Then, he opened both of them, raising his head as he gazed down. Tier 8. You're already tier 8, his voice booming as a few piles of treasures scattered because of the vibration. How long since I last saw you? How could you become so powerful so quickly? No, there is something else. The towering beast who naturally sat at the top of the food chain began to sniff around Edward. What are you doing acting like a dog? Said Edward, bewildered. This scent, I know it. It's the scent of people that have come into contact with authority. Have you become a law magus? How is that possible? Law magus. Is that the name of the magus race who controls the law? Well, I always learn something new and interesting every time I come to see you. Answer my question, demanded the dragon. Calm down. Albion realized he was acting too rash, so he took a moment to breathe and calm down. You really became a law magus? Yes. The dragon paused for a moment. Prove it. You don't believe me. Honestly, it's far-fetched. I'm sure there are others in the universe. People can only control authority by achieving godhood, replied Albion. A few people from ancient species like the High Elves have become law magus, but they are rare. As for your human race, I can't say for sure, but I've never met one in my long years. But what about the dragon race? Albion looked at him but did not answer, and Edward shrugged his shoulders. Are you going to show me the proof? Asked the Thunder Dragon King. I can't. Why not? Asked the dragon with a frown. I thought you were all about equivalent exchange. What I said is more than enough for a proof demonstration. I'm not saying that I won't, but I can't. You should be able to figure out the reason for yourself. A look of realization dawned on the mighty magical beast. You succeeded, didn't you? You found a way to exit the astral realm and leave the universe. Yes, replied Edward. Previously, he never gave the dragon a direct answer, but he did not hesitate this time. How is that possible? Asked the dragon, not minding how many times he had said these words. The dragon race has been searching for a way to leave the universe for countless eons since they believed that's the path the Magus race walked. They divided the race into the dragon gods and the dragon temple to use the path of godhood and their original magical talent as a way to better understand the universe and accomplish their goals. Yet, after so many years, they have nothing to offer in their research. But a human from a part of the galaxy that is considered the ghetto actually succeeded. As much as I would want to take credit, the main reason for my success is luck. Oh, how so? I discovered the breach in reality that the Magus race used in a parallel dimension. After studying it, I developed the technology. I see. Wait, did you say parallel dimensions? Yes. You opened the gate to the multiverse. Yes, ages ago. Albion closed his eyes, trying to calm down. He did not know how to process his emotions. The multiverse was another failure of the dragon race, albeit not a complete one like their attempt to leave the astral realm. You must be a child of destiny, said Albion suddenly. That would explain all your anomalies. Child of destiny? What's that? Edward had heard the term before in the novels he read in Primordial Earth. However, he pretended to be confused. It is a universal mechanism very prevalent in the heavenly Tao plane. Every time the plane faced an invasion that it could not deal with, the plane would choose someone and bless them with unparalleled talent, luck, and destiny. And such a person is called a child of destiny. So, basically, the protagonist of a story, said Edward. Exactly. Such a protagonist will bring great development and changes to the plane, allowing them to deal with the upcoming invasion, nodded Albion as he gazed at him curiously. Although such a method is prevalent in that plane, it's not unheard of for other powerful planes to do the same. So, I'm guessing Chronai chose you to prepare for a future threat in our plane. Edward pondered briefly. Albion was not exactly correct. Chronai chose him because he displayed tremendous talent and luck. In other words, her blessing was nothing but adding wings to a tiger. Furthermore, Edward guessed Chronai only chose him after he created the Empire. Furthermore, she did not do it completely because of foreign threats but simply because she was tired of the gods and their inadequacy. You seem to have thought of something. Did you notice certain signs? Asked Albion. You don't need to do these things. The dragon grunted at him, but Edward ignored him. I came here to acquire the advanced dragon language from you. Unfortunately, this is the highest secret of the dragon clan, something even the high elves desire. So, I can't reveal them to you. Do you know where this place is? Why are you asking such a strange question? This place is located outside the astral realm, a place where the restrictions of your bloodline source have been drastically reduced. I placed you here to prevent your kind from finding you and discovering the Empire. So, even if you pass it to me, there won't be any problem. The dragon contemplated for a moment. I know the high elf spirit language, which is the source of their high magic. I can exchange it with you. Edward shook his head. If I guess correctly, the advanced dragon language allows your race to resonate with certain authority and use their powers. You're the Dragon King, so you must be very knowledgeable in the Thunder character, allowing you to borrow the power of Thunder Law. My theory is that each of the Dragon Kings knows one advanced dragon character that corresponds to their attribute. Am I correct? You're right, said the dragon, who felt exhausted dealing with someone of such high wisdom. Since you know this truth, you should understand my character won't do you much since you don't have Thunder authority. No, it's even more valuable since it can allow me to control Thunder Law. The Thunder character can only allow resonance with the Thunder authority of the universe. It cannot allow you to control. The dragon stopped as he realized his words made no sense. This man already controlled other authorities, so the Thunder character can be used by him to control a new one. In other words, it was perfect for someone like him. Have you realized the true purpose of the Thunder character? Or any of your dragon advanced language, said Edward. They are the best training for people to become Law Magus, as you called it. In the future, when an Arcanist reaches the willpower requirement to become legends, they can study whatever characters are needed for whatever authority they wish to control. Edward even plans to create his own character based on his 4 laws of space, time, destruction, and curse to allow other people to learn from them. And once he acquires more laws, he will also create other characters for them. However, now, he wished to get his hands on the dragon's character to learn more laws and how to create these characters. You want to train more Law Magus? Asked Albion. Isn't that obvious? My goal is to create an era even more prosperous than the Magus race. Chapter 490, Guznad Reaction. Albion looked at the human before him. If it were before, he would think this person had an illusion of grandeur. After all the planes in the astral realm spent their entire existence and history chasing the shadows of the Magus race and never even seeing with close view. Yet, some humans dare to say he would create an era even more glorious than theirs. However, Albion cannot shake off the feeling that he might pull it off. Although this feeling was absurd in all senses of the word, he believed it. So, after pondering for a moment, he said, "Fine, I agree with your terms. However, I still need something in return." "Very well," said Edward with a smile. "I will give you all the resources you need to reach Tier 8. Albion was currently Tier 5, so this offer was satisfactory to him. "This is not enough." "Oh, do you have something in mind?" "I want you to take me to your next voyage," said Albion. "I want to see what is outside the astral realm." Edward considered for a moment. I agree, but you still cannot return to the astral realm. That's fine. Edward nodded. As long as the Dragon Temple and other dragon gods could not find Albion's location, everything would be fine. In the early stages, he was extremely weak, so he was more careful than normal. However, now, the Empire was a Tier 10 civilization, albeit a weak one compared to these Tier 10 gods and entities who have dozens of planes of the same level under their control. Regardless, the Arcane Empire still has ways to protect itself. And after the war, they can gather more resources to build a few more Tier 10 floating cities. After making the agreement, Albion did not go back to his words. He linked his soul to Edward, preparing to send the information to his mind. The dragon was nervous since he knew such an act would trigger a negative reaction from his bloodline. And as expected, as soon as he began the transfer, he felt something activated deep in his bloodline and soul. However, the backlash he expected did not come. It was like the bloodline source knew he had committed a taboo but could not find his location. It really works, thought Albion, feeling relieved. Although he believed Edward's words, a part of him was still scared. After all dragons with a pure enough bloodline will have an instinctive fear and respect for the source. After sighing in relief, he continued his transmission. The process took a while as Albion also transferred his understanding of the Thunder Dragon character, allowing Edward to wield as soon as possible. After the process ended, Edward did not back on his words and ordered a golem to bring back the resources Albion needed. One last thing before I leave. How many kings does your clan have, and what is their attribute? The dragon hesitated for a moment before deciding to answer. He realized his relationship with Edward might be the key that ensured the survival of the dragon race in the future. And with his help, the dragon might thrive under the Arcane Empire and reach heights they could only dream about. Let's see, there is water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, space, time, poison, life, death, and destruction. And before my death, I heard Order and Chaos King might be appearing soon. Each of the Dragon Kings has a character that corresponds to their attribute. So, the Dragon of Origin, the source of your bloodline, should be the one who controls all the characters. How do you know about Father? Father? Is that how you address and view him? Albion remained quiet. Although he decides to trust this human and even has high hopes for the future, there are certain things he cannot immediately let go of. Never mind, said Edward after seeing the dragon's reaction. You suddenly said new kings were being born. Yes, and what is it? Could it be that your clan chose certain individuals to become gods and control certain authority? Then, based on the authority, create a king bloodline and dragon character for the clan. Albion did not answer, but his silence spoke louder than words. If that's true, my opinions of your clans have improved. And what exactly did you think of us? A bunch of overgrown lizards with wings that relied only on their potent bloodline and had no desire for improvement or change. Well, there is also your greed for shiny things and uncontrollable lust. Albion was speechless since the latter was completely correct. Before the rise of the Magus race, their dragon race was exactly like this. However, the Magus race treated them like pets and experimental materials, thus destroying their pride. So, after their departure, their father encouraged them to change, improve, and strive toward a unified goal. You should check your prejudice, said Albion, keeping his face unchanged to hide his embarrassment. Edward gave him a look before leaving. He went to see the Water Dragon King. This one was in a worse situation than Albion since Edward had no foundation of trust with her. As such, she was in a sleeping state, not even Tier 2, after so many years. The negotiation with her was fierce, and Edward had to spend a lot of time talking her into it. Finally, she accepted his offer. However, she was not like Albion, privy to certain secrets. She only accepted the deal because she believed she could use this opportunity to contact the bloodline source and tell someone of her situation. Unfortunately, her plan failed. And with Edward's sole contract, he could forcibly take the information from her mind. Finally, Edward returned to Earth, preparing to study the water and thunder characters in an attempt to control these two authorities. His plan is also to study the Death Staff with Bellatrix to gain control of Death Law. Iku Star System, Desolate Planet. A lich knelt on the ground before Guznad, who sat on his throne. So, even this plan failed, huh? His tone was calm, but the lich had been with his liege for so long that he recognized the anger and frustration hidden deep inside. The lich knew to remain quiet in such a scenario, so he did not say anything. You seem to have something to say, said Guznad, looking at his attendant, whose body trembled after hearing these words. However, his lips remained tight. Go on with it, and don't make me repeat myself. My lord, I just don't think it was a good idea to ally with an Abyss Lord. Once the gods know of this, there will be no place for you in this plane. Guznad was quiet, he also did not want to use the power of the Abyss. However, the Empire was very sensitive to his power of death. So, for this plan to work, he needed to corrupt one of the Arcanists and could not use his own power. We don't have much time left, and we need to hurry, explained Guznad. As for the Abyss, once I conquer this galaxy and get my hands on what I want, no one will know what I did. The Lich opened his mouth and closed it. In his mind, things would never be this simple. However, since the deed had been done, there was no point in dwelling on it. Guznad glanced at his attendant before saying, "Prepare to move. We don't want the Arcane Empire to react to this next operation. Better yet, we need to prepare to deal them a great blow if they do." "As you wish," said the Lich before slowly walking out of the room, his head remaining in a low position, walking backward without daring to gaze upon his lord. Chapter 491, The Fall of Verdant, I. 3 months have passed since the entire incident with James and Wentworth. Everything seemed quiet on the surface. Edward focused on acquiring the Thunder, Water, and Death Law while supervising the war. Meanwhile, the war is continuing fiercely. In such a short period, the majority of factions in the galaxy have fallen one way or the other, leaving only the Arcane Empire and Guznad. They fought over territory, population, and resources. However, Guznad's situation has not been ideal, even with the help of the summoned demons from the Abyss. Vita Star System, Planet Verdant. Queen Myrtle, dressed in her elegant white dress, looked intently at a towering tree. Compared to before, the tree had regained some of its vigor. Although it has not returned to its peak, the tree was at most 80% healed. Furthermore, the essence of the tree seemed to have improved. It was as if it was previously made out of normal iron, but now, it was composed of steel. The tree is not the only thing that has changed. Queen Myrtle's surroundings would twist once in a while before returning to normal. Such a phenomenon was the result of her uncontrollable mana. In a short few months, she made rapid progress, swiftly approaching Tier 9. However, as a result of her drastic growth, it was difficult to control her mana. Regardless of this side effect, Queen Myrtle was happy as a smile hung on her face. Her growth was a sign of the noble High Elves' bloodline in her body. As for the lack of mana control, her long lifespan and inherited memories are more than enough to deal with this issue once Guznad's trouble is dealt with. Myrtle was caressing the tree with a beautiful smile that could make the most hardcore man blush. Then, she suddenly stopped, a deep frown plastered on her face. What is this sensation? She found her body trembling slightly as a tremendous fear flashed in her mind. The process was so fast and so short that she momentarily thought she had been mistaken. For the next minute, Myrtle stood in the same position, trying to identify the source of this strange reaction. Then, the sounds of fastly approaching boots interrupted her thought. She took a deep breath to calm down her mind, regaining her regal and noble bearing. "Did you find something?" she asked without looking back. In the past few months, she sensed some of the elders were acting strangely. At first, she thought they became enthusiastic about studying the High Elves' bloodline, so she did not mind when they requested to retrieve blood samples from every citizen of the kingdom. However, recently, she felt something was wrong, so she began to secretly monitor these elders to see if she could find something wrong. "That's not important right now," replied King Arion. "A while ago, I suddenly felt a sense of dread looming over me. It was instant before disappearing." Arion saw his wife's movement paused for a moment, so he thought she was annoyed for bringing such an insignificant thing to her presence, so he hurriedly explained. "The thing is, it was not only me. All the elders felt the same way, and so far, it appeared that anyone Tier 6 and above felt the same thing." Myrtle quickly turned around. "Are you telling the truth?" "There is no point in lying to you." Queen Myrtle only pondered briefly before saying, "We must enter the highest alert level. Furthermore, prepare to evacuate the planet." Alas, she did not finish her words when she felt everything turn dark. The sun had receded. The two raised their heads to look at the sky and saw a black and eerie cloud enveloping the entire planet. "The power of death," said King Arion with eyes almost popping from his head. His body involuntarily trembled, and he almost fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the queen reacted faster than him. She raised her hand to summon a staff made of silver wood. She slammed the staff on the ground, and countless beautiful writing appeared on the ground, covering the entire planet. Then, a shield appeared to cover the entire planet, pushing the black clouds outside of Verdant's atmosphere. "Did you react so quickly?" said a deep and powerful voice that could be heard by every elf on the planet. "I tried to prevent your danger senses from activating, but it seems I failed. Worthy of elves with Sun Elves' bloodline. Unfortunately, it's useless. Today, your race will be turned into undead, serving me for all eternity." "Guznad," said Queen Myrtle with clenched teeth. In the past few months, their kingdom has survived countless encounters and even showed signs of regaining its prosperity. As long as they are given enough time, Myrtle is sure to reach Tier 9 and be on par with Guznad and the Arcane Empire. Then, she can find a way for her people to survive this undead catastrophe. But now, all her senses are telling her only a dim future is awaiting them. Guznad did not say anything else and acted. An enormous black hand with the power of death descended on the planet's defensive system. The shield did not last for 5 seconds before showing signs of destruction. Luckily for the elves, their sacred tree, Valador, began to shine with silver holy lights. Then, with its blessing, the planetary shield was reinforced and blocked the hand. The black hand reacted by pointing one finger and making a hole in the shield. Then, it scattered into a cloud of black energy that prevented the tear from closing. And upon closer observation, the cloud is trying to open the size of the tear while the shield tries to close itself. From that tear, Ghuznad's troops swarmed in. Countless ships that looked like ordinary sailing boats traveled into space and entered the planet. There were so many of them that it covered the sky in a few seconds. Boom. 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 The 3 pillars of lights flashed corners of the planet Verdant, annihilating all the ships along with the undead on its path. After the first wave of attack, only 5 people remained floating above the sky, and they were all Tier 8 undead. Light magic. Since when did the elves have such technology? Asked one of the Tier 8 ghosts. Did they buy them from the Arcane Empire? No, in the past few months, we suffered many defeats at their hands. Headquarters believed there was a new alliance between them and the Arcane Empire, hence why they acquired so much purification magic technology. But now, it appears this was the elf's development, replied a Tier 8 vampire. So, these elves not only have the Sun Elves bloodline, but some people awakened it. Most likely. That makes things a little tricky. The Sun Elves were known for their fire and light magic or any positive magic. No, it doesn't change anything. We only need to increase the sacrifice so we can fulfill the Lord's plan, replied a zombie wearing black armor. So, we send the Abyss Demons. Yes. Isn't that why we contracted them? After making a plan, the 5 acted swiftly. The next group of people whole entered the tear were not undead but a group of Abyss Demons. These abominable creatures rushed into the planet, they instantly covered the sky as there were billions of them. They looked disgusting, creepy, and scary, and the majority smelled of sulfur, rotten and festered corpses, and blood. The elves quickly activated the planetary defense system they installed a few months ago. As these demons, they encountered a layer of protection. In the first layer, they encountered a small barrier world composed of a powerful purification enchantment. So, the majority of these demons were instantly purified of their filth and sin, leaving nothing but their ashes. But they did not care. The Abyss Demons used countless spells and methods to block the purification process before reaching the second layer of defense. This layer contained a magical flame that imitated the sun. So, millions of demons were instantly burned to death. And since this flame also had some purification power, more of them died. However, these creatures were bred to know no fear, including the fundamental fear of death from all living creatures. They bypassed that layer to reach the 3rd level. In that layer, many small creatures, often known as spirit elves, were chanting a beautiful sound. After hearing it, the demons turned on themselves and began killing each other. And so, millions more die. But, based on their bloodline instinct, they must execute an order given to them. So, they still bypass that layer after sacrificing millions of their kind. It's time, said the zombie general, looking in the distance. Chapter 492, The Fall of Verdant 2. The 5 Tier 8 undead acted swiftly, casting powerful defensive spells. As such, countless black shields appeared around them. Then, as soon as they finished, the 3 pillars of light hit them again. The power of the pillar was devastating. Although these 5 did the best, light magic was the nemesis of the undead. And since the attack was more concentrated this time, 2 undead were severely injured. Luckily, as undead, they do not feel fear or pain. So, such an injury was insignificant to them. Let's proceed, commanded the zombie general. The 5 raised their hands simultaneously to conjure black lights. Tier 8 spell, the Abyss Domain. The sky above planet Verdant suddenly changed. No, it was not just the sky but the entire planet. A weird aura that originated from the body of the fallen demon suddenly corroded the whole planet. The aura was eerie, disgusting, evil, and corrosive. Every fauna on this luscious green planet turned black, red, or purple. They turned from beautiful things that gave life to ugly species that resonated with despair and evil. And the plants and flowers were not the only creatures or things affected. Every rock, dirt, water, and even the air became corrupted. The mana that existed in the surrounding turned into dark mana, and the ley lines who were the source of the mana were also affected. The animals mutated and became savage while also gaining more powerful spells and abilities. The elves infected by this aura immediately die, but a few survive. But the result was something worse than death. Their bloodline, body, mana, and soul were also corrupted, turning into abyssal demons. The Valador tree acted swiftly, releasing another holy light to purify this aura. However, this was a vain attempt. So, under the control of the queen, the tree delegated its power to protect a few of the central cities of the planet. Unfortunately, the places not protected became hell on earth. The entire planet formed a strange dichotomy. The places protected had a shield around them, and when observed from above, were these places where one would expect the gods to live. Meanwhile, outside the domes, it was hell that the devil and his minions inhabited. Clemner, the capital of the kingdom. Queen Myrtle floated above the city, her body trembling. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth as a result of pushing her soul and mana beyond her limit. Soon, blood began to drip from her eyes, and that was the result of her immense grief. Soon afterward, 8 people including King Arion flew to her side. "Are you all right?" he asked but received no answer. As husband and wife, they were connected through their souls so he could feel the pain and grief she was currently dealing with. But he also knew that it was not the time to deal with such emotions. "We need to act immediately," said one of the elders. "In this situation, what can we do? Guznad has most likely sent in one of his clones. Or maybe, even showed up in person." The elders knew the vast difference between Tier 8 and 9. So, although they had great faith in their queen to one day rival and surpass Guznad, now was not the time. Since the start of the war, only one group was able to deal with one of Guznad's clones, the Arcane Empire. "We need to ask the Arcane Empire for help." "Is this truly the only way?" asked a male elder. The man looked in his mid-30s, but he had an ancient aura about him, and his eyes indicated wisdom and vicissitude. "Look at the sky, we have no other choice." The planetary shield was no longer working because the queen and the tree had to focus their defensive capabilities on the few remaining cities of the kingdom. As such, more demons and undead rushed into the planet, not hiding their intention to corrupt and turn all living things into one of their own. "Will they help us, is the best question," commented a female elder who looked like an elderly. However, oddly, she remained beautiful and charming despite her elderly appearance. The Arcane Emperor is obsessed with creating an empire where all races are equal and live in harmony. So, as long as we ask, he will send aid. Of course, because of our previous rejections, we will suffer immensely during the negotiations. The elders stopped talking and looked at Queen Myrtle. Although they agreed with this decision, the final choice was in the hands of their queen. If she chose to find her last breath, they would not hesitate to follow her in death. Queen Myrtle felt the gaze of the people behind. She was quiet for a brief period, looking at the current state of planet Verdant. She has spent countless millennia in this place, watching change for the better under her reign. She remembered the envy and desire other races and factions would have after visiting this planet, their sincere praise about the beauty of the kingdom and this planet. And now, everything is ruined. So, Queen Myrtle hated the undead, the abyss demons, and Guznad. More importantly, she hated herself. Her arrogance is what brought her people to such a state. She raised her hand to wipe the blood tears. "I will make the call." She used her staff to cast a long-range communication spell. Unfortunately, there was no response. So, she tried a few more times with no response. "Do you think the Emperor refused to accept us?" said an elder with an ugly expression. "Not necessarily. Guznad will not allow us to call for reinforcement. So, he might block all attempts to call for aid. So, what should we do? If they cannot call for help, their planet and race will be doomed." "We can use the sacred tree," said the truly elderly elder. "How so?" asked the others who knew she was the oldest amongst them, thus the wisest and most knowledgeable. In ancient times, the High Elves used the sacred tree to communicate across the universe and across planes through a very intricate system and secret system. "We can use it to communicate to all the trees in the Empire, sending them a message of our current plight." "Is that so?" muttered another elder. "Why didn't you say so?" The elder stopped as he answered his own question. Before then, there was no one who awakened the Sun Elf bloodline, so this method could not be used. The sacred tree is not at its peak, so using such a method could easily injure it. But now, there is no time to hesitate. Queen Myrtle did not waste time and immediately acted. She closed her eyes and connected to Validar. Using her bloodline as a key, she saw this intricate system that resembled tree roots. There were so many that she was dizzy, taking a moment to get the hang of properly controlling this system. Then, she focused on the different regions of this system. In her mind, the queen saw countless trees scattered across the entire galaxy. She discovered a great majority was infected by death energy, and a significant was corrupted and could not be accessed. She focused on the direction of the Arcane Empire's territory, accessing most of the trees. Without hesitation, the queen sent her SOS call, hoping to save her people. Then, she exhaled deeply as she opened her eyes. "Now, all I have to do is resist until reinforcement arrives." She had a look of determination. She was prepared to do whatever it took to ensure her race's survival, even if she had to sacrifice herself. Chapter 493, The Fall of Verdant, 3. 15 minutes passed by, and for these elves with long lifespans, they can say for sure that these were the longest 15 minutes of their lives. The queen had to focus on reinforcing the city's barriers using her power and the sacred tree. Meanwhile, the elders would also take time to transfer their mana to her to alleviate the situation. However, after the 15-minute mark, the complexion of everyone was hard to look at. 15 minutes was more than enough time for the Arcane Empire to receive the message and deploy a rescue fleet. Such a conclusion was not without basis. During the past years of this war, there have been too many messages in the universe's web of planets and people who talked about how fast the Arcane Empire came to rescue them after surrendering and asking for aid. The fastest record was 3 minutes and 23 seconds. The Arcane Empire has built a marketing campaign about how fast they are to respond to come to their allies' aid. And the oldest recorded time was 11 minutes and 18 seconds. But now, 15 minutes had passed, and nothing happened. Maybe, something is holding them off, commented King Abian, who wished to remain positive. The elders nodded, but anyone with a keen observation could see the luster in their eyes dimmed greatly. Another 5 minutes passed, and the shield was holding on with the great effort of the queen. Something is wrong, said the wisest elder, her old eyes looking at the sky full of the brilliance of intelligence. Isn't that obvious? No, I'm talking about this attack. Why can we last so long? I don't mean to underestimate the queen and the sacred tree, but the undead should have broken through our defenses long ago. Her words made everyone quiet. Now that you mention it, it's odd that Guznad did not personally take action. With his strength, it would be a miracle if we lasted more than 5 minutes. These elders immediately began to analyze this anomaly. Could it be that Guznad only sent a clone to scare us? He only showed up before leaving, asked one of the elders, his words full of hope. Alas. No, I can sense his presence outside of the planet, added the queen, and the feeling of hope was once again extinguished. We are nothing but bait, said the wise elder, her expression extremely calm for such a situation. You mean? Yes. Guznad attacked us to lure the Arcane Empire. His plan was probably to ambush them and deal a severe blow to their force. The elders had a sudden look of realization. This may be good news for us, commented King Arion, who refused to give up. What do you mean? We know the Arcane Empire has a great intelligence-gathering agency and a divination department. Maybe, they learned of Guznad's plan beforehand and are waiting for the perfect time to counterattack. So, maybe, if we wait and survive long enough, they will appear at the last minute to deal a blow to Guznad. Such a thing was possible. However, for such a plan to succeed, the Arcane Empire would have to wait until the final moment, when Guznad believed they would not show up, to appear. And by then, their people might reach the brink of extermination. Of course, all this assumption is based on the fact the Empire did not abandon them after the recent events. This is our only chance, so we must persevere, said Queen Myrtle, her spirit sublimated to the highest peak. 40 minutes after she sent the distress signal, the shields remained. However, someone was impatient. A black scythe descended from out of space and landed on the planet. The scythe's landing spot was one of the cities the queen protected. However, her shield was nothing to that psyche as it penetrated smoother than a hot knife cut butter. Then, it released a terrifying black gas that killed every elf in that city. Then, it made them undead of different qualities, tiers, and varieties. The process was fast, leaving no room for reaction or negotiation. The worst part was this was just the beginning. The black gas released by the divine weapon began to expand at an alarming rate. And whenever it encountered a protected city, it would only take a few seconds before breaking them and doing the same. The process lasted until one place remained, Klemner. Queen Myrtle resisted. Her body shrunk until she was almost a mummy, her hair turned all white, and wrinkles appeared all over her face. However, her aura drastically increased, along with her mana. The shield that was about to be destroyed was reinforced, buying her kind a few more seconds of survival. Then, the king and elders followed the same fate as her, sacrificing their lives to keep powering the protective shield. Valador, the sacred tree, withered in a matter of a few seconds. Suddenly, the elves in Klemner felt an intense sadness overwhelmed their mind. It was like someone close to them had passed away, like their own mother had shed her mortal coil. So, all the elves in the remaining city began to shed tears, knowing that their sacred tree was no more. Furthermore, they also knew their race was on the precipice of being destroyed. The older elves with tier 6 flew into the sky, trying to follow the path of their elders. Queen Myrtle wanted to open her mouth and refuse their help. Unfortunately, she knew this was the only way to buy enough time for their race. Furthermore, she was currently too weak to even speak. After sacrificing themselves, these elves brought more time for their people. Sadly, it was only a few more seconds. So, the young man and woman who reached tier 6 followed their predecessors. A chain reaction occurred after the first batch. After the young tier 6 died, the tier 5 elves flew and followed the same fate. They repeated the process until the children were just born. As a blessed species, all their members were born with mana. However, this young one did not even have enough mana to be classified as tier 1. They could not fly nor use such a technique as sacrificing their lives. Queen Myrtle was now the only fighting prowess of this once mighty kingdom that ruled over the Milky Way galaxy. She glanced at the few hundred remaining of her kind. If her body could, she would cry tears of blood for a second time. Alas, she was now only hanging by sheer determination and obsession. Queen Myrtle raised her head to look at the sky, mustering all the remaining strength she had left. Arcane Emperor. If you are watching this, please help my people. I am willing to do anything. A wind blew from the void, but nothing appeared. So, the lights in her eyes finally dimmed. With her spirit broken, her body could no longer remain. So, Queen Myrtle began to rapidly disintegrate into particles as small as sands. I have doomed my people, thought Queen Myrtle. Then, a look of unwillingness appeared on her face. So, before entering absolute darkness, she cast one last spell. A white space that seemed infinite. Edward suddenly appeared in this place. Ah! Someone can forcibly summon my spirit. He looked around while on guard. Where is this? He soon saw someone opposite him and immediately recognized who it was, Queen Myrtle. You're responsible for this. Why? Why did you not save my people? She asked, almost roaring. Edward did not answer her but continued analyzing the situation and environment. This place is familiar. And the power used to summon, it's not the first time I've experienced. His mind worked extremely fast. Cronai, that's her power. Answer me, roared the queen, and Edward finally paid attention to her. You were watching our downfall, were you not? I was. Then, how can you be so cruel? Why not save my people? The despair in her voice made the surrounding space tremble. Is it because of the way I acted during our meeting? I know I was wrong, but is such an act enough to allow an entire race to perish? I thought you were more open-minded than this. I am, replied Edward calmly. Liar. Then why are my people gone? Technically speaking, they are not. What do you mean? I have acquired the bloodline sample of 80% of your population, so in the future, they will be revived as clones and citizens of the Empire. I see, muttered Queen Myrtle. You decided that it was not worth including our people in the Empire because of our arrogance and already established worldviews. So, you chose to clone us, recreating new elves with blank slates that are more easily brainwashed and incorporated into the Empire. Exactly. Myrtle did not know how to feel about all this. In some ways, her race did not become extinct. But, they also cannot be called her race since they will now have a different view, culture, and even customs. Wasn't there a better solution? One where such extreme methods were used. One where you can live and still be the queen, asked Edward with a sneer. Myrtle did not answer. Even if I was not the queen. After our conversation, I already determined your people were incapable of integrating into the Empire. Your culture, custom, and heritage are too ancient and noble, making them ingrained into your soul and blood. After joining the Empire, your people would only use our knowledge and resources to thrive and return to the time of your ancestors, the Sun Elves. Then, you would try to either leave and regain your sovereignty or try to overthrow the Empire and return to the top. Whatever choice you made, you would have become an unstable factor. And I don't want to deal with all that nonsense. Myrtle was quiet as he knew the Emperor was correct. If her people were forcibly incorporated into the Empire, there was a high probability they would follow the course he described. Myrtle exhaled deeply. Maybe, this is for the best, she muttered before finally dissipating for good. Wait, yelled Edward. You haven't told me how you summoned me here. Allow me to explain, said another voice. Chapter 494, Conversation and Disappointment. Edward looked over and recognized the petite figure that appeared before him. He immediately smiled as he said, Mother Cronai, it's always a pleasure to see you. Cronai paused, not expecting such a reaction. This nigh omnipotent creature would be shocked if she was capable of such a thing. Although I know you're only saying these words without meaning them, I'm still happy, she replied with a lovely smile. I meant every word, said Edward. The future in the Empire will go smoother with Croannie on their side. So, there is no downside to pleasing her. Furthermore, she is considered the mother of all sentient creatures in the cosmic faith plane, so it's nothing to call her that. Cronai calmly nodded. Upon learning of her existence, most creatures will react in two main ways, worship her as their mother or become revolted by the idea they have a creator. So, she was used to being called Mother, along with many vile names. You said you knew why she could summon me here, asked Edward. Yes. The High Elves had a contract with me long ago when they ruled over the universe, allowing them to borrow my power. Over the years, the contract has pretty much been annulled. However, there is still a connection in their bloodline. So, over the years, they have used that connection to curse their enemy. Edward immediately frowned after hearing that. That sounds like a dangerous ability to have. Not really. The curse can only be directed to the person who killed them. Furthermore, not every high elves have this ability, their bloodline and knowledge must reach a certain standard. I see. So, Queen Myrtle used her son elf bloodline and the connection with you to summon me and fulfill her last obsession before death. Correct, nodded Kronai. I was surprised by her actions. No high elf has been able to use my power to such a degree. How long, exactly, he asked. 12 million years, to be specific. Really, muttered Edward with a frown. He did not think Queen Myrtle was special. The reason for such power was most likely due to her soul, mind, and spirit sublimated to an unprecedented level before her final moment. And with such an increase, her ability to control her magical abilities reached a new height. Of course, he also gave her credit. If not for her love for people and unwillingness to give up at the very last moment, she would have never succeeded. However, his focus was not on Queen Myrtle but on the fact that no high elf could use their bloodline to such a level. Kronai suddenly sighed, showing emotions of anger, disappointment, and helplessness. For a moment, Edward could not tell she was a powerful consciousness that worked purely on logic and did not have any emotions. Now, do you see why I'm so invested in your success, said Kronai, having guessed Edward's mind. Now only have the gods been disappointing, but even the other powerful races have been on a downward spiral. The only ones with some prospects are these greedy and lustful dragons. However, even after blessing them with luck and prosperity for millions of years, their progress has been subpar at best. Kronai looked in the distance, somewhat distracted. There is not enough time left. And this place needs drastic change. She previously believed that maybe she should take things slowly, correcting the issues of the current faith god's civilization. However, after many failed attempts, she realized she needed to overthrow the board and start over. Otherwise, her fate will be to be swallowed by other planes. I'm glad you chose us. I promise you won't regret it. I know I won't, replied Kronai with a smile. If not for the rules, I would have granted you much more help. Rules. I've said too much, she replied calmly. I'm sure you have plenty of work to do. Let's not waste time. Indeed. Once again, the pleasure was all mine. Edward opened his eyes and was in his lab, taking a break and drinking tea with a screen before him. He checked the temperature and discovered not even a second had passed. He took a sip while contemplating his experience. In that short conversation, he learned a great deal of things, some of which could affect the fate of the entire empire. So, he needed to analyze and store them in his mind to help him make future decisions. He finished his drinks before summoning someone. A few seconds later, a shadow manifested before him, half kneeling on the floor. You did a great job for your first mission, praised Edward. Thank you, Your Majesty, replied Itachi. Do you think what I did was cruel? Yes, replied the shadow ninja without hesitation. No hesitation, calmly said Edward. It's indeed cruel. However, in this world, cruelty has become the norm. Itachi thought he had seen the cruelty and darkness of the world. However, in the short few months since arriving in this place, he truly understood what true cruelty was. In his home world, war only affects a few villages. And if lucky, the entire continent. However, even in times of war, civilian casualties are usually kept to a certain level while mostly ninjas suffer. However, in this place, entire planets are usually the casualties in small-scale confrontations. So, he understood that people need to be cruel to survive in this environment. And if they want to achieve grand causes like the Emperor, cruelty has become a tool for them. Well, it seems you're adapting quite well, said Edward. I tried my best. Keep up the good work, but don't be too complacent after one mission. The climax of this war is about to begin. And I have a feeling things will not go smoothly. Edward dismissed Itachi and prepared to continue his study of the advanced dragon language. However, he soon received another call. Another emergency. What is it this time? Planet Verdant. Guznad stood in a ship outside of the planet's space. Many people thought he only sent a clone, but only a few people knew that his main body arrived. He watched Queen Myrtle's last stand and the fall of the Elf Kingdom. So, he did not take the bait. It's not like him, commented Guznad. Did someone leak our plan? It's very unlikely, replied the Lich servant. Even if our plan were revealed, the Arcane Emperor would never pass the chance to incorporate the elves into his empire, continued Guznad. Could it be because of the strange elves that suddenly appeared on the new continent? He knew a new continent was added to the Empire's home world, Earth. So, he theorized maybe the Arcane Empire was satisfied with these elves and abandoned this one. I'm afraid it might be something else. Oh, did you find something? A few of the new companions were members of the Elf Council. We recovered some deleted memories where someone forced them to vote for a project that would gather the blood of most of the population. This information was not easy to get as the mysterious shadows did an excellent job of ensuring no one discovered the tempered memories. However, they were not good enough, so they could retrieve some memories. Blood. I see. He took their blood so he could clone them. Now that he had what he wanted, he had no problem discarding these people. Ghuznad understood the thinking behind such an act. Integrating such a bunch of unruly elves into the Empire would cause trouble, so he found another way to do it through cloning technology. Lord, what should we do now? They spent so much time, effort, and resources on this plan. And now, it was totally useless. We will use Plan B, replied Ghuznad. And that is? Force him into this quagmire. Chapter 495, also your problem. An undead ship approached the border of the Empire's territory. As soon as it appeared, it was almost blown to smithereens. Luckily, Dumbledore was posted on that location and recognized the ship was hosting the flag that indicated they came on a diplomatic mission. Dumbledore, still wearing a mask, approached the ship surrounded by soldiers and ready to attack with the slightest signs that something might go wrong. However, he soon discovered that his cautions might have been overboard. Standing before him was a skeleton that was barely Tier 2. He guessed this soldier was chosen as the emissary on the likely chance the Empire immediately attacked and obliterated him. So, losing such a low-level soldier was nothing to Ghuznad's legion. State your purpose, said Dumbledore, choosing a more direct approach. Our Lord wants to speak to your Emperor, said the skeleton soldier before handing a black orb. However, his actions immediately made the room more tense as the soldiers became on guard. And even Dumbledore entered a state of high alert. The only person calm throughout the entire interaction was the skeleton. His orders were to bring this thing to the people of the Arcane Empire before returning to his squadron. He did not care for anything else, even the possibility of death. For undead, death is the ultimate joy since they get to enter the Lord's divine kingdom and live a third life. Dumbledore looked at the black orb and did not immediately take it. Instead, he used dozens of spells to detect what it was. A communication medium. He discovered that this thing would allow the Emperor to communicate with someone on the undead side, most likely Ghuznad himself. However, regardless of his discovery, he decided to still remain cautious. So, he took a case with sealing properties, often used to preserve certain rare magical herbs, and placed the orb inside. Dumbledore proceeded to add a few more layers of sealing magic on the case. Then, after the skeleton departed, he left the orb on a ship outside of the Empire's territory. He did not want to risk bringing this unknown and foreign object into the Empire. He contacted Edwards and the others to tell them of the situation. So, a team of personnel soon arrived to test the black orb and ensure there was no problem. Finally, Edward used it as a medium to contact Ghuznad. The death god sat on a throne of bones, dressed in all black, with a large mirror floating before him. Meanwhile, Edward sat on a gold and white throne with beautiful symbols carved on them. He wore his usual white archmage robe and looked as elegant and noble as ever. Ghuznad, I believe this is our second meeting. I hope this one is not as unpleasant as the first one. Why would you have such hope? Do you think I'm contacting you to surrender or call for peace? Well, a man can dream. Then, continue dreaming, said Ghuznad nonchalantly, making Edward chuckle. So, to what do I owe this pleasure? You need to begin pulling your weight. Pardon me. Edward did not hide his confusion. For a moment, he wondered whether Ghuznad had absorbed too much faith and his mind was affected, driving him to a state of madness. However, the ruler of death was perfectly sane, and he did not care for the Emperor's words if he knew what the latter was thinking. So, he directly explained what his words meant. I'm reaching my limit on isolating this galaxy from the outside. So, it's time for you to contribute. Edward's demeanor suddenly changed, becoming sharp and fierce. He squinted his eyes. Are you threatening me? I am, replied Ghuznad. If those gods enter the galaxy, one of the first things they will do is annihilate your empire. In fact, I'm willing to bet you're the first on their elimination list, even above me. The very existence of the Arcane Empire is a threat to these gods, the fact their society is based on knowledge, their disregard for theology, their development of technology in tandem with magic, and the fact their people contained Magus bloodline, all these are reasons the gods will not tolerate them. Then, if you add all the other secrets the Empire is hiding, the gods have already considered the Arcane Empire a big fat sheep that they need to dismember and distribute amongst themselves. With this analysis, Ghuznad decided to drag the Arcane Emperor into this quagmire, forcing him to alleviate his situation. If I remember correctly, you use a unique magic artifact from the Magus race to isolate the galaxy, asked Edward, and Ghuznad squinted his eyes after hearing this question. Such a thing was supposed to be secret. Many people believed he used his own power and his divine kingdom to isolate the galaxy. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he realized it was not that surprising that such a secret was leaked. After all, the Arcane Empire knew better. They knew he did not have the power alone to achieve such a feat. You're correct, replied Ghuznad. Very well. Give me 2 hours, and I will send you a solution. Edward did not wait for his response and ended the conversation. That damn bastard, he has no respect and awe, cursed the lich servant. It's fine, said Guznad, not minding such a minor thing. So, he waited for the decided time. Then, he received news that the Arcane Empire sent a vessel near the border of their territory, controlled by a low-level golem. Guznad waved his hand, and the item sent by Edward appeared in his palm. My lord, said the lich. No need for concern, said Guznad as he opened the box to see what was inside. He saw a gem the size of a tennis ball. Such intense and pure mana, he commented. Although the intensity of the mana was only tier 9, the purity was unlike anything he had ever seen in his long life. With this energy, I can now last for a few months without any restrictions. His main body will be able to move without having to spend all his energy and effort on controlling the disc. So, you could benefit by absorbing it, suggested the lich. Such pure mana would benefit even a god. I had the same idea, but it seems this thing contained something dangerous, replied Guznad, who knew the Emperor tempered with this thing to prevent him from swallowing. It's a shame, nodded the lich. Anyway, we now have some leverage and can continue blackmailing the Arcane Emperor. As long as we use this tactic to our advantage, we can benefit immensely in this war. You underestimate him. I reckon we can probably use this tactic 3 to 5 times before he finds a solution to this problem, replied Guznad. After theorizing the Arcane Emperor was responsible for isolating the universe web from the outside world, he knew this man could not be measured by normal standards. And after his recent 2 failures, he knew he had the right idea about his enemy. So, he did not think his tactic would last long. The Arcane Emperor, you're a formidable opponent. However, you have one fatal weakness, you're too young. This universe is old and contains too many secrets. Secrets that your young age is not privy to. Guznad sneered as he prepared his next attack. And this time, he will learn from his previous mistakes and ensure success. Let's go. The war is about to reach its climax, and there are many things to prepare for. We cannot afford any more failures. Guznad took his legion and left. They have acquired many new undead with great potential. Although he felt it was a shame he could not turn the elders and the queen with noble bloodline into his rank, he was still satisfied with the final outcome. Chapter 496, Shortcut. Edward sat on his throne, not happy with how the situation turned out. Furthermore, he knew this would not be a one-time thing, so he did not want to be blackmailed again. I need to finish the fog, muttered Edward. One of his projects was to create a fog that would surround the Milky Way galaxy and take the place of Guznad's artifact. That way, after the war ended and Guznad could northwest longer protect this place, the Empire would not have to experience the invasion from the gods. Morgana, show me the data, said Edward, and the little elf knew what he was talking about. The Empire sent people to study and gather data on the shield that Guznad placed on the Milky Way. Based on the information gathered, Edward was very interested in the Magus magic artifact that created that protection. So, he planned to get it from Guznad's dead corpse. How is the fog going? He asked while reviewing the data. It's basically done, replied Morgana. We've even improved it based on the data you just asked for. The original design of the fog was based on a protective measure Edward discovered around the Black Clover universe, so it was unique and powerful when it came to protecting a large area. I'm sensing a but, asked Edward. The problem with the project is the energy core powering the fog, continued Morgana as she summoned a holographic screen to show him. We would need a tier 10 ether core to ensure the fog that can protect the galaxy. However, one core cannot provide enough energy to block so many gods. Furthermore, we only have one tier 10 ether core in Netheril. So, if we used it, it would become useless since all its power would be dedicated to powering the fog. Edward frowned. The intensity of a core is important, but the application of the energy is also very important. For example, a tier 10 core cloud powered an entire universe. However, if the application of energy is enough, the same core could power a universe and a half. Or even more exaggerated, 2 or more universes. The energy application of Guznad's magical artifact must reach another level. The energy that Guznad can provide the artifact is only tier 9. Yet, he can still block more than 3 tier 10 gods. So, Edward knew creating such an artifact was currently beyond his capabilities, so he wanted to get his hands on it. Any solution to our problem? Asked Edward. We can turn Netheril's ether core into supersolid, so it should temporarily solve our problem. However, the core issue is to create more tier 10 cores. So, we must begin our invasion of the dark multiverse as soon as possible. Yes. Then, send our golem legions. Ask them to target the timelines without the Empire, then begin mining resources and energy. Edward feared that one of his variants would defeat the golem legions and studied them, thus allowing their timeline to develop faster than normal. Then, what are you going to do? I'll continue my research on the mana grid, said Edward. If we can find a timeline where the mana grid is not under the control of the gods, we would have access to unlimited energy. The mana grid rushed through the entire universe and contained unimaginable energy. If the Empire could control it, Edward won't have to worry about energy for a long time. Do we have a few of the seer golems available? There are only 2 still available, replied Morgana. The amount of golems with divination capabilities is very small in the Empire because only a few people can create them, Edward not included. Create a team with them at the center and send them to search for such a timeline. Ask Luna to focus on this project after the war ends. With the current situation, Edward could not mobilize too many divination masters or seers. However, this project was top of the line regarding importance. Otherwise, he would have asked Luna to leave immediately. Well, let's get started, muttered Edward before beginning his work. He first created a clone that was in charge of turning Netheral's ether core into supersolid. Then, under his order, many departments began working like a well-functioned machine, deploying the golems he requested. Finally, his main body began to work on the mana grid. He was confident in his research because he had already acquired a great deal of knowledge about the grid from the Akashic records. So, in a month, he developed an initial enchantment to draw energy from the grid. However, despite blocking the grid from the outside, he received obstruction in the process of drawing mana. So, he needed to deal with this issue before considering his plan's success. Did the Magus race leave some sort of will or consciousness on the mana grid? Is this why I have received obstruction? Or did the gods still have certain control over the thing? While deep in thought, he received 2 calls, both important. 2 beautiful faces appeared when the screen appeared before him, making him smile. The love of my life, he said. And who are you talking about? Asked Hermione. Of course, it's both of you. Olivier ignored his sweet talk while Hermione rolled her eyes. So, how was the abyss? Dark, eerie, creepy, and full of negative emotions. I'm guessing it's not the best place for a vacation. Far from it, Hermione shook his head. Did you gain anything noteworthy? A few, actually, said Hermione. The first one is that I collected and dissected countless abyss creatures. The bloodline of these creatures is actually very fascinating. How so? They can use anything to evolve. Mana, divine energy, negative emotions, matter, souls, and anything you could think of. And based on what they used, they usually developed into different demons. Interestingly, their evolutions will always be toward the evil side. That is indeed interesting. Such a malleable bloodline is unlike anything the Empire has seen or discovered. The souls of these creatures are the filthiest thing I've ever seen in my life. It made me fascinated, and I wanted to study them, she continued. What's stopping you? It's not my field, and I have my own research to focus on. True. So, anything else? There are many. The Abyss has turned into a commerce hub where countless planes come to exchange because of how many planes they are connected to. So, the magical resources are abundant. However, I have noticed these people seemed very antagonistic to people from our plane. If not for the warnings you sent me, I might have been discovered. After the events with the Beastmaster plane, Edward sensed other planes might not be too friendly to the Cosmic Faith plane, so he warned Hermione to be careful. I had 2 major discoveries during my time there, continued Hermione. The first one is I learned the Devil Soul language, and it's complete. The Devil Soul language is a unique magical language that is excellent at influencing the soul or even when using any soul or spiritual magic. Edward received a copy when he was traveling the world after graduating from Hogwarts. However, it was not complete. As such, even though he deduced the rest and incorporated it into his arcane rune language, he still wanted the complete language. That's excellent news, he said. He once theorized that he might be able to understand soul rule from the language. What's the second? I have found a shortcut to understanding authority. Are you serious? Yes. The Abyss Lords are blessed by the Abyss Will, allowing them to control certain authority. After refining the Abyss imprint and becoming a Lord, I discovered I can take my time to study these authorities instead of only using them. That's great news. Now, we only need to solve the issue of willpower. Chapter 497, the situation is settled. Chris Tu has made some improvements in creating a method to increase willpower. However, his research time was too short, and he had not accomplished significant results yet. Luckily, he is determined, so he accelerated his school time, learning years of curriculum in a short few months. Give him a little more time, Chris will be on par with a graduate from Bones Advanced School Magic. With the royal family support, he can swiftly become a Tier 7 Arcanist and finish his research. Once that research is successful, the Empire can use the Abyss imprint and the Advanced Dragon language and the use of intent studied by the Reincarnator named by to cultivate more legendary Arcanists. If there are people looking for us in other planes, we must take precautions when we send people to use the Abyss imprint, commented Olivier. It will be a problem if many Arcanists from our Empire become Abyss Lords in an attempt to study authority, nodded Hermione. With so many people becoming Lords, it would be a surprise if they were not detected. Is it possible for you to let them borrow the power of the imprint? Asked Edward. It is possible, replied Hermione, thinking such a method was possible. Abyss Lords would never allow anyone, including their closest subordinates, to borrow their imprint. Things like betrayal are too common among demons. It can be argued these demons do not have the word loyalty in their vocabulary. They followed their lords only because they were weak, in other words, out of fear. So, if an Abyss Lord allowed his subordinate to borrow his imprint, which is the symbol of his status and source of strength, he would 100% be betrayed and lose the position. However, Hermione does not have the issue. She does not care too much about the status of Abyss Lord and would not care if someone betrayed her. Furthermore, Edward has already brainwashed these arcanists to despise foreign powers like faith that the gods rely on or this abyss imprint that the demons used. So, even if they gave these arcanists the imprint, 95% of them would only think of it as a foreign power. They would most likely try to study and replicate its power. Or, even worse, try to steal the power of the abyss for their permanent use. The only issue with this plan is the soul flame shield, continued Hermione. It might alert the abyss will. So, did it try to do something sneaky? Asked Edward. Yes. While refining the imprint, it tried to leave a secret imprint on my soul flame. Luckily, you provide me with the protection, otherwise, I would not be the wisest. Edward nodded. He was always skeptical of any planar wolf, let alone one with such a terrible reputation as the abyss will. So, he did not let Hermione refine the imprint without any protection. Can we try to deceive it? Asked Olivier. If many arcanists borrowed the imprint and the abyss will detect so many people who succeeded in preventing its action of branding their soul flames, it might alert it. So, the best option would be to deceive the will. Deceiving the planar will is one of the highest technologies we are trying to develop for future planar deployment and conquest. As of now, we are so far from that level. The Magus should have this technology. Do you want to search for it? How likely do you think we would find something like that? Replied Edward. Honestly, I don't want us to have too much connection with them. For such a civilization that has transcended cause and effect, having too much connection with them might not be a good idea. I can't tell if you're being too paranoid or something else. Anyway, it's always good to be cautious, said Olivier. But this issue will be difficult to deal with. There is no need to hurry. We have plenty of time before we enter the age of legendary arcanist. By then, we might have a solution, or the situation might not be as bad as we anticipated. Fine, said Olivier before archiving today's discussion. Many things from the Empire must be planned years ahead to prevent possible failure, danger, and backlash or ensure the Empire can develop at a faster speed. You came to see. Is there something? Asked Edward. Two things, said Olivier. The first is that the war has become a two-party battle between us and Guznad. All other factions in the galaxy are either now turned into undead or integrated into the Empire. Although a few people are hiding between the cracks, they are irrelevant to the general situation. So, the plan is proceeding smoothly. Yes. As long as we defeat Guznad and turn all the undead we can back to their former selves, we will be the rightful ruler of the Milky Way galaxy. With our reputation, even if there are some people who call for their independence afterward, they will not pose much of a threat. That's excellent news. What about the integration of the undead? Not all the undead can be reverted, so the rest must be integrated into the Empire. Wiz has been doing a good job. According to recent polls, people's fear and acceptance of undead has drastically increased in the past few months, especially at the center of our territory. Edward was not surprised. The people on Earth and the surrounding star systems were not affected by the war and can only see how intense it was through videos on Skynet and the universe web. So, their acceptance of the undead is not on par with the other territories who had to watch their entire lives, races, and civilizations being annihilated by undead. Do you want to immediately get rid of Guznad? Asked Edward. No, it's not time yet, replied Olivier. The final victory cannot be too easy and swift, otherwise, people will not appreciate the end of the war. And certain people might become suspicious of why we did not eradicate him if we had the means. Furthermore, the outskirts of our territory has just been acquired and needs more time to fully integrate. Looming the war over them is a good way to control them. I'm glad you're taking your time. Is there a problem? The Tier 10 Ether Core for the Fog is not finished yet. We can't eliminate Guznad until it's deployed. Otherwise, I don't want him to do something stupid out of desperation. He feared Guznad would allow the gods to enter before his death as an act of revenge. Or, open the gate to the Abyss and allow an Abyss Prince, Tier 10 Abyss Lord, to invade the plane. I was just going to ask about this, said Olivier, who also calculated this possibility as the war draws to its end. Do you have an estimate of when it will be ready? She asked. If you take into consideration time dilation between parallel timelines, it should be about 9 months, replied Edward after checking the progress reports the golem sent him. Of course, the time can be reduced if I can complete the mana grid enchantment. And how long will it take? I don't know. The thing should have been completed. But, it seems I'm missing an important piece. Edward shook his head. He already had all the information needed for the enchantment from the Akashic record, but he was still missing an important link. Well, we can wait a year. However, you have to expect more blackmail from Guznad. It's fine. He will repay it tenfold in the future, Edward sneered. Anyway, what's the second thing you wanted to talk about? Chapter 498, The Goddess of Magic. It's about the intelligence, said Olivier. The recent report states they have created a Tier 9 dark matter weapon. So fast. Well, based on the situation, it's expected. It's often difficult for any civilization to go from one Tier 1 to another. Frequently, they might spend millions of years without any success. A perfect example of this was the Elves and Starskin race, who once ruled over the Milky Way. They have been stuck as Tier 7, 8 civilization for many years without any improvement. And it was the same for the intelligence. At their prime, they only had a Tier 8 antimatter weapon. However, in just a few months, after their civilization was destroyed, they reached Tier 9. All this improvement was because a higher being or civilization guided them in the dark. What do you want to do? Asked Olivier. Do you want to continue waiting? There is no point. The gods will never allow them to develop Tier 10 weapons. Furthermore, they are only pawns to muddy the current situation of the war. So, the best option is to control them now and get our hands on their technology before the gods use them as a chess piece. That's fine. Do you want to also intervene in the cosmic energy experiment? No, leave them to develop on their own. We only need to intervene after someone reaches Tier 6 and can leave the planet. Edward paused as he thought of something. If they develop a perfect system that can reach Tier 6 with cosmic energy, invite them into the Empire. With the Empire's knowledge and resources, it's possible for someone from that planet to develop the cosmic energy system all the way to Tier 10, thus expanding the Empire's arcane magic system. All right. Anything else? I should be the one asking that, muttered Edward. How is Tsuna? Has she been integrating well? Olivier did not respond but stared at him fiercely. Don't tell me you don't know. His wives do not care much for political power in the Empire except for Olivier. So, she's probably the most powerful one, holding most of the Empire's military power and a great deal of political power. As such, she knows everything that's going on, including the movements of the others. So, if Edward wanted to know about something like that, she's one of the few people he could ask. She's fine. She has enlisted as a medic at the front line. What tier is she now? Tier 6. Mana or Chakra Path? Chakra Path, said Olivier with a frown. Edward Bones, since when was I in charge of keeping check of your harem and ensuring harmony? Don't be like this. If I don't ask you, who would I ask? Your shadow guards. They don't dare monitor members of the royal family. Olivier snorted coldly before hanging up the phone. Why are you antagonizing her? Asked Morgana, who appeared out of nowhere. I don't have to worry about the others. However, she's different. She doesn't seem like the kind to cause trouble. She's not, or she was not. What does that mean? I noticed a slight shift from her after I brought back Wiz and Tsuna. I worry she might do something stupid after letting all the power and success of the war get to her head. So, I'm warning her. Morgana looked at him with disdain. None of this would happen if you could keep it in your pants. Edward waved her away. What is the protection detail for Tsuna? He was worried an accident might happen while she was working on the front line. A Tier 8 member from the Ghost Squad is always protecting her. She is also deployed near Dumbledore's floating city so that he can save her in case of an emergency. This might not be enough, muttered Edward. We have stored a piece of her soul flame. So, in case of an emergency, you don't have to worry. That's fine, nodded Edward before returning to his work. He wanted to find the problem with his enchantment as soon as possible. So, he dealt deeply with studying the mana grid. After 2 months of non-stop research, he finally discovered the source of his trouble. I was right. Someone branded the mana grid to prevent others from taking mana from it. Edward checked the brand, trying to decipher its owner. He prayed it was not the Magus race, which would indicate they still had some strong connection in the cosmic faith plane. Luckily for him, the situation was not as he anticipated. From the brand, he discovered a unique aura that was familiar to him. The divine aura from the soul of a god, muttered Edward, remembering the data he has after dissecting Herpo. This is interesting, he commented, wondering about his next course of action. His first instinct is to remove the brand. However, he had another idea, communicate with the owner. Since the gods will be my enemy, it won't be bad to know a thing or two about them. Of course, such an act was a double-edged sword since he might also reveal information about him. However, the risks were worth it, according to his calculations. Before then, let's take some precautions. Edward headed to Netheril and connected to the city. After his clone updated the energy core, this machine was numerous times more powerful than before. So, with it under his control, Edward was more confident in meeting the owner of the brand. The safest way would be to use Chronai to communicate with the brand. However, it's best not to reveal the Empire's connection or even understanding of Chronai. He shook his head before casting the spell that would allow him to communicate with the owner of the brand. Soon, he found himself in a large empty room. Not far from him was a beautiful woman with long black hair and golden eyes. She wore a blue robe with runes engraved on them. "Who are you?" asked Edward. "I should be the one asking you that question." Edward paused for a moment. "I am Edward Bones, the Emperor of the Arcane Empire." The woman squinted her eyes. "I am Delilah Magister, the goddess of magic, knowledge, and communication." "Delilah, what a lovely name," said Edward, his blue eyes more charming than ever. "Would you like some tea?" "I don't know what God drinks, but I think good tea is a universal beverage." "Tea? It's been a couple of thousand years since I drank tea and even longer since I tasted a decent one. You better not disappoint me." "I believe I won't," replied Edward, waving his hand to change the surrounding picture. They were now in a large plain with only green glass for miles long. A table was in the middle of the field with tea sets. "Please," he motioned, his every gesture as gentlemanlike as possible. Delilah responded with a gentle smile. However, as soon as she smiled, the entire space became livelier. The sun shone brighter, the grass became greener, and the air was purified. Worthy of a goddess, thought Edward. Her natural charm is something even Fleur cannot compare to. Fleur studies charm magic, yet, her ability could not compare to Delilah's natural charm or disposition. "I have to admit, in some ways, these gods are the perfect life form," analyzed Edward as he took his seat after the goddess. Chapter 499, Magic Authority. "I've been meaning to meet you," said Delilah, sipping on her tea. "Oh, why?" "I don't think I have anything worthy of being noticed by the gods. You know, sometimes, modesty appears as hypocrisy." Edward paused briefly. "True. But, I'm genuinely surprised you know of me. In less than 100 years, you developed the Arcane Empire from a technological Tier 5 world to a Tier 9 magical civilization," calmly said Delilah. "Such an act can be said to be the story of myths and legends." "Ha ha ha, you have no idea how much your words have boosted my ego," replied Edward with a brilliant smile. However, Delilah did not take his words seriously. "At first, I thought such a thing was impossible, that there might be some error in the information. She was in charge of the universe web, so she scoffed at the news for many years after reading it, believing there must be an explanation for such a grand scale of development. And now? Now, I believe it." "Oh, why?" "Because I can tell you're older than 100 years," said Delilah, her eyes deeper than the abyss, containing the most profound truth in the universe. For a moment, Edward was fascinated as he felt she could answer all the answers he wished to know about the universe. Luckily, his willpower is unmatched, and he knew a mere Tier 10 gods could never give him all the answers and truths he pursued. "I guess you acquired one of the Magus race's inheritance, including a time magical artifact. After studying it, you also absorbed their spirit of pursuing magic and the truth, thus creating the Arcane Empire. And with the technology civilization already on Earth, you decided to fuse magic and technology, thus bringing the Empire to an incredible height in a very short period. Am I right?" Delilah gazed at him as if trying to pierce through the secrets of his soul. However, all she saw was calmness and a hint of flirtation. "He's not just some wizard enthralled with magic and research, he's a true emperor with political skills." The Arcane Emperor rarely showed up during the war, mostly hiding behind the scenes. As such, the gods analyzed the information and believed he was primarily a political figure, albeit one with a lot of power. As such, their profile of him was a man addicted to magic and the pursuit of knowledge. Hence, he left his empire to be run by others, only keeping military power. However, Delilah discovered today they might have been wrong about the emperor. "You can think so," replied Edward calmly. "Is that so?" muttered Delilah with squinted eyes, making her even more alluring. "Do you know what fate awaits you? Please, tell." She did not immediately speak, somewhat baffled by his calm demeanor. She could tell he was genuinely calm and not putting on a facade for their negotiation. "We will never allow such an empire with your specific ideals and potential to develop. And once Guznad cannot protect this galaxy, our first act will be to liquidate the empire, killing or enslaving everyone. This is your unavoidable fate." "And so?" asked Edward, making Delilah frown with slight displeasure. Regardless, she knew how to control herself and continued. "Your only hope of saving yourself and your family is if you surrender." "Let me guess," added Edward. "You want me to become your follower?" "No, your divine mercenary. As long as I give you all the Empire's knowledge and technology, especially the one I used to block the mana grid, you can intercept with the others to keep me safe. Am I correct?" Delilah looked at him, his eyes focused intensely. "Don't worry, I can't read your mind. You're just easy to read, easier than I anticipated. Are you calling me a simpleton? I would not dare, replied Edward casually. Let's not talk about some unknown future. You're the goddess of magic, correct? Yes, and what of it? Then, you must be the powerful god in this plane. Although I am powerful, I would not say to this extent, replied Delilah, wondering where this conversation was going. One of my philosophers excellently summarized magic. He said, magic is omnipotent, but the user is not. It's a great quote, nodded Delilah. Magic can do anything, its only limitation is the mage controlling it. I feel the same way. Imagine how powerful a person would be if they controlled the magic authority. They could topple the god's civilization on their own. You're exaggerating things. No, I'm not. The core of the gods' civilization is the faith of their followers. So, if someone could develop a spell to block their connection to their followers even for a moment, such a person could kill any gods and easily topple their civilization. Delilah's face changed for the first time since this conversation, albeit the process was very brief. But, it was long enough for someone like Edward. So, with a smile, he continued. Creating such a spell is quite arduous, even beyond the limit of what I could do. However, if I had the magic authority, and with enough time, it's not out of the realm of impossibility. Such a spell is impossible, said Delilah, with a dangerous light in her eyes. And your attempt to sow dissonance amongst us is futile. Impossible. You're right, but it's not the reason, I think, isn't it? Asked Edward, his eyes as profound as hers, peeping deep into her soul. The gods are not stupid. So, how could they allow such a dangerous bomb among them? How could they allow anyone with the magic authority to exist and thrive in the universe? Small ripples appeared in Delilah's tea, however, her face remained the same. I have a theory to explain such an anomaly, said Edward. My theory is that these gods banded together to place some restrictions on the magic authority. They limited or even completely removed your ability to innovate and create new spells. I guess that they made it so that if you want to learn new spells, your followers must create it without your aid before sacrificing it to you. Am I correct? Boom. The tea in Delilah's hand evaporated, and the surrounding space trembled. However, Edward continued to sip his tea. I'm guessing that period was the darkest in your life. If things proceeded normally, you would have become one of the weakest gods in the universe, always suppressed. However, you're a wise woman, a woman of action. So, you somehow found a way to control the mana grid, thus elevating your strength and status. Delilah somewhat calmed down since Edward was wrong. To deal with that situation, she acquired the knowledge authority, thus blessing her followers to create better spells and magical knowledge. Her control of the mana grid and universe web placed her in the highest league among the gods, preventing them from putting more limitations on her. Arcane Emperor, are you trying to annoy me? Of course, I would never. Enough with this charade, said Delilah coldly. Although you tried to hide, I can sense your contempt for me, for the gods. I apologize for that, he said, sounding very sincere. I do disdain you lots, thinking you're only parasites that prey on the minds of the weak, less fortunate, or people in misery. However, I do wish to have a sincere conversation with you. What do you want? She continued, not hiding her anger and indifference. State your purpose. Very well. Chapter 500, Temptation. I do not know you very well, but I can guess your story, said Edward with a calm and soothing tone. A human genius born on a planet of magic. You quickly rose to the top of your world, becoming a Tier 6 mage. Maybe you were the first one on your entire planet for hundreds of years. Or, maybe you were lucky enough to be born in a world with a developed magical civilization. Regardless, your achievement of reaching Tier 6 brought you untold fame, wealth, and power. Delilah glanced at him without saying a word. The previous anger was gone, replaced by a terrifying calmness. At least, it looked as such on the surface. Edward did not mind as he continued. After reaching Tier 6, you learn that this is the end of magic for humans. However, how could such a genius like yourself accept such a fact? So, you began your journey through the universe. Maybe, you were lucky and discovered the astral realm and other planes. Through your ingenuity, talent, and luck, you pushed your magic to Tier 7. I'm guessing you used the bloodline of a higher magical creature, most likely, a dragon. Am I correct? Delilah only glanced at him without a word. Edward shrugged his shoulder and continued. At Tier 7, you finally reached the soul limit. Unfortunately, no matter what method you used, you could not bypass such restrictions. The only option you have is to use things like divine energy, but such an act is too dangerous. You probably searched the entire universe for the legacy of the Magus race during your attempt to break the limit. Sadly, your luck has run out. Disheartened, you finally gave in and chose the path that all humans have to eventually walk on, godhood. However, your love for magic was beyond any typical human, so you chose the magic authority, even though you probably knew the possible danger. Afterward, your story became as legendary as any others. Through hard work, talent, luck, and schemes, you slowly conquer other planes and become a Tier 10 god. You broke through the suppression of the gods and achieved the pinnacle of status in the cosmic faith plane. What are you trying to get at with all this nonsense? Asked Delilah coldly. I'm giving you an opportunity or an invitation. Delilah squinted her beautiful pupil. It's as you guessed. I'm inviting you to the Emperor. Abandon the wretched god path and become an arcanist, said Edward with an enchanting voice. Remove all your shackles, awaken your ambitions to pursue knowledge and magic. This is the biggest joke I've ever heard in my immortal life, said Delilah with a sneer. Is it? Retorted Edward with a smile. I'm sure your love for magic is not gone, otherwise, you would have never kept the magic authority. I don't know whether the Magus race used the mana grid as the universe web or whether it was your creation, but your involvement is indicative that you value information and communication. In my eyes, you're a perfect arcanist. And with your current soul, you can easily reach Tier 10 under our magic system. No, any magic system, for that matter. So, why are you willing to continue on this faith path, especially knowing how poisonous it is? How do you know about this? Asked Delilah with killing intent. The gods never allow the information about faith to flow out. Do you think it is a deep secret? Said Edward with a sneer, silencing this beautiful goddess. Then, he continued. With the database of the Empire and your foundation as a god, you will have a much higher chance at reaching the legendary Tier 11. Delilah received another shock. Most creatures in the universe know or only believe that Tier 10 is the limit of power. After all, what is higher than the universe? However, this arcane emperor, ruler of a small empire smaller than a galaxy, knew of such secrets. The Magus inheritance he acquired is much more valuable than I thought Delilah, trying to hide her greed and desire. She took a deep breath to calm down while also pondering this man's words. Do you think a few words is enough for me to do such a thing, to take such risks? Of course not, replied Edward. You have reached the pinnacle of the universe in terms of strength and status. The status quo is in your favor, so why risk everything for an unknown future? Are you insinuating something? No, I'm directly stating it. After living so many years as a god, bathing in the praise and worship of trillions of creatures and countless worlds, your spirit to pursue magic has been diluted and corrupted. It's not your fault but an inevitable outcome. After all, absolute power corrupts absolutely. Delilah released a terrifying aura full of the intention to kill. The surrounding space created by Edward's spell shook, almost collapsing. There is no need for anger since it's the truth. Do you want to die? Let me ask you something, continued Edward calmly. If you were to meet your past self before achieving godhood, do you think she would recognize your current self? Delilah's aura fluctuated before calming down. She did not answer him, thinking about the question. Divinity is the enemy of magic. The reason is not something as simple as because the gods are more powerful and oppress the development of magic. There is a fundamental difference at their core between these two paths. Gods rely on keeping people ignorant to amass faith and keep their power. They have no choice but to do this because once people are enlightened, once they learn the secrets of the universe, they will understand that there is nothing unique or special about the gods. They will lose their awe and respect. And without those, how would you people gather faith? Edward did not hide his sneer and contempt. Even for someone like you with many mages as your followers, I reckon you've secretly eliminated many of your followers and divine mercenaries for studying taboo subjects, such as divinity. After all, you don't want them to discover the source of your power and threaten your status. Delilah's face became ugly. Edward's words finally hit a true nerve. She remembered the first time she sent the order to eliminate a bunch of her followers. She wiped out an entire empire in one of the planes she conquered, all because they were studying the divine flame. She spent many years conflicted as the mage and divine sides inside her fought together. Sadly, after doing it for the first time, the others were much easier. You don't know me, said Delilah, her eyes colder than ever. True, replied Edward with a smile. It seems our conversation has come to an end, he continued, noticing Delilah's desire to end this conversation. You should consider what I said. With the arcane empire's knowledge and your foundation as a god, we can achieve great things, unimaginable things, things that maybe even the Magus race has never accomplished. Delilah looked at him coldly before snorting. Then, she disappeared from the room. Outside the Milky Way. Delilah, is something the matter? Asked Morticia, the goddess of death, after seeing her open her eyes. Some bugs occurred in the universe web. Now, it's fixed. Is that so? Well, let's continue attacking this protection. I don't know why this thing suddenly became more powerful. Delilah nodded, a little distracted. She did not know why she lied but only acted on instinct. She took a deep breath to remove all these thoughts from her mind and contribute her strength to this endeavor. Chapter 501, All preparations are finished. Edward opened his eyes, exhaling deeply. Although he was always calm and composed, he also had his worries. After all, he was still Tier 8 and facing a Tier 10 god, especially one who has conquered countless planes full of worshippers. He was worried, even with connection with Netheril. "I can't believe you are trying to fool her," said Morgana, who appeared wearing suit pants, looking like a successful lawyer. With her beautiful purple hair, her beauty and charms were no less than any goddess. Edward ignored her as she knew this was one of her hobbies, cosplaying. "I didn't." "Would you truly allow her to become a part of the Empire?" "Yes. I'm very tolerant of talented individuals. But she would be a Tier 10 Arcanist. After breaking the soul limit, reaching Tier 10 will be extremely easy for me and many talents of the Empire after we have sufficient control of the dark multiverse. By then, her strength will not be as threatening." "I see," nodded the little elf. "So, do you think she will agree?" "I don't know, but our chances are high," replied Edward. He discovered the magic goddess was easier to read and understand than he anticipated. Of course, one of the main reasons is that she belittled Edward after their first meeting, allowing him to learn and deduce many things about her based on his body language and basic information about her. A few things are restricting her from joining us. The first one is strength. Despite the potential shown by the Empire so far, it's not enough in her eyes. However, after we take down Guznad and show these gods the Milky Way is still unapproachable, she will understand our strength, making her more willing to accept my offer. That's interesting. What's next? Her status is also a problem. She has been ruling for too long, so it's hard for her to give up her power and even become a subordinate. There is nothing much I can do about such an issue besides allowing time to make a difference and to lure her with more benefits. Indeed, that's a good strategy. We can lure you into cooperating with us through benefits. Then, after a period of cooperation, her actions will be considered betrayal from the gods, alienating her until she has no choice but to join us, said Morgana, who calculated Edward's next plan in an instant. The only issue is how to lure her. She has reached the pinnacle of this world's power, wealth, and resources, so only a few things will interest her, groaned Edward. We could use some basic information about the multiverse. However, that's dangerous knowledge. If news were to leak, the consequences would be too severe. For now, knowledge about the multiverse is out of the question. Even if she joined us, I would not easily reveal such information. The multiverse is the key to reaching Tier 11. So, any news about it would create a storm across the entire cosmic faith plane. No, it could cause a storm throughout the endless planes in the astral realm. In that case, only knowledge about the Magus race might interest her, added Morgana. Or, she might also be interested in the information about the mana grid we got from the Akashic records. Edward nodded in agreement. Then, he took a white string from his temple. Sent this memory to the think tank and have them analyze this meeting to see if they can find any more information that I miss. I want a character profile on her. Furthermore, activate the spies we have in the central area and ask them to find more information about Delilah. Is it not a little too dangerous to contact these people? Edward has long sent spies into the central area of the universe where all the most powerful creatures, gods, and civilizations gathered. However, due to the inherent danger of such a high-level place, they remain dormant. The danger is worth it. Plus, they only need to be extra careful and not dig too deep into her secrets. Once the war finishes, we should provide these people with more support. As you wish, said Morgana before sending the command to the relevant department. All right, let's get back to work. Did you get the information? I did. With all her mood fluctuation, I scanned some of her soul fluctuations. With this information, we should be able to crack the imprint, replied Morgana as she displayed a screen with data. Excellent, nodded Edward. With this information, he can suppress Delilah's imprint on the mana grid and use his enchantment to absorb endless mana from the grid. Edward returned to work. 2 weeks passed, and his project was finally successful. Then, he left a clone to continue the second step of the project, completely remove her imprint so he could have full control of the mana grid that runs through the Milky Way galaxy. However, such a project was long-term and could not be accomplished in a short period. Upon completion, Morgana sent the enchantment to the relevant department, and Edward focused on the war. 3 months later. Edward sat on a chair next to a beach, holding a margarita and a screen floating before him. No one recognized their emperor on this beach, and he took this time to relax. Those guys did not disappoint me, said Edward, watching videos of the Black Clover Knights fighting against the scholar mages of the Empire. The battles were not all victories. After all, there are too many geniuses in the Empire, and these guys are still young, even with the help of time acceleration. So, even Asta, who wowed the world with his anti-magic energy, suffered many defeats. However, his original goal was to raise them into symbols of how powerful battle mages were, and the plans have shown initial success. Now, under his secret command, the status of battle mages is slowly being raised, thus dealing with the disparity issue between the two classes. It's not at the level I want things to be yet, but we are getting there, muttered Edward, who prepared to close the screens and enjoy his time sunbathing. However, he received another notification of the highest alert and security grade. He quickly opened it, and his eyes immediately brightened. Done. Good, good. The second-tier ether core was successfully created, using only a fraction of the needed time because of his new enchantments. The fog was finished a few weeks ago, so now, the Empire no longer needs to worry about the safety of the Milky Way after this war. Guznad, you dare to blackmail twice, muttered Edward with a sneer, thinking how he had to send another Tier 9 energy core a few days ago. Now, it's payback time. He immediately contacted Olivier, who should have received the news. Did you see it? I did, she nodded succinctly. So, what's next? Asked Edward. Now that we no longer have to worry about safety, we can slowly take over Guznad's territory and overwhelm him. The current galaxy was divided into two halves. Now, it was time to take Guznad's half, uniting the Milky Way under one regime, one voice. Excellent. Do I need to do anything? We will have a meeting tomorrow before beginning the last expedition. You will need to attain. I will be there. Olivier nodded before ending the communication. How cold, said Edward, shaking his head. I should probably talk to her. He raised his head to look above him. He knew this war was coming to an end, meaning the Empire would enter a new age. I hope everything goes smoothly. Chapter 502, Self-Control. That's everything for the attack plan, said a young man from the Brazilian region with glasses before looking at Edward and Olivier. He dressed in an old-fashioned way from the old era, with a suit and tie. I don't see any problem, said Edward. Based on his limited knowledge of war tactics, he saw no problem with the plan for the final battle. All the people present in this war room were the brightest military minds of the Empire, so he trusted their judgment. Anything else? We have never received any final say on whether the final battle with Guznad will be a live broadcast, asked an elderly man. The answer is no, replied Edward, and no one asked. As smart as they were, they understood there must be some secrets for the Emperor to hide the final battle. However, they were the people in the Empire with the highest security level. If there was something that even they could not know, then they did not want to know. And their assumption was correct. Edward feared the Netheril would be revealed during his battle with Guznad. If the people knew the Empire already had Tier 10 technology and could have easily ended this terrible war, all the effort they spent to create a positive image of a savior would be destroyed. So, his battle with Guznad will be recorded and edited before release to the public. Is there anything else? Everyone shook their heads, so the plan of action for this war was finalized. Edward proceeded to salute all these people, watching them leave. Then, he looked at his wife, Olivier. Aren't you going to say anything? I don't have anything to say. Really? If you have something to say, get on with it, she scoffed. Dear, we are immortal godlike beings, said Edward nonchalantly. We have evolved beyond the point of using passive aggressiveness to show our emotions. If you have a problem, use your words so we can communicate. Olivier closed the screen before her. My problem is with you. That's obvious, thought Edward, but he did not dare utter these words. Instead, he listened patiently. I have no problem with your womanizing ways, you can sleep with as many women you want, and I don't care, said Olivier. However, I thought the word wife would mean something to you. However, you seem to be collecting them like Pokemon. Why the hell did I teach her such a reference, thought Edward despite remaining calm on the surface. Every time you bring someone back, I feel like you cheapen the bond you have with me and the others, it's like our marriage means nothing to you. Edward did not say anything as he pondered her words, he took her concerns very seriously. He had realized something about him, about his relationship with his wife. His initial attraction to them is rooted in a deep desire for possessiveness. Although he grew to love them after spending time with them and getting to know their true self, his attraction to them after their first meeting originated from his past life on primordial Earth. In his first life, these women were out of his reach. He lusted after them but knew he could never acquire them since they were 2D creatures and because he felt he could never pull women of this caliber. However, after his reincarnation, he became handsome, rich, suave, and powerful. So, after coming into contact with some of them, he could not control his lust. So, because of these deep-rooted desires, he could not control himself and brought them to his harem. And as Olivier said, his actions cheapen the bond he has with his previous wives. Edward took a moment to think of all his wives, especially the time spent together. He spent a lot of time with his wives up to Olivier. He even grew old with her, spending decades as a couple. However, Wiz and Tsunade were different. Their encounter was brief. Although there was a spark between them, it was far from the level of marriage. In some ways, their union is more like a political marriage. You're right. My actions have been too much, said Edward as he exhaled out loud. I need better self-control. He realized he should be more sensitive to his wives and family. Otherwise, his womanizing ways might cause real trouble one day. Olivier leaned back on her chair, sighing, although I would love to hear you would stop, I guess I'll accept this for now. Stop womanizing. Edward did not think he had the strength to do such a thing. The best he can do is control himself and not allow his ways to affect his family. I acknowledge my fault, now, it's your turn, said Edward, looking at her. I didn't do anything. You know you went too far by having your people monitor wizardry, added Edward, looking directly into her eyes. Olivier sighed. I could not escape the irrational fear in my mind, she explained. I could not remove the idea that you would abandon me, handing all my power to them. She knew Edward would never do such a thing with his personality, but these thoughts consumed her mind. So, she made a stupid decision. You know I would never do this. I do, but I couldn't help it. Edward sighed, once this war is over, we will all go to family therapy. It should be of great help to our marriage. That may not be a bad idea, nodded Olivier. However, it might be hard to find someone willing to take us on. Being the therapist of the royal family will involve many secrets, and most people do not want to go down this rabbit hole. After all, if these secrets leaked, they probably wouldn't survive. I'm sure someone is daring enough. If not, we will use artificial intelligence. All right. After this conversation, the cog that is the Empire began to spin. The media went into a frenzy as propaganda for the final battle was everywhere. Edward did not even try to hide it. The people were happy as this war, which went on for close to 10 years, was on the verge of ending. People wished for peace, especially in the fast-developing empire. Although war is good for technological development, it's mostly in the military sector. The empire has just entered an age where everybody can have magical abilities. So, everybody wished for peace so they could develop and prosper to new heights. As such, only a few people who used this war to rise in status or amass great wealth wished for this war to continue. The majority of citizens cannot wait for news of the Empire's victory against Guznad. Additionally, this war has other symbolic meanings besides the fact the entire Milky Way will soon be under the Empire's control. This war is the first battle against the gods, so they must win no matter what. Edward has already secretly poisoned or brainwashed the population to disdain or have enmity with the gods. So, many people were waiting for Guznad's capture and his possible dissection on a live broadcast. As such, under the overwhelming support of the people, the final battle finally started. Chapter 503, The Final Battle. The first step of this war was the Galaxy Protection Fog. The Empire released the fog to surround the entire Milky Way galaxy. The main purpose of the fog was not to isolate the gods from the outside or to prevent Guznad from blackmailing the Empire. Its main purpose was to isolate the space of the Milky Way, preventing Guznad or anyone else from opening portals to other planes. With this method, the Empire effectively cut off Guznad's support from the Abyss Plane or any other planes he may have conquered. Without any backup and complete isolation, the Empire strikes back. The second step was to render the greatest advantage of the undead obsolete, their large number. The Empire finally deployed clone legions. The use of clones has been minimal during this war. The main reason is the controversy over using them as cannon fodders in war, not treating them like humans even though they have a soul. Many people protested, asking to pass laws to stop manufacturing clones or give them the rights of normal citizens. The voices of these people were loud at the beginning of the war. However, after countless casualties and the media manipulation of the Empire, their support quickly dwindled when the narrative changed to the fact that so many lives could have been saved if clones had been allowed to be used. Now, with very little resistance, the Empire finally deployed clones. Undead turned all life they encountered into one of their minds, hence why they are such a catastrophe to all races and civilizations. However, such a tactic became useless after Guznad occupied half of the galaxy. His army was vast. Sadly, his number could not compare to the Empire's factory that manufactured clones like they were objects. After these clones are created, a machine instills a vast amount of knowledge into their mind to increase their soul power. Then, their bodies are strengthened through genetic manipulation before injecting a vast quantity of mana into them. With Edward's new enchantment and control of the mana grid, there was plenty of mana to go around. So, a terrifying legion swept Guznad's territory. Like the undead, the clones were programmed to have no fear, feel no pain, and execute all given orders. Furthermore, their souls contained seals to prevent Guznad from turning them into undead. In other words, Guznad kept losing more troops without ways to generate more. The Empire had another advantage over Guznad's troops: technology. Myriad fleets flew to different parts of the galaxy, conquering one star system after another. Most of Guznad's ships could not be considered spaceships. Sure, they could travel in space, but they did not have things like cannons, missiles, torpedoes, plasma guns, etc. So, the Empire's tactic was swift and effective. They would bombard the planets until the undead were incapacitated and unable to move. Then, they would land and use the newly developed method to discover Ghuznad's core followers through the amount of faith they released. Most of Ghuznad's core believers or followers will be executed or captured for interrogation. Meanwhile, the people he forcibly turned into undead during this war and did not have time to become hardcore followers will be captured and returned to the Empire. Then, these people will go through rehabilitation from Bellatrix's department, where the death staff will be used to revert them to their former selves. If the process fails, the undead will still be integrated into the Empire since Wiz has been on a campaign for acceptance for all undead. By now, most people are now used to undead being a daily part of life. With these methods and advantages, the Empire took less than 2 weeks to take a vast amount of Ghuznad's territory. So, Edward went from controlling half of the galaxy to controlling 2/3. By then, the blitzkrieg-like tactic used by the Empire had become less effective. Ghuznad had responded. He used one of the few advantages he had, high-level powerhouses. Ghuznad had countless Tier 8 undead under his control, while Edward and the Starskin Queen were currently the only 2 Tier 8 arcanists of the Empire. Unfortunately for the Death God, the Empire's tactician anticipated this possibility and prepared. The first way to deal with this problem was sending the Tier 8 golems. These golems were created using a large quantity of mana from the mana grid and a new soul technology. The Empire could not now raise a soul to any tier by instilling a large amount of knowledge into it. Previously, such a soul would collapse by the time they reached Tier 5. But, now, they could maintain these unstable souls through control of their soul flame. The result was these golems. Although they could only survive 3 to 5 years before the artificial soul collapsed, this time was more than enough for this war. The second method the Empire used to make up for the gap in Tier 8 powerhouse was one of Hermione's inventions. From his Konosuba voyage, Edward created arcane sparks that allowed arcanists to condense their karma and use it as empowerment. After activating the spark, an arcanist might cast a spell a tier above their level. Hermione, who was studying karma, created a way to gather the negative karma or sins created by the undead and condense them into crystals. With these karma crystals, a Tier 7 arcanist can use empowerment to cast Tier 8 spells, thus gaining the advantage in battle. With these advantages, the Empire slowly took over Ghuznad's territory. The war could not be won easily to not raise an eyebrow. So, after the previous blitzkrieg tactic, things proceeded slowly. It took more than a year before Ghuznad only had 5 star systems remaining, defending them as their last line of defense. During this year-long battle, only a few interesting things occurred. The first one was Ghuznad shutting off his defensive treasure and trying to break the fog. He failed. The second was that the Death God finally realized the importance of technology and tried to build himself a proper fleet for this war. Alas, the intelligence department and divination sector discovered his method. Then, Olivier's previous elite team, when she was in the military, succeeded in a dangerous mission where they infiltrated the base of Ghuznad's research, destroying it before escaping. Edward was very happy with this mission because the ninjas participated and were instrumental in the success. The last interesting aspect of this war was Ghuznad creating 3 more Tier 9 clones, trying to use the number advantage to win. Sadly, Edward did not show up, as Dumbledore, Rowena, and Snape used the floating cities to destroy them. Finally, Edward's Netheril arrived at Ghuznad's last territory, ready for the final confrontation that would end this war. Chapter 504, Fighting Ghuznad, I. Ghuznad sat on his chair, a terrifying calmness emanating from his body. He suffered too much in this war. After losing so many of his followers, his strength had drastically decreased. If not for the Sagittarius plane and another plane he conquered, he would have fallen to Tier 8 after losing so many worshippers. The path of faith god is too restrictive, thought Ghuznad. He had long figured this truth out, so he wanted to acquire more legacies of the Magus race so he could walk the path of the Elder Gods. If he succeeded, he could keep his death authority, divine status, without the limitations of faith. The only downside is it takes too long to reach a higher tier. Furthermore, it's extremely difficult for Elder Gods to leave their maternal plane since their authority is directly linked to the plane will. As I get my hands on the divine sparks, everything will be fine, thought Ghuznad. If my calculations are correct, the Arcane Empire should possess them. He heard of the department of the Empire in charge of reverting his undead back to normal. He knew only a deep power of death authority could do such a thing, and the only way for such a young empire to have such authority is through the death divine sparks. The Magus race inheritance he acquired left hints that the divine sparks should be in this galaxy, hence why he invaded using all means necessary. However, he did not expect to suffer such a blow while conquering a small-sized galaxy. Ghuznad suddenly sensed something and raised his head. His eyes saw the floating city outside his last remaining 5-star systems. He's here, thought Ghuznad, extremely calm despite his current situation. Arcane Emperor, if you think victory is already yours, you will be in for a great surprise. Without hesitation, he took a step and appeared outside of the protective shield of his territory. Soon, Edward appeared before him. It seems you have not given up, said Edward, who saw the brilliance in his opponent's eyes. The final victor has not been decided yet. Is that so? Uttered Edward, who immediately raised his guard. His opponent showed no signs of admitting defeat, panic, or any negative emotions. This could only mean two things: he is a master at controlling his emotions, or he has an unknown trump card that could reverse the situation. As such, he immediately gave up the idea of convincing Guznad. Let's fight in the mirror dimension. Unless you don't want your last remaining territory to vanish. That's fine by me. So, his trump card is not something from these territories. Edward theorized that Guznad might have some hidden artifacts in these territories. However, the latter immediately gave up the home advantage and chose to fight inside the mirror dimension. There is also another possibility. Whatever method he has can ignore the limitations of space and reach the mirror dimension. While these thoughts flashed in his mind, Edward activated the spell to transmit them to their battle location. Divine spell, Death Requiem. Guznad raised his pale hand, generating a terrifying sound that directly affected the body and soul. Anyone who hears would have their bodies aged or become ill in a swift manner before dying. Arcane spell, Death Absorption. A white light enveloped Edward, swallowing the death power from the attack. The light then converted the death energy into life energy stored in his body. He can use it to heal later in this battle. Sadly, the conversion was abysmal. Is it because he controls Death Authority, and I do not? Guznad never expected his attack to do any real damage. His real objective was to buy him enough time to approach his opponent, forcing the Emperor into closed combat. He knew the Emperor, like all Arcanists, must have a powerful body. However, it did not change the fact he was Tier 8. The only reason he could fight with him was due to the mana from the floating city. As such, his physical body will still be his weakness. But, as a divine being, Guznad was powerful in all aspects: his soul, spell casting, and body. Swish. Guznad's scythe cut Edward's body into two. However, his divine eye soon detected it was an afterimage. So fast, he thought before feeling a terrifying flame rushing for him. Arcane spell, Divine Flame. Guznad calmly watched the golden flame approaching him and raised his hand. The power of death began to quell the flame. However, to his surprise, this thing resisted, even burning his power of death. Flame Authority. How is that possible? His hood hid the shock in his expression, but his trembling body exposed him. No, this is not the power of authority, it's too weak, contemplated Guznad, who constantly reminded himself to calm down. This power resembled authority. He took a moment to ponder, and his eyes lit up. Dragon chant magic, and it's even the advanced version. He was shocked by this conclusion, since such a fact was almost as shocking as if the Emperor had controlled an authority. Dragons have passed on their language to other races before, but they've always kept the advanced version to themselves. It's nothing but a copy, said Edward. He spent a few months studying Albion Thunder's character. Based on his analysis, he created the Flame character, and a few others. Unfortunately, he did not acquire Thunder Authority, so his copy of the character was flawed. Regardless, Edward has created the foundation for these characters, leaving the rest to a team he personally selected. So, it's only a matter of time for the Empire to have many character magic that are based on certain authority. In the future, when an Arcanist meets the willpower requirements, they can exchange for these characters that can resonate with the laws to study in order to become legends. Guznad immediately raised the Emperor's danger level to a higher level after knowing he controlled magic on par with the dragon race. Then, 3 new versions of Guznad appeared before him, each with their own distinct aura that was hard to distinguish. Clones. No, it should not be those ones. The Empire knew of Guznad's unique ability, where he could create clones with the same power as the main body. However, according to former analysis, these clones took time to create, and the Empire had already destroyed the previous batch. Edward was on the verge of acquiring many laws, which include soul, thunder, water, and finally, death. Among these laws, the closest is not thunder, despite the knowledge he received from Albion. The closest to turning into law is death. After all, he had the death staff for many years. If not for the fact the staff was in constant use during the war and he was distracted by many other things, he would have acquired the death law or authority by now. So, with his knowledge, he swiftly saw the essence of Guznad's spell. The latter separated 3 aspects of life from his body, turning them into clones or projections: young, middle-aged, and old. The 3 clones raised their hands to cast a spell. Edward discovered a line connected to his body appeared before these 2. Then, Guznad's main body raised his side to cut off the line. Edward's danger sense activated, and he reacted swiftly. He cast a spell called Death Substitute. This spell is both a death spell and a curse spell. As such, after the line was cut, a doll in his interdimensional space exploded into 1,000 pieces. My assumptions were correct, uttered Guznad. Such a deep understanding of death magic. You must have acquired the Death Divine Spark. Chapter 505, Fighting Guzni, 2. Divine spark. Isn't that the relic of the elder gods? Asked Edward, who soon showed a look of realization. So, that's your objective. Your acting is universe class, responded Guznad with a sneer. The elder gods is one of the few secrets of the universe. How would you know about such a thing? You underestimate the Empire's capabilities, responded Edward calmly. That's why you're in your current predicament. Guznad momentarily paused. He could not ascertain any information from the Emperor's reactions, including his body language or soul fluctuation. However, he believed his assumption was correct. As such, he did not waste any more time. His projections disappeared and reappeared, surrounding Edward. Teleportation is one of the few abilities all gods have without possessing the corresponding authority. The projections swung their scythes. Swish. Someone was bisected, however, it was not Edward, it was the old Aga projection. At the last minute, he used a space spell to exchange place with the projection, making Guznad destroy his own clone. Space cut. Edward's second spell was swift and did not leave any room for contemplation. A deep cut that severed the entire Milky Way into two sections appeared. Luckily, these two fought in the mirror dimension. Guznad's clones dissipated after being bisected. As for the main body, his body calmly reattached itself to the lower part. Divine spell, soul reaping. Under Guznad's guidance, a creepy bony hand appeared directly inside Edward's soul dimension, heading directly for his soul. Want to play the soul with me, he thought with a sneer. A brilliant flame appeared in his soul dimension, burning the hand into nothingness. Damn it, why is this guy so versatile? Guznad was used to fighting gods with a specific authority, thus limiting their arsenals of attacks. As for mages, the situation is the same for them as their magic systems usually have one attribute and train it to the extreme. Mages with versatile magic systems are usually weak because they do not have much time to train in multiple subjects. Furthermore, there is usually not enough knowledge for them to push any subjects to a high level. However, the arcanists in the Empire have a long lifespan, allowing them to study many things. Additionally, they do not have to worry about the lack of knowledge in most categories. Sadly, Guznad's frustration had just begun. Edward gathered a small aura or energy signature from his energy from the previous attack. He then used that aura as a medium to cast a curse that directly attacked Guznad's soul. A few drops of golden blood dripped from the death god's nose, signifying his soul injury. However, this was just the beginning. A small space fluctuation flashed next to him, and a drop of blood appeared in Edward's hand. Arcane spell, Curse of Life. Guznad is the god of death. His divine body is made up entirely of death energy. So, what are the consequences of forcing positive life energy into his body in the form of a curse? He coughed off more blood as his aura drastically decreased. Luckily, he learned from his mistake and incinerated his blood. Subsequently, he placed a seal in the life energy, isolating it from the death energy. Arcane spell, Wrath of the Thunder God. Edward cast a powerful spell that covered the entire galaxy with lightning and thunder. Whenever the lightning descended, it destroyed everything in its path, and Guznad had to bear the brunt of this attack. He raised his hand to create a shield composed of death energy above him, blocking the thunder. Pluff. Guznad vomited another mouthful of blood. Damn it, I've been tricked. He knew the Emperor did not use such a large area of effect spell to show how powerful the attack was. He had a purpose. Thunder is considered one of the positive elements, so Edward filled the entire galaxy with positive energy. Finally, the positive energy resonated with the positive attribute of the life energy inside Guznad's body, aggravating his injury. I can't believe he brought me to this point in such a short time, thought Guznad. I need to buy more time, so I have no choice but to use this now. The surroundings suddenly changed. Edward found himself in a large area. In the distance was a vast, noble, and majestic black palace. He could hear the sounds of countless people chanting Guznad's name. Divine Kingdom projection, he muttered. So, you know about this too. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, said Guznad with a sneer. Do you think this is enough to stop me? Guznad did not think it was enough. Normally, as long as he summoned the projection of his divine kingdom, the mana of mages would stop working, and their soul would be suppressed, making it extremely hard to even think properly, let alone cast spells. However, he knew there was a way to offset this ability. He used large and frequent energy fluctuations to offset the power of the divine kingdom. Most mages will not be able to do so, but it should not be a problem for him with his mana pool and the floating city's energy reserve, thought Guznad. However, my main objective is to buy time. Energy fluctuation can indeed offset the divine kingdom's ability. However, such a method is very draining. So, most people who use it would eventually run out of energy and overuse their stamina. This is one of the tactics the gods used against certain difficult mage civilizations. Trying to drain me, thought Edward, who had to rely on Morgana for his mind to remain intact. He could also feel his mana was sealed, becoming useless. Magic domain. The surroundings changed again, and Edward found himself sitting on a throne with a gate behind him, books all over the floor. So, the magic domain is effective, he thought as he felt his mana was working as usual. Even the mana he channeled from Netheril no longer has any problem. What is this? Asked Guznad, as his experience could not help him in this situation. However, he could tell his opponent was no longer influenced by his divine kingdom. It seems to be a contained world, similar to my divine kingdom. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he felt scared. The divine kingdom was one of the main reasons the gods ruled over every race and civilization. If mages now had a world that functioned in a similar faction, their authority would be challenged. Guznad's eyes under the hood showed killing intent, followed by intense greed. After I become an elder god, I might lose my divine kingdom. If I can get this method, I might not lose it or make up for the loss. His desire to get his hands on the arcane empire drastically increased. What an interesting reaction, said Edward, who felt the emotional fluctuations from his opponent. Arcane spell, supermassive black hole. A black hole the size of a basketball appeared on Guznad's side of this battlefield. However, its size drastically increased with every passing second. The terrible gravitational pull it released seemed to destabilize this divine kingdom. A cold and mighty snort emanated from Guznad's mouth as he declared, "In my kingdom, I am absolute." He waved his hand, and the black hole stopped expanding, on the contrary, it was rapidly shrinking. "If you like it so much, I will give it to you as a gift." Boom. The black hole exploded, generating unparalleled gravitational push. The destruction created by such an explosion was devastating. If not for the mirror dimension and the suppression of the divine kingdom, dozens of galaxies full of life would have suffered. Damn it, cursed Guznad, who actually suppressed the explosion. However, he discovered some cracks in this projection. He forced me, he thought with gritted teeth. Chapter 506, Fighting Guznad 3. Divine Sacrifice. Edward watched as countless screams echoed from the divine kingdom projection. Then, something odder appeared. The cracks on the kingdom heel, followed by a strange aura fluctuation. The kingdom's aura drastically decreased before exponentially rising. He sacrificed the souls of his followers to increase his strength, thought Edward, who realized the screams were the result of all these souls dying. He did not know the exact number of sacrifices but guessed they should be in the trillions. This is the fate of handing your soul to a god. Edward felt pity for all these lives lost. However, there was nothing he could do about this situation. Even after defeating Guznad, he can't do anything about these souls since they've experienced true death. However, this experience reinforced his animosity and mistrust of these gods. When cornered, they will not hesitate to sacrifice the souls of their believers. Divine Spell, Song of the Fallen. Guznad controlled the grievances of all the people he killed, guiding them to hurt Edward. It was like he placed the blame for these people's deaths on Edward. However, the latter's reaction was beyond him. Edward allowed all these grievances, which manifested in the form of black phantoms making horrible grimaces, to enter his body. A special magic circle inside his soul dimension swallowed all the grievances, forming a small black cube. Karma Crystal. Edward used Hermione's method. He used all of Guznad's grievances to condense a karma crystal from all his sins. Law Spell, Curse of Hatred. Guznad suffered a terrible backlash. The grievances of all the believers he sacrificed returned to attack him. They gnawed at his soul, refusing to let go as if they were maggots. He reacted swiftly by using his divine flame to purify these grievances, keeping his soul as pure as possible. Sadly, this curse was not as easy to deal with as he anticipated. "You're a law magus?" he asked, not hiding the shock in his voice. He sensed the curse authority from this attack and put two and two together. "Legendary Arcanist, but yes," replied Edward. Guznad gritted his teeth, knowing this battle would be harder than expected. Law Magus uses their willpower to force the planar will to grant them control of any authority. As such, they are usually more powerful than the gods, who are in a more special relationship with the planar will. Guznad sighed deeply, thinking about how to delay more time. Using his death authority and divine flame, he dealt with most of the grievances in his soul. After all, as a person in charge of death, one of his abilities is to deal with the grievances and unwillingness to die. However, the curse was not a joke, so his soul was filled with holes and injuries. Unfortunately for him, Edward was no longer playing around. He sensed something was wrong with Guznad's behavior. So, he used one of his most powerful spells. Law Spell, Purple Destruction Ball. A large purple ball full of ominous aura appeared before Edward. The thing was as big as a large star. Then, without pause or hesitation, he dropped on the death god. Edward's destruction rule was already scary, but this attack was also boosted by his domain. So, when it arrived at its destination, Guznad's body trembled, showing his fear. "Destruction authority," he yelled. "Authorities have levels. After all, you cannot equate the power of time with something like flame." So, among the many authorities, destruction has always been one of the most potent ones. Shush. Guznad's divine kingdom projection did not last a few seconds before being annihilated into non-existence. Luckily, the thing bought him enough time to teleport away. Damn it, how could it be so powerful, thought Guznad. He detected cracks that appeared in the genuine divine kingdom located in the outer realm. Such a thing should not be possible even if the projection were destroyed. Let's see how you run now, sneered Edward before an undetectable fluctuation emanated from his body. Following this, he controlled his destruction ball to attack his opponent. Spacetime authority. Guznad's face was ugly as he discovered the surrounding space was blocked by a powerful spell, forcing him to directly counter this terrifying spell. A ferocious look appeared on his face under the hood. Then, he summoned a small disc that created a shield around. Then, unexpectedly, he survived perfectly intact from the attack. Is this the Magus artifact he used to protect the galaxy? Based on the power of that shield, he guessed it must be the work of the Magus race. He's cornered and desperate, he analyzed. Guznad was using his last trump card. Many thoughts flashed in his mind as he prepared the best spell for this situation. Arcane spell, Energy Drain. Immediately, Guznad felt terrible. His artifact could protect the galaxy from so many tier 10 gods for many reasons. The first one was because of its power, but that was not the main one. This galaxy is considered the birthplace of the Magus race, so there is a weird power that the artifact can resonate with, allowing it to perform beyond its normal limits. Secondly, Kronai bent the rules as much as she could, using her power to boost the effect of the artifact, protecting the birthplace of the Magus race and the home of the Arcane Empire. Now, Guznad discovered he had lost the support of these two factions, and he had to rely on the power of the artifact alone. Sadly, his energy reserve was not much. He did not use all the energy from the crystal he blackmailed from Edward, reserving them for such a possibility. However, with the energy-draining spell, his artifact will soon become useless. The Death God's first instinct was to continue the divine sacrifice. However, he soon realized his tier would drop if he lost any more believers. So, he had to change idea. As a last resort, Guznad sacrificed his second authority, fear. He had never used this authority since he considered it a lesser rule. However, he also never discarded it in case it became useful later. Today, that day finally arrived. His action proved to be the correct one. With enough energy, the flicking shield became bright and strong. The effect of Edward's spell was also reduced, forcing him to use the technique of spell layering. He superimposed many energy-draining spells to make the effect more powerful. A few minutes later, cracks appeared on the shield, but it was still holding on. However, Edward had a bad feeling as Guznad began to laugh maniacally, shaking the surrounding void. Then, Morgana appeared before him out of nowhere, murmuring something to him. "What did you do?" yelled Edward. "Ha ha ha, it's too late." Edward ignored him as he looked in the distance. He activated his spacetime rule, showing him something beyond the mirror dimension, something that occurred far away on planet Earth. His eyes turned red as he looked at Guznad. "You dare." The response he received was a sneer. "I should be saying this to you. You dare use me as a pawn to control the galaxy without any resistance from foreign powers. Your greatest mistake was not to use all your strength to annihilate me." Edward felt the world had turned red. His anger was so overwhelming, almost overriding his reason. "Don't you want to know how I did it?" said Guznad, not hiding his arrogant laughter. However, this was only a show. The result was not to his satisfaction, so he needed to buy a little more time. "I'll gladly tell you." Chapter 507, Criminal. Guznad's face under the hood frowned for a brief moment before continuing. The Magus did not easily dominate the astral realm. During their rise, they encountered many obstacles, many worthy opponents. The most dangerous of which was the Witch Plane. The Magus suffered the most while conquering that plane. One could argue that they did not even succeed. Do you know why? Guznad ignored Edward's fierce gaze as he snickered. The Witch Queen sacrificed their entire plane to place a terrifying curse on the Magus race. To be precise, she directly cursed their bloodline source. So, after this war, the Magus race lost such a powerful plane but was also cursed. I would say they lost the battle, wouldn't you? Guznad did not care. There was no response. He only wanted to buy more time. After this event, the Magus race delved deeper into bloodline research, trying to cure this curse. They succeeded, of course. But without paying a price. The Magus race instilled their bloodline into many races in an attempt to solve the curse. If I guess correctly, the humans on Earth are the descendants of test subjects during that era. Edward no longer paid attention as he looked at the screen before him. The space elevator in Brazil had exploded, killing hundreds of millions of people. If not for the fact all citizens of the Empire were now mages, the casualties would have been even worse. It took me a lot of effort to come up with this plan. I had to make a deal with an Abyss Lord with the Curse Authority, allowing me to control the right people, continued Guznad. The defensive measures on this planet were over the top, so it took a lot of effort. Edward clenched his hand. During the battle, he did not take Guznad seriously since he was nothing but a pawn to control the galaxy. He needed to film their battle as propaganda, so he took things easy. Even when he noticed something was wrong, he thought it had something to do with the remaining 5-star systems. He thought they were Guznad's final trump card but never imagined the latter would target Earth. I mean, why would he? After the last attack, he boosted the Empire's defense, so he was reassured. As for the problem of the wizard's bloodline, he also thought about it after learning of the Magus race's achievement during his time in the Naruto world. So, after returning, he had a team studying the bloodline to ensure there would be no problem with his ultimate magic body. But so far, he has not detected any residual curse from the Magus bloodline. Boss, we have news. Edward looked at her. We captured all the other assailants. The casualties? Less than 100. Guznad's face changed after hearing this. His plan was to use the other people as hostages to negotiate with the Arcane Emperor. Now, he just learned all the other pawns he controlled were dealt with. Good, said Edward with a cold calmness. Fire the void cannons and annihilate Guznad and his remaining territory. Morgana wanted to say something but closed her mouth. She controlled Netheril and used the highest energy setting. Boom. A white light flashed, and everything was gone. The remaining 5-star systems and even the mirror dimension were torn apart. However, Morgana, who still had her emotions in control, took something from Guznad's dissipating body. Meanwhile, Edward controlled the floating city to instantly return to Earth. As he floated above the ruins of the space elevator, hearing the agonizing screams of the injured and the families of the victims, he felt a tight pain in his chest. As an emperor, his task is to protect his people, and he failed miserably. Come here, he ordered, and his time staff appeared in his hand. He could tell Guznad was very vicious and granted true death to the people who died, so the death staff was useless. Edward mobilized his time rule, boosting it with the power of the staff. An enormous clock appeared above Brazil, moving counterclockwise. He immediately felt a great resistance, preventing him from moving time backward. However, Edward did not care. Put the energy core on overdrive, he ordered. Morgana once again wanted to say something but chose to be silent. With this new blessing, Edward pushed his time rules to the limit. However, the resistance he faced was proportional to the effort he put in. Alas, Edward was not about to give up. He activated his arcane spark to use karma empowerment. He used the ability from the Akashic records that allowed him to take some mana from all his citizens. He controlled the mana grid to get more energy. Finally, he linked himself to the other 2 floating cities for even more energy. He entered the mana sage mode, boosting his energy control ability to its highest level. Crack! Edward heard the sound of something breaking, followed by a great sense of dread. His cosmic awareness activated, and he saw his name appear in a strange machine. He did not know what the machine was, where this place was, or why did his name appear, but he knew it was not a good thing. However, he did not care about this problem for now. He focused on his tasks at hand until he succeeded. Half an hour later, the spell finished, and he watched as the dead appeared one by one as if time was rewind. The destroyed space station returned to its original state as if nothing had happened. However, Edward felt something was wrong. What is the problem? Morgana took a moment before saying, according to a brief scan, more than 3 million people did not return. What? Although 3 million dead is nothing compared to the previous more than 100 million, this number was still astronomical. Do you know the cause? Insufficient data. Edward frowned as he activated the staff for a second time, trying to bring them back. Unfortunately, it was useless. He even tried a combination spell between the time and death staff. The result was the same. In the end, he sighed before teleporting away. There were many things to deal with after this event. By the time he arrived, all the people with the highest authority in the Empire were waiting for him. Edward walked to his throne, sitting down with a face as if everybody owed him money. No one said anything as they did not expect things to reach such an extreme. After more than 10 minutes of silence, Edward opened his mouth to say something but suddenly paused. He then closed his eyes and found himself in a white room. Chronai. I don't have much time, so I have to be fast, she said. However, Edward could see chains appearing on her wrist before disappearing. Your actions have broken the space-time continuum rules of the plane, so the Guardians are coming for you. The Guardians? Who are they? The only Tier 11 in the plane. I thought you said there were no Tier 11. They are only Tier 11 in this plane and because of an ancient pact. Once they leave, they are one of the most powerful Tier 10 gods in the astral realm but not Tier 11. Edward finally understood why these other planes did not immediately invade. It was not only because of the fear of the Magus race but also because of this Guardian. I have bought you some time, approximately 50 years. If you want to survive, you must find the savant race, they have the answer. Can't you tell me more? Who are these guardians? Why do I need to look for the savant race? My actions have broken the rules, said Kronai, showing the chains on her body. As the planar will, I need to be impartial and treat all life the same. But I have broken the rules to the best of my ability. The rest is up to you. Edward opened his eyes in the room, a deep frown on his face. Anne, I don't think anyone cares, but the volume called Undead is over. The next volume is called Time Criminal. Chapter 508, Trouble After Trouble. After opening his eyes, Edward remembered a saying often used in Eastern fantasy novels he read online. Heaven is ruthless and treats all sentient beings the same as dogs. This saying can apply to the Kronai, the planar will. As the consciousness responsible for ensuring this world operates properly, there is almost no difference between an ant and a tier 10 god. It must treat them equally, applying the rules to all of them. However, it seems Kronai has gained some sentience, or maybe it's the desire of all life forms to become more powerful. She calculated the Arcane Empire was the civilization most likely to allow her to succeed, so she granted them differential treatments. However, Edward's actions went beyond the help Kronai can offer since he broke one of the fundamental rules. The first time I traveled to the future, my future self told me there were consequences if I messed up with the spacetime continuum. Is this what he meant? Edward felt great pressure. He did not know whether he could elevate his floating city into a tier 11 weapon in 50 years, even with time acceleration. Furthermore, he has many problems to deal with, including the soul limit of the people, otherwise, the progress of the empire will be halted. Is my only choice to find this savant race? He cannot move the empire into another timeline. If these guardians have the power of tier 11 in this plane, they should have access to the multiverse. Furthermore, Kronai should have told him of such a simple solution. So, if everything fails, my only solution is to migrate to another plane and plan an eventual return. He did not want to start again from somewhere far away. However, if he did not have any choice, this might be the only way to survive and preserve his legacy. Edward exhaled deeply, finally focusing on the people in the room. You have failed me, and I have the people, said Edward, his words creating great pressure on everyone. Now is not the time to find who's at fault. Let's deal with the aftermath of this event. The discussion did not last an hour, as everything was discussed as swiftly as possible. Then, the royal family appeared before the screen of every citizen, wearing all black. The emperor was addressing the people. Hello, my fellow citizens. Today, I am addressing you because I have failed you as the emperor. For that, I deeply apologize. Edward did not hesitate to bow, followed by the royal family behind him. Then, he continued with a solemn attitude. My duty is to protect you, and I have failed in my mission. Edward did not make any excuses, such as trying his best. The people witnessed how he tried to revert time to undo this tragedy and failed. However, failure was failure. Today was the darkest moment in the Empire's history, continued. Such massive casualties did not even occur during the fall of darkness. During this war, we have learned of the cruelty of the universe. But today's event allowed us to experience it personally. Our rise will threaten the grip the gods have over this universe. As such, a single mistake, a single error, could cause the destruction of civilization, of our home, of the people we love. He paused to allow his words to marinate. But we cannot allow such a thing to happen. No, we will not allow it to happen. We will not allow fear to control our thoughts and actions. We will inherit the will of the ones who prematurely left us, shoulder their dreams, and continue to move forward. May the arcane truth bless all the ones who left before us. May the arcane truth bless all the ones who left before us. The citizens repeated this phrase across every territory of the Empire, creating a strange atmosphere or power around the entire galaxy. The Empire declared a 7-day mourning for the dead. The media talks non-stop about the Emperor's inherited will speech, saying how it was a wonderful way to condense the spirit of the citizens who had lost faith in the Empire. A monument appeared to honor the people who died in this incident and the war. The monument was a towering glass a few stories tall with countless names engraved on it. The glass was enchanted so that people could use their soul strength to see the information and life experience of every individual on the glass. After the speech, Edward and Rowena had to go on a tour around the Empire to meet the family of the people he failed to save. He also used this time to reassure his citizens. A few hours later, they finished and returned to the palace to have a meal with the family. How are you guys doing? Asked Edward as he sat down. The food was still warm. We're fine, said Hermione. How about you? Holding on, said Edward, sighing deeply. Could he have saved these people? His rational mind told him it was impossible since he did not know about the curse. However, he also knew this situation might have been avoided if he had been too arrogant and used Guznad as a pawn. Don't beat yourself, said Olivier. If Guznad did use this curse, someone else might have used it, making the situation even worse. In a terrible sense, we should be glad this problem was discovered so early. She was correct. Guznad was only tier 9, so the destruction he could create based on this curse was limited. Furthermore, the population of the empire was not too large, so the Magus race bloodline was not spread too far. Regardless, the situation is still devastating. Alright, let's not talk about this and eat. Wait, where is Luna? You should probably talk to her, said Edward's mom. Edward stood up and headed to her room in the palace. After entering, he saw her lying on her bed with listless eyes. Are you alright? He said as he rushed next to her. I should have listened to you, said Luna, tears dripping from her eyes. What are you talking about? I should have listened to you infused with my variants from the dark multiverse. They could have increased my seer ability and prevented this tragedy. I should have listened to you. No, don't blame yourself, said Edward as he held her tightly. If you did, there is no guarantee you would have foreseen something. Luna kept crying, not appeased by his words. I'm glad you did not listen to me, continued Edward. Our family has 2 moral compasses, you and Hermione. If not for you two, me and the others might have gone too far. However, Hermione's competitive nature allowed her to bend more than you. So, I am glad you can keep your own morality and not be influenced by my darkness. Edward was not telling the complete truth. Their family had a third person with a good moral compass, Wiz. Although Tsunade has a kind heart as a healer, she has been traumatized by being a child soldier, so she has her own demons to deal with. Only Luna and Wiz can be the moral compass of this family, preventing the others from going into the deep end. However, Wiz has only just joined, so her power and influence are too weak, so Luna has to be in charge. Are you telling the truth? Asked Luna. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Replied Edward as he caressed her hair. Thank you. I need to hear this. There is no need for pleasantries between us, nodded Edward. You need to sleep, and I will help. Okay. Edward opened his mouth, and a beautiful lullaby emanated. Immediately afterward, Luna felt her eyelid heavy and fell asleep. Edward waited a few minutes before she was still in a deep sleep before standing up. However, he did not take a few steps before he received an emergency communication. What is this time? He said, his voice very grave. The royal guard standing outside of the room trembled in fear after hearing that cold voice. A screen appeared before Edward, and his face became extremely solemn. Without hesitation, he teleported to the Time Auror's headquarters. Where is he? Asked Edward as soon as he arrived. We have him apprehended and waiting on cell EX7. You did a good job, nodded Edward before taking a deep breath and walking to his destination. As soon as he saw the prisoner, his pupils dilated. Chapter 509, The Council. Edward looked at the men in an energy barrier cell. He had an old wizard robe similar to Dumbledore. However, he had what looked like a scion scanner in his right eye, along with a watch that looked both futuristic and retro. However, the weird man's dress was not the oddest part about him. That prize went to his face. He looked exactly like Edward. Who are you? Asked Edward. I am Edward F-234, said the man. You should understand what this means. You guys have created a council. That's correct, replied F-234. I've come to formally invite you to the Council of Bones. Edward groaned. He read comics and cartoons in his past life, so he knew of the Council of Reed, created by Reed Richard from the Fantastic Four. The Council of Kong, created by Kong the Conqueror, and the Council of Rick, created by Rick Sanchez. So, he knew some of his variants would also walk that path. In fact, he also planned to create the council to keep a watch on his other variants. However, he did not expect them to arrive so soon and find his timeline. What's the name designated to my dimension? Your G-003, replied F-234. I bet many of you were fighting for C-137 and 616, weren't you? F-234 blushed in shame before quickly hiding it. C-137 is the name for Prime Rick in the show Rick and Morty, while 616 is the main universe of Marvel in the comics. As such, many variants wanted these numbers and fought for them, including him. When is the meeting? Asked Edward. F-234 looked at his watch. According to my calculations, in about a month of your timeline. How to get there? Have you developed multiverse traveling technology? Why are you asking? Retorted Edward. So, we can send someone to pick you up, replied F-234 calmly. Edward looked at him before sneering. I see. Strength and technology determined status in the council. F-234's heart skipped a beat, but his face did not change. Unfortunately, the enchantments in this prison were monitoring every atom of his body. You don't have to worry about my transportation. That's fine, replied F-234, not showing much emotion through facial expression. He took a card and said, This is your invitation to the council. It also serves as a coordinate. Edward waved his hand to summon the card through the energy barrier. He did not immediately touch it but glanced at it. Another test, he said with a sneer. He took a few minutes before something like a map appeared before him. Meanwhile, F-234's face finally changed. He had never met a variant who cracked the code so fast and easily. I will be there, nodded Edward. It will be our honor to have someone of your caliber in our midst, said F-234, who proceeded to show an embarrassed look. Could you free me? His experience in this timeline was unique. As soon as he appeared, a group of people proficient in space and time magic arrested him. To his shock, they even had methods to prevent him from using his machine and running into another timeline. Finally, after meeting his variant in this timeline, he could not see through the latter's strength and capabilities. However, his intuition was warning him of great danger. Edward nodded to someone, and the shield was removed. Without hesitation, F-234 typed a bunch of numbers on his watch. Then, an orange energy shield surrounded him. Boom. The shield or sphere propelled itself forward with immense speed, breaking the space-time continuum barrier between parallel dimensions and leaving numerous space cracks in the room. It took a few minutes before the space naturally healed itself, and everything returned to its original state. What a rough way to travel the multiverse, commented Edward. However, their navigation system is worth learning. He looked at the card in his hand. The Empire's current navigational system of traveling the multiverse originated from Novad's race technology, which he acquired from the Indiana Jones universe. However, he could learn from the Bone Council's system as it seems more efficient. Bring it to me, said Edward, and soon afterward, someone brought him a pure crystal. Without hesitation, he used his soul strength to read F-234's memory that they secretly took. Although the latter had very high proficiency in occlumency, it was useless to the Empire's current understanding of the soul and soul flame. F-234's life was similar to Edward's in its infancy but diverged in one instinct. He lost all his family members, including Aunt Amelia. In grief, he began to study magic intensely with the purpose of reviving them. But he made a fatal mistake. He did not hide his magical talent, garnering the attention of Voldemort. The latter invited the 11-year-old Edward to become one of his Death Eaters. After rejections, Voldemort attacked a young Edward during his second year of Hogwarts, right before he died at the Potter's house. F-234 survived and escaped with severe injuries. So, he hid and never showed up again in the magical world. However, his existence was torn in Voldemort's sight. The Dark Lord became obsessed with finding F-234, so he did not even attack the Potter, escaping his fate of death. Then, as time passed, Voldemort became more worried due to the boy's magical talent. He could not fathom how powerful he would become if given enough time. So, he became more obsessed with power, using any means possible to increase his strength. Everything culminated in an all-out war between F-234 and Voldemort, affecting the entire planet. His variant was the final winner, but both Muggles and wizards suffered tremendously. F-234 did not care about the state of the world, he only wanted to see his family again. Alas, most of the mysterious rooms in the Department of Mysterious, which were Elder God's divine spark, were destroyed or missing after the war, leaving only the time room. F-234 focused on studying this thing to reverse time and save his family. The result was he invented multiverse travel technology. He was fine with this outcome, so he searched the multiverse for a timeline where he could reunite with his family and succeeded. Then, another variant contacted him and invited him to the newly built Bones Council. Edward then watched how F-234 integrated into the council, fought for the moniker of C-137, and lost, acquiring his number through a randomly generated program. Then, F-234 traveled to the multiverse, inviting different variants to the council. What should I do with these people, thought Edward, who was a little frustrated. He had many problems to deal with, but now another one popped up. My first instinct is to attend this meeting and use this opportunity to murder all of them. However, that would be pointless as it won't be long before another council is set up. Plus, if I use these people correctly, I can accelerate the speed at which I become Tier 11. Many thoughts flashed in his mind. The council appeared to be friendly so far. However, that's because they probably do not know the requirements to become Tier 11. Once they do, they'll turn on each other faster than I can say my name. I also cannot rule out that some people know and plan to use the council for their own use like myself. Edward grunted softly. The best course of action is to take a position of power in the council, influencing and controlling them from the inside. However, I also need to take precautionary measures to prevent these people from popping in and out of my timeline like it was their back garden. Edward sighed as he teleported away. He knew he would be extremely busy in the next few years, he had too many problems and was unhappy about it. Chapter 510, Revenge. Edward returned to the palace. Although he sent a message saying they should eat without him, everyone waited. What's going on? Asked his mother. She had a feeling things were beginning to get out of control. Yes, talk to us, added Amelia, who knew something was wrong during the meeting when Edward suddenly closed his eyes. Then, he left Luna's side and rushed to the time aura. Edward paused briefly before sighing and told the truth. He knew it was unwise to bear all these burdens alone. As such, he will accept any help he can receive. Didn't you have a contingency plan for your variants? Asked Olivier, thinking they should be the least of their concern. She wanted to prioritize the level of threats before planning how to deal with them. I do, but I thought I would have more time. So, the project is not finished, thought Edward. However, I now have a better way to deal with them. Will it take long? Not even a week. In that case, we can prioritize the others first, continued Olivier. The second thing to deal with is Guznad. However, that will require Luna's cooperation so we can prepare and not have to worry about it. That only leaves us finding the savant race. Just use the Akashic record, and don't waste time, added Rowena, and Edward nodded. He connected to Akashic records and searched for the information he wanted. Then, his eyes squinted. Everyone noticed the change in his expression. What is it? Asked Rowena. According to them, the savant race is a member of the record. Although only this branch of the universe, they are members, explained Edward. And since they are members, I cannot access their information. Should we ask Merlin for help? Suggested Hermione. However, Edward shook his head. This is not time to have scruples, uttered Bellatrix. As long as it could help, she wanted him to do whatever was necessary. The only reason I knew they were members was due to Merlin's higher authority. Furthermore, I haven't been able to contact the old men for a while. Edward guessed Merlin was super busy, so he guessed something must have happened in the war. We must find another way to find this savant race, continued Hermione. I will use my power in the abyss to see if we can find any information. You could ask the Starskin Queen, added Amelia. Their race is ancient and from another plane. They might know something. That's a good idea, nodded Edward. Let's eat first. The family had dinner together, but the somber atmosphere somewhat ruined the experience. Immediately afterward, Edward summoned the Starskin Queen to a meeting. He did not meet her in the throne room but in the imperial garden with tea and snacks. My condolences, said the Queen, as regal and noble as ever. Thank you, nodded Edward. Normally, he would comment on her beauty and say a few words of pleasantry, but he was not in the mood. Is there anything I can do for you? Asked Queen Keturah directly, sensing the Emperor's mood and state. Have you heard of the savant race? The savant race? I remember hearing it somewhere, she replied, taking a moment to review her memories. I remember. My grandmother once told me stories of very ancient and powerful races. She mentioned the savant race. What else do you know? Not much, only they were a race known for their knowledge. However, they seem to have conflicted with the Magus race and hid from the world during their reign. That's all I know. That is more than enough, replied Edward, chatting with her and asking how she was integrating into the Empire. As the only Tier 8 Arcanist in the Empire besides him, he had to pay respect to the Queen. She was already a powerful Tier 8 caster. Now, she was even more powerful after transitioning into the arcane rune system. So, Edward took special care of her race. The next day, Luna woke up and learned of the recent events. So, she immediately went to work. The day after the 7-day morning, she completed her tasks. Then, the Empire's media began to operate. Throughout the galaxy, 90% of the news that people saw was about the battle of revenge against the death god, Guznad. 3 days later, after capturing the attention of the entire Empire, Edward controlled Netheril to enter the Outer Realm, also called the Realm of the Gods. This place was one ultimate darkness, with countless shining spots scattered in different directions. Each of these spots is a divine kingdom where a god resides. According to the rules of the plane, gods and their divine kingdoms cannot live in the mortal plane. As such, these gods have to use a variety of methods to send clones or avatars. Oftentimes, whether a god's clone or avatar has the same strength as their main body in the outer realm dictates the status and power of a god in the material plane. Edward took a moment to observe the outer realm. This place is one of the many reasons the gods still rule the world, it is one of the sources of their immortality. It has been a while since a god has truly fallen. Today, let's change that. Gods do fall and die. However, it's mainly when fighting other planes since they often have to send their main bodies. Furthermore, high-level civilizations like the wizard world have developed the technology to forcefully summon these divine kingdoms from the outer realm and utterly destroy them. However, even these methods do not technically kill these gods, and that's because they can revive themselves as long as their followers remain. So, the death of these gods is to fall into a state of deep sleep until they have enough followers and believers to recondense their self, body, and even soul. However, it's very hard for a god to revive itself after falling to this point, especially since other gods will not waste an opportunity to kill another god and plunder their godhead and acquire a new authority. Let's go. Morgana used the coordinate that Luna divined and headed directly toward Guznad's true divine kingdom. "Prepare to the Tier 10 void cannon while firing the other ones," ordered Edward as he looked up at the strange square object floating in this darkness, shining with golden lights. Boom. 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 A powerful shield appeared to block the hundreds of Tier 9 cannons. Then, a roar emanated in this darkness. "Arcane Emperor," roared Guznad. "Do you think this is over?" replied Edward, his voice echoed in the emptiness. "Why do you have to go this far?" said Guznad. "I've lost countless believers and am almost demoted to tier. Isn't that enough?" "Enough," replied Edward with a sneer. "Let me tell you the fate that's awaiting you. I will seal and force you to kneel before the memorial of the people who died in this war. The process will last 5 years. Then, I will dissect you in a live broadcast for educational purposes, showing my citizens the anatomy of a god. Although you will be the second god to have this honor, the first one was extremely weak and had almost no followers, so he doesn't count. Afterward, I will use your divine soul, divine body, and divine energy to make potions. I will use your godhead to master death authority, and study your divine kingdom to find the weakness of the gods. Finally, I will hunt every single one of your believers and eradicate them. I will erase your very existence from this world." Guznad sat on his throne with a gloomy look. He had golden long hair and blue eyes. However, his skin color was as pale as a corpse. He even had a similar body temperature. Chapter 511, Magus Race Technology. Edward watched as this world was perfectly intact, even after hundreds of Tier 9 cannons firing non-stop. He had to admit the gods were truly powerful once they were in their divine kingdom. The current situation was as if Guznad was battling hundreds of Tier 9 powerhouses and was relatively intact. "We need to create a special god-killing weapon," he commented. "Our research on anti-divine energy showed no result as of now," replied Morgana. The Empire did not have many gods or divine energy to study, so the research was not going well. "After we study the divine kingdom, we can manufacture false gods with Tier 6 and above by using clones. Then, we can study them. Gods only need believers to become powerful. So, Edward has already created false gods by using clones as their believers. However, some steps eluded him, like casting the divine kingdom and such. This is blasphemy of the highest order," said Morgana with a smile, but Edward just glanced at her before moving his head. She smiled embarrassedly. She only wanted to light up the mood. "Increase the number of cannons. I want to see his limit. However, be on the lookout all time for any variables. If you detect something, immediately fire the Tier 10 cannon." Aye, sir," she responded. Boom. 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 The bombardment became more intense. The shield around Guznad's divine kingdom began to tremble. Once the number of cannons reached 1,000, cracks that healed instantly appeared. At 1,500 cannons, the cracks could not heal as fast as they were destroyed. "Damn it, cussed the death god. How did he get so much energy?" These cannons were not child's play. Each represented a Tier 9 mage, god, or any other powerhouse. Yet, this floating city seemed to have no limit on how many it used. Bang. After 2,000 cannons, the shield broke, and the cannon fires reached the divine kingdom. However, the destruction they caused was minimal because Guznad was absolute inside his kingdom. Of course, that was until Netheril fired more than 3,000 cannons. The immortal souls living in the divine kingdom were wiped out by all types of elements. Holes appeared everywhere in the kingdom, and no matter what Guznad did, he could not stop this level of destruction. "Arcane Emperor, you've gone too far," he roared. However, no one answered him. On the contrary, he soon discovered countless magical circles scattered all over his kingdom. That is, a seal. His face changed, but it was too late. He soon discovered he had lost his connection to the divine kingdom, followed by his ability to use his divine energy, soul, and eventually, even his death authority. In the end, Guznad floated above the sky, remaining immobile like a frozen statue. Edward entered this place. "So, this is a divine kingdom. How majestic," he commented. According to the city scan, this place was as large as at least 30 galaxies, inhabited by countless souls. So much soul energy wasted, he commented after seeing how many of these believers were killed by his bombardment. "It would be a pain to strip the poisonous faith from their soul, so it's not really a waste," commented Morgana. "So, it's best to use them to study faith." "True," nodded Edward before gazing at Guznad. "Let's go." Netheril swallowed the divine kingdom and stored it in a pocket dimension. Edward then returned home. His return was broadcast across the entire galaxy, along with the recording of bombarding Guznad's divine kingdom into Swiss cheese. Finally, under the eyes of all citizens of the Empire, he sealed Guznad's body into a kneeling position before the glass monument of the fallen. He promised his people that this god would kneel and atone for his sin for 3 years. Today's event was forever remembered in the annals of history. Many historians believed this act was what destroyed all arcanists' respect or awe for the divine. Of course, many people were also radicalized, believing the gods should be wiped out from the universe. After dealing with Guznad, Edward had to focus on recuperating after the war and ruling over such a large territory. Luckily, the Empire has been planning for decades to become the ruler of the galaxy. So, they only needed to enact the plan they had previously concocted, only making a few changes to adapt to the current situation. After 2 weeks, he was finally free and had some time. He found no news about the savant race during this time, even after Luna and the entire divination department tried countless divination and prophecy. Edward sat in his lab, drinking a refreshing drink. He accessed the Akashic record and searched for something. "Why don't you just rob me?" he sneered. Although what he wanted was of the highest technological level, even something he might not be able to do using magic without years of study, he still did not think it was worth the price. So, he bought the world's coordinates and decided to quickly go get it himself. "Let's relax first," he muttered before taking out a floating disc and a marble. "Magus race technology, let's see what is so special about you," he muttered. Morgana scanned the 2 artifacts, focusing on the materials they were composed of. Mithril as the base, along with dozens of other magical ores, 5 of which are not in our database, muttered Edward after seeing the result. They pushed each of the materials to the limit. So far, there is nothing impressive about these artifacts. But he knew he had only scratched the surface. His eyes turned purple, allowing him to see the core and essence of the floating disc. He saw a very intricate and beautiful rune at the core of the artifact. Is that a primordial rune? The Empire recorded a few primordial runes after countless people suddenly awakened magical abilities in the early stages of the Empire when he first changed the environment to contain mana. "This primordial rune looked different from the ones we recorded," commented Edward. The difference he was talking about was not that the rune was different, but its essence was different. Our rune seemed to lack something like it was a copy or projection of the real thing. He frowned as he analyzed the runes. Without hesitation, he entered the Mana Sage mode, and tattoos appeared on his face, boosting his senses to the highest level. "This rune is alive," he muttered with shock. "It's a living creature, not a static thing." The concept of living runes was discussed in the Empire, but the closest we came was 3-dimensional runes that had their own internal circulating mechanism. However, this thing was more of a program than a living creature. Is this the secret of primordial runes? They are alive. According to the Empire's research and theory, primordial rune is the first magical language of the universe. It is the source or origin of all magical languages. Some people even believed it was the first language period, magical and non-magical. Meanwhile, Edward believed primordial runes were not simple because of the myth that Odin hung himself on a tree and sacrificed his eyes to gain infinite knowledge, which manifested in the shape of primordial runes. So, he theorized all worlds with magic will have their own version of primordial runes. This theory is why he believed he could synthesize void runes by analyzing the primordial runes of multiple worlds. My theory might be correct, thought Edward. Void runes is the source of all magical language in the Omniverse. Meanwhile, they manifested as primordial runes in different universes. His eyes lit up as he figured out many things. If they are connected, the primordial runes of different universes would not be much different. As long as I can manifest the runes in this universe, it will be easier to do the same in other ones. He squinted his eyes. This might be why the Magus race became one of the most noble bloodlines in the void. After mastering primordial runes in the Harry Potter universe, they traveled to the Omniverse to master the runes of other universes. Maybe, like I plan, they also manufactured void runes. Edward exhaled as he registered and stored his new thoughts. Then, he focused on the task at hand. Chapter 512, Primordial Runes. Edward continued his research on this piece of magical technology. Too many things have happened lately, and research was the perfect way for him to forget everything and release stress. More often than not, discovering the secrets of the universe and magic is more pleasurable than sex with the most beautiful and talented woman. After a basic analysis of the runes, he ran some tests. Firstly, he checked if Guznad did not tamper with the artifact or whether the Magus race did not do so. There was a period of chaos in the artificer world in the Empire as some arcanists would leave a backdoor in the artifacts they sold, preventing the buyers from using their own creations against them. A major scandal soon broke out as many artificers did the same, so Edward, who also wished he could do the same, had to pass a law to forbid such a practice. Even with his paranoia, he did not do such a thing, so how could he allow others? Of course, such a thing is only for now. In the future, when the Empire began to trade with foreign civilizations, certain high-level items would have a backhand. However, Edward will play a trick and tell the sellers there is a backhand, telling them it's a protective mechanism to ensure the preservation of their people. He knew the people who bought these items would want to remove the backhand, and he would take measures to ensure they didn't. Furthermore, he won't just place one of them. After not finding any anomaly, Edward continued his research. He was now located in a very discreet, isolated, and protected pocket dimension. So, if there is a problem, he can just abandon everything and run away. He instilled his mana into the first artifact, and a shield manifested. The energy utilization rate is beyond our level, he commented. He could feel not even a single drop of his mana was wasted and used to its full potential. Edward then observed the changes in the runes after injecting his mana. With the same energy, a shield using primordial runes is 5 to 10 times ours, commented Morgana, shocked by this revelation. Edward frowned a little after hearing this but did not say anything. He tried with another energy. He remembered Guznad was not a mage but could use this artifact, so many might not be its only source of power. Edward first tried soul energy, one of the few universal energies in all universes. As expected, it worked, and the utilization also reached perfection. Let's try aura. The result was the same even for an energy that was more focused on the flesh or body. Test all the recorded energies the Empire has access to. For the next few hours, Edward tested more than 330 recorded energies the Empire had recorded and can be manipulated through arcane sorcery. Fascinating, commented Morgana as she imitated her boss. This thing can use all energies and utilize them to the highest level. Are we so far from the Magus race? That's to be expected. After all, we have only developed for a few hundred years. Edward did not mention the Empire's age of 80 years as it was not a true indication of the Empire's age. True, we have achieved a great deal of things in our short existence, nodded Morgana before focusing on the runes. Why do you think this is possible? I can't find any converting rune. Her calculations have already broken down the primordial runes into different parts, but she could not find how it could use all energies without restrictions. Think of our database. What power do we know is so versatile and can turn into anything? World source, replied Morgana immediately. Yes, the power of creation, nodded Edward. So, you think primordial runes are naturally connected to this plane's world source? Well, logically speaking, it would make sense if it is the original magical language. Since we have a direction, let's test it out. Myriad runes appeared in the room, trying to detect any world source, and they succeeded. Sometimes, I wonder how your brain operates, said Morgana. Such a simple conclusion would have taken her months or even years to process countless data. However, Edward's mind immediately guessed the final outcome. Such a natural magical intuition was what made his talent so horrifying. Edward ignored him. His talent was indeed terrifying. However, it was also the kind that needed to be developed. If not for the unfathomable amount of knowledge he has in his mind, he could never use it to its full extent. The next test should focus on authority and planar will. Do you think the primordial runes function like Dragon Advanced Language and Naruto World's Shinjutsu? Yes. I believe the dragons, who are a species more ancient than the Magus race, might have discovered primordial runes and created their language after studying and mimicking it. That's possible, replied Morgana. But it's sad thinking how the dragon race can only replicate it, but the Magus race could control it. There is the possibility that the Magus race was born with the ability to control primordial runes. As a species born from mana, it's not out of the realm of possibility. Morgana nodded. What about Shinjutsu? Why did you think of it? Shinjutsus might have the Naruto world's version of primordial runes or an interpretation of it. Assuming that primordial runes are based on 3 components, controlling world source, resonating with, authority, and borrowing the power of the universe will, deduced Morgana. Shinjutsus, which is the highest manipulation of chakra, took its power from the universe will. Natural chakra, which has the ability to boost all energy, might have originated from the world source. So, what about the power of authority? Could it be related to the immortal gods, like Jashin? My theory is Dojutsu and Kekkei Genkai. Isn't that still the domain of chakra? No, some of the prowess of that world are too strange and powerful. Ninjas used yin-yang release to explain them, but I don't buy it. It seems more like a blanket term to explain everything they do not understand or fit in with their understanding of chakra. You could be right. These techniques could be resonating with certain authorities. If that was the case, we should have detected something, replied Edward, who suddenly felt their understanding of chakra was not as deep as he imagined. A better explanation is that these Kekkei Genkai contain a link to certain authorities. Once developed to a sufficient level, they can resonate with these rules and even control them. Their eyes lit up. With this simple analysis, they further their understanding of primordial runes. From now on, even if they traveled to a world without magic, they could use the relevant power system to condense primordial runes and analyze the essence of the world. In other words, after analyzing the power system of any universe, Edward can now condense its essence in the form of a primordial rune. He immediately became excited after hearing this. Once he succeeds, his magic will become even more versatile. He will be able to use all power systems in any anime after condensing their universe's primordial runes, even the one incompatible with him. Alright, let's not get ahead of ourselves, warned Morgana. You're right. Let's master at least one normal primordial rune first before planning ahead, nodded Edward. Chapter 513, Primordial Runes, 2. Edward's theory soon proved to be correct. The disc artifact can resonate with the Guardian Authority, while also borrowing Chronai's will to boost its strength. Meanwhile, the other one is connected to a unique authority called Self. This authority involved the body, soul, mind, memories, and other aspects of the self. However, the authority also allows gods to become the divinity of a certain race, like the god of elves, the god of dwarves, and so on. There seems to be another power affected when using this artifact, said Morgana, pointing at the disc. Any idea? I do, actually, she said excitedly as if the fact she discovered it before him was some great achievement. Edward rolled his eyes. Get on with it. It's the power of myth we've been studying. Oh, really? Edward has been trying to recreate the Hall of Heroes from the Fate universe by slowly studying the power of myth and condensing heroes based on their legends or spoken words. However, even after the data he gathered from the reincarnators in his last voyage, the process has been slow. Yes, there seems to be a strange power directly related to the Magus that this artifact used to boost its strength, similar to our karma empowerment, explained Morgana. I think our theory that this galaxy was the birthplace of the Magus race was correct. So, when Guznad tried to protect this place from the gods, the myths, legends, and accomplishments of the Magus race formed a unique power that the artifact used to protect its holy place of origin. Correct. Primordial runes are alive, meaning they might have some level of consciousness that allows them to adapt to the situation and use their power to its highest efficiency, commented Edward, his eyes shining brighter than ever. He must control such power. He no longer wasted time and focused on studying and recreating the primordial rune. He began with imitation by simply memorizing the complex rune and drawing it by hand with mana. However, such a task was already nightmare-level difficulty for most arcanists. The reason is every single line of the rune required a different frequency. Drawing it was as if someone was controlling their heartbeat. In 1 second, it was 50 beats per second, then the next, it dropped to 12 beats per second, and the next second, it rose again. Such a description does not even do justice to how difficult such a process was because Edward did not have seconds to change his mana frequency but microseconds. Such a task required unimaginable mana control. Now, I understand why our mana frequency is so versatile and changeable, commented Morgana once she saw Edward finished. The core of why arcanists are so special and unique is because they inherited the unique mana frequency of wizards, which inherited it from the bloodline of the Magus race. Our destiny is connected to the Magus race whether we want to or not, added Edward. I don't know whether this is a good or bad thing. However, everything will be fine as long as we can learn from them but not walk the same path. True. One more thing, increase the mana control curriculum from now on, Edward ordered. Furthermore, the mana sage mode should become a core part of the magic system. Morgana nodded as she understood his meaning. In the future, if more arcanists are to wield primordial runes, they need to prepare early on. After the Empire entered the Age of Magic, a new education reform was about to happen. Now, all citizens have magical talent, leading the next generation to be born with a higher and purer soul. So, the education department is preparing to instill knowledge in children after birth. Then, based on the brain and soul development of the child, memories about language, writing, history, and geography will appear in their mind, removing the slow process of learning these things. Such a method will remove pre-K and elementary school years, allowing the child to start learning magic at an earlier age. Furthermore, according to predictions made by the department, such a process will no longer be under the government's jurisdiction. Children of the future will instead inherit knowledge from their parents through bloodline. Morgana suddenly chuckled. What's wrong? Nothing. She just thought how funny it would be when some talented children of the Empire immediately began to talk after being born. Morgana stopped wasting time and sent Edward's order to the department. I can already see how many children will secretly curse you after seeing their new curriculum, she commented. They should praise me for paving the future for them, countered Edward. Plus, they would only blame the Minister of Education, not me. Edward did not continue this topic and focused on the rune before him. He successfully copied the primordial rune, but that's only a copy. If he wishes to master it truly, there are a few more steps to take, and the main one is how to make them alive. His first thought was just to fuse a powerful soul to the rune, but he shook his head. This method might work, but it feels primitive. Let's find a way for it to awaken a soul or a consciousness. Countless ideas flashed in his mind as he thought of a plan. He engraved the rune a second time. However, while changing the mana frequency, he also infused his soul energy to change the rune's wavelength to match that of a normal brain wave. Finding the correct wavelength for these ever-changing frequencies was a nightmare. However, Morgana's calculating prowess soon. However, his attempt failed at the last second. Why did it fail? Asked Morgana. They've done trillions of calculations and should have succeeded. It seems we are missing something. What is it? She looked at Edward. In this kind of situation, a flash of ingenuity is needed, otherwise, they will have to spend years scrolling through dates before finding the answer. Soul. Consciousness, spirit, mind, memories. No, maybe instinct. That's not it, muttered Edward as he found the answer was on the tip of his tongue. Willpower, yelled Morgana, who deduced the answer based on his words. She gave him a smug look as if saying, do you see what I'm capable of? Edward ignored her. He tried again, adding his willpower to the equation. Success, said Edward as he saw his runes becoming alive. His eyes became alive, removing the somber cloud that had been over his head in the past few days. He focused on the next component of mastering the rune, authority resonance and planar will blessing. Edward had already mastered a few advanced dragon languages and was already familiar with authority resonance. Additionally, he studied Shinjutsu and was familiar with the universal blessing. With this knowledge as a foundation, he soon mastered his first primordial rune, the defense rune. Somewhere in the void. Old Man Merlin had a tired look on his face. He suddenly sensed something and gazed in one direction. His eyes squinted. This kid already mastered primordial rune. He has not been paying much attention to his apprentice, so he was shocked by this sudden development. His eyes scanned the past and saw how things enveloped. This kid, he said with a smile. Edward might not know how shocking what he has done is, but he knows. The Magus race, who has two aspects, being on the same level as him, did not master primordial rune so fast. When they first discovered such magical knowledge, they also had to fuse other souls into the primordial rune to achieve the level of becoming alive. That's one of the main reasons they conquered so many planes to acquire souls. It took them millions of years of development before they could reach Edward's level of making runes without any soul. The Magus race was very advanced for their age, as only Tier 12 entities will start involving primordial runes. As for the void runes, only a few geniuses of Tier 14 will begin to learn them, but Tier 15 is truly required for everybody else. That old guy Odin was lucky and had an opportunity to learn primordial rune at Tier 10 and soon rose to become a legend. I'm proud of you, kid, muttered Merlin. However, he did not dare go see him as the current situation could endanger Edward if they met. Chapter 5:14, Comparison and Update. After mastering the defense primordial rune, Edward focused on the second artifact that made clones. However, this rune was harder to master as it involved multiple runes fused into one. As such, he had to break them down and study them individually. So, Edward created a shadow clone to spear this endeavor while he focused on something else, updating his arcane runes. The first step Edward took was turning these runes into living runes. He followed the formula he used for the primordial runes, modifying it to fit his own rune. Things proceeded smoothly as he created his first, living arcane rune. What do you think? Asked Edward. Just like primordial runes, they are inherently more potent but not very effective for battle unless you stored them beforehand. Edward agreed. Living runes take too much time to engrave. Furthermore, creating one takes a tremendous amount of soul power and willpower. Such consummation is not ideal for battle. So, the best use of them is for artificer or storing them beforehand and using them similar to a magic scroll. You're correct, but the usage of energy has reached a new height. The consciousness of the rune has a natural instinct not to waste any energy. So, with this living rune, the Empire's energy usage reached a new height. Edward activated the arcane rune spell, a basic fireball spell. However, he felt like two people were casting the same spell with the living runes. The rune ensured Edward did not waste any mana during the casting process while borrowing the mana in the environment and boosting the spell like an arcane sorcerer. How are the calculations for the 3D spell going? It's still 10% completed, replied Morgana. Arcanists can cast ultra spells using 3D runes. However, most 3D runes are used for magical artifacts. Regardless, Edward wanted to know how powerful ultra spells would become after turning into living runes. And it was not just them. Edward can use law spells, which are even more powerful. So, he wanted to know what would happen after law spells used living runes. What about law spells that used living 3D runes? All these researches are the tip of the iceberg of his future research. So far, he has only recreated one major aspect of primordial runes. Remind me to upgrade my grimoire. Edward still had the grimoire from Black Clover. After returning home, the grimoire did not have much effect on him, so he decided to use it as a powerful magic scroll book. He will store countless terrifying spells that require long casting time and have weird requirements. So he can summon the book and cast these spells when needed. Now, with the study of primordial runes, the grimoire will have more potential. No problem. Edward focused on the other aspects of primordial runes and recreating them. He did not take much effort to make his arcane rune resonate with authority, nor borrow Chronai's will. However, he hit a barrier when trying to recreate primordial runes' ability to access the world source. The closest he came to was creating a very complex energy converter, allowing his arcane rune to also use countless energy to activate. However, he knew this was a pale comparison. As long as the Empire discovers a new energy, we can immediately create an energy converter by studying how it reacts to a primordial rune. However, their ability to access the world source should not be so simple. Why don't you try to use willpower to force access to the world source, suggested Morgana. Since such a rude method worked for authority, it might work for world source. Let's try. Edward mobilized his willpower and created another rune. It failed, replied Edward. The resistance was 100 times more than normal. It's like Kronai would fight me to her last breath if I tried. In that case, you might have to raise your willpower to 10 if you want to have a chance of succeeding, explained Morgana. True, but even then, it might be a simple process. Morgana nodded. So, what do we do now? Do you have any ideas? No. It seems primordial runes have a special identity, and their status as the primary and best magical language cannot be changed. So, our goal now should be to master more of them until we can dethrone them. It would be best if we had an encyclopedia of primordial runes, commented Morgana. That's not a bad idea. Edward accessed the Akashic record and searched for such a thing. However, after seeing the price, he closed it without hesitation. He guessed even if he sold most of the Empire's current knowledge, he might not be able to buy it. Primordial runes are so valuable. Edward sighed. The Magus race should have created an encyclopedia. Let's see if we can find it. In the meanwhile, let's turn the recorded runes we have into true primordial runes. The rune recorded in the awakened individual of the Empire can only be said to be the lowest level of primordial rune imitation. What Edward has to do is turn them into the genuine them, allowing the Empire to master more primordial runes. What is Orochimaru doing? Suddenly asked Edward. He's doing his own research on the fusion of the flesh and the soul. That's interesting. Tell him to participate in the chakra research. Now that we know chakra has greater potential, we should place more emphasis on it. As you wish, said Morgana before sending a message. A few seconds later, she said, he refused. According to him, he's already too busy. Tell him if should listen to the man who controls his funding. He agreed, begrudgingly. As long as he listens, nodded Edward. Send a copy of the information to Tsuna to see if she's interested in continuing studying chakra. After giving these orders, Edward continued his research on primordial runes and updated his arcane rune. He has subdivided his arcane rune into different categories, classes, or types. First, there are common runes, which can be simple or complex, followed by 3D runes used in Ultra Spell. Then, there are sub-law runes used by incorporating advanced dragon language. These runes can resonate with authority. He plans to use them to allow Arcanists to use the next class of runes, law runes. As the name implied, these runes were created and modified to allow him to cast spells with his mastered rules. Another category is will runes, which can borrow the universe will's power. These runes paired great with his will coding technique he created based on One Piece's hockey system. Finally, there is Paragon runes, which are a combination of everything else. Paragon runes are the new class of rune he created that matched primordial runes. While deep in his work, time passes. Edward looked at a design of Netheril before him. After mastering many primordial runes and creating countless Paragon runes, Edward chose to update the floating city. Moreover, this update is major, as he was trying to elevate it to Tier 11. His plan was simple: use primordial and Paragon runes as the core of the city, turning it into a living creature. With the living runes as the core, he could link the consciousness of all the runes, turning the entire city into a living creature. As a creature with a soul and consciousness, turn Netheril into a Tier 11 entity. Sadly, his plan faced a major flaw: he did not yet create the method of becoming Tier 11. So, even if Netheril became a living thing capable of training and growing like an Arcanist, it made no difference. Regardless, the new update will greatly improve the floating city. If Netheril were on par with a Tier 10 god who controlled a dozen planes, after the update, he would be on par with the ones who controlled hundreds of planes. Furthermore, I can use Netheril to test out any Tier 11 method I create. Master, it's time to go. Chapter 515, The Solutions to the Variants. I forgot to mention I retconned something in the chapter labeled Primordial Runes, too. Odin acquired primordial runes at Tier 10, not 12. How long has passed? Asked Edward. 72 years, replied Morgana. So long. Edward did not feel the passage of time because he was engrossed in his research. What about outside? There are 2 weeks left before the Bone Council meeting. I see. Then, we must deal with the situation. Edward left his room as he went to check on the Empire. Only 2 weeks had passed since he punished Guznad, but his news was still a hot topic across the entire galaxy. Meanwhile, the recuperation effort of the war had ended, and the government focused on properly governing the large territory, ensuring that all the new races and species were integrated without any issue. The number of arcanists in the Empire is rising every day. With the Black Clover dimension, no matter how magically inept a race is, they can acquire mana after stepping into it. Then, they only need to kill creatures in the Konosuba dimension and raise their mana, soul power, and magical state to tier 3. Then, with such a large population of magical users, the development of magic and technology in the Empire will further accelerate. Edward finished reviewing the things he needed to pay attention to during his brief absence. Besides the fact that the elves began to show terrifying talents after being cloned, nothing is noteworthy. Any news on the savant race? No, these people are very good at anti-divination, replied Luna, feeling a little frustrated. Hermione heard some news in the abyss and went to check it. However, she sent news a few days ago that it was nothing but rumors. However, she did learn of another clue and was pursuing it. We have found the archives, relics, and tombs of many ancient races in this galaxy, said Rowena. I hope we can find some information. However, we are still deciphering many things. I see. Well, as long as there is some progress. Anyway, we still have 50 years. That's not really a lot of time, added Olivier. Although it's still better than nothing. If Chronai had not intervened, the Guardians probably would have immediately come to arrest Edward, forcing them to fight back and have no choice but to run away. In the worst-case scenario, many people might have died in the process. Are you leaving? Asked Rowena. Yes, I need to make a short voyage and get something from another world. Do you want someone to go with you? No need. This time, I'm truly going for a short voyage. I will be back in no time. Time was of the essence, and Edward did not have the desire to spend a lot of time in another world, let alone waste resources to buy another time dilation artifact from the Akashic record. Edward chatted with his family briefly before taking one of the Tier 9 floating cities and leaving. Netheril is still needed to keep the fog around the Milky Way and isolate it from the outside. He was extremely careful while navigating into the void this time around. He hoped his luck would not be as terrible as the last time and accidentally met another powerful creature. As fate would have, Edward did not encounter any trouble. He soon reached his destination and entered the world. In the process, he entered a blockade that required subtle manipulation before reaching his destination. Then, he immediately sent probes to check the environment and rules of the sect. It's not as bad as I anticipated, muttered Edward. Although this world was mainly technology-based, magic still existed, so his powers would not be completely sealed and require great time to adapt. Have you found our target? Asked Edward. Yes, I've found a few. Good. Capture 10 of them. Choose one with variety so we can compare. As you wish. A few minutes later, Edward walked into a room in the city with 10 captured individuals, all elderly men in lab coats, blue shirts, and green pants. Rick Sanchez, it's a pleasure to meet you, said Edward. Bastard, since you know who I am, you should know the consequences of kidnapping me, yelled one of the Ricks. I'm very well aware of what you're capable of, nodded Edward before snapping his hand and sealing their mouths. Do you scan his memories? Yes. I'm guessing the process was not simple. You're right. This man's mind was a labyrinth, full of protections and traps. It's almost as bad as you, said Morgana. As long as we get the information we want. True. Scan their brain composition and life code. Having the genetic information of such a smart man will benefit us immensely. Morgana nodded while Edward walked into another room. A screen floated before him with a formula. Without hesitation, he began to make what was on the blueprint. Soon, Edward created a gun powered by a green fluid. What an ingenious method to achieve interdimensional travel, he commented on the technological marvel of this gun. He pointed at a wall and fired it. He walked through the portal and teleported to another dimension. Edward acquired the coordinates of many places from the portal guns of the captured Rick. So, he tested the coordinates, traveling to a few dimensions, parallel timelines, and places in the universe. After I changed the formula, I can use this technology to replace the warp portals of the Empire. Warp portals are being constructed daily for the Empire's newly conquered territory, linking everybody together. In the future, any Earthling can instantly travel to the farthest end of the galaxy with these portals. However, warp portals are expensive and require arcanists efficient in space magic to install. However, with Rick's portal gun, he can create new and cheaper portals with the same and even better effect. Furthermore, I can begin my Omniverse Gate project. After almost dying in the void, Edward has been planning to create a gate that can travel from one universe to another without entering the void. By then, he only needs to buy the coordinate from the Akashic record and use his Omniverse Gate to travel to wherever he desires. Sadly, such technology was too advanced for him. Now, with this portal gun, he saw the hope of accomplishing it. After finishing the test, Edward returned to the city. How is it? Besides the slight difference between these two, the rest were the same. Two of the Ricks grew in dimensions where humans had frog and lizard appearances, so their genetic makeup was not the same. The only question now is whether the rest are different from Rick C-137. The show Rick and Morty followed the adventure of Rick C-137. So far, it showed that he was unique amongst all his counterpart variants. Edward wanted to know whether his life code would be different from the rest. Alright. Let's proceed with the plan. Edward turned himself into Rick, while Morgana created a body that resembled Morty. Then, they teleported to the Citadel, where the Council of Ricks was located. Edward's objective was the Citadel. Rick C-137 used the Citadel to create the central finite curve, which is a wall around infinity. Rick used technology to isolate a piece of the multiverse, banding countless timelines together. In other words, he created a smaller multiverse inside the larger multiverse. And in that small multiverse, every variation of himself is the smartest person alive. Edward's goal is to get his hands on the Citadel's technology and build a wall around his timeline, isolating it from his other variants. Chapter 5:16, The Citadel. Edward used a spell to temporarily turn into one of the Ricks, assuming the identity of Rick E-345. He knew the Citadel had ways to track the portal guns of the Ricks, so he ensured there were no problems while capturing them. Afterward, he and Morgana calmly opened a portal to the Citadel. The place was vast and contained myriad places of entertainment. So, he went to get some ice cream. Half an hour later, he said, "How is it?" "The security of this place is insane," replied Morgana in Morty's voice. Edward had to hide a cackle, making her stare at him. "What do you expect?" "One of the smartest individuals in the world created it," replied Edward, ignoring her violent reaction. "How long would it take you to crack it?" "At least 5 months. "So long." "Whoever created this system made sure it could only be cracked from the inside," she replied, shaking her head. "We don't have 5 months. So, let's take it down from the inside." Wang Wei's plan to take down the Citadel was simple and direct. He used the same method Rick C-137 used. He secretly transferred his mind from one Rick to another until he controlled the Rick with the highest security level in the Citadel. With that access, he entered a virus into the Citadel's system, allowing Morgana to infiltrate from the inside. 3 days later, they had complete control of the thing. "Beautiful," commented Edward, reviewing the Citadel's blueprint before him. This thing was purely technology, so there were many things he did not immediately understand. However, based on what he deciphered, this thing was truly a masterpiece. "This thing is truly the highest order of technology," nodded Morgana. After gaining the inheritance of the Technomancer, the Empire's technology tree rapidly developed. However, even with the recent update, the technology before them can be described as very advanced. Are we still going to scan C-137's life code and get his memories? Of course. As the main designer of the Citadel, it's imperative we get his memories. Furthermore, all signs show he might be the smartest of all the Ricks. That's fine, but you should be more careful than usual when dealing with such an intelligent individual. I am aware. People like Rick Sanchez and Doctor Who are similar to him, individuals whose intelligence or talent surpass the limitations of their worlds. So, he would never play around when dealing with them. However, he still has an advantage of information when dealing with these people, so he knows how to approach them. Edward soon put his plan into action. Before landing, he ensured he arrived at a specific time when Bet and Jerry were separated in Season 3 and before Rick destroyed the Citadel. He approached Bet as a fellow veterinarian and flirted with her. With his natural charm, her loneliness after the divorce, and a few spiritual hint spells, Edward successfully convinced her to have dinner with her family despite not being ready to date so soon after her divorce/separation. The dinner went smoothly, and nothing expected occurred. Edward was charming and spoke with everyone. Although Rick only gave him a look and was mostly quiet, the kids loved him. After the dinner. "So, what do you guys think?" asked Bet. "Holy shit, Mom, you've hit the jackpot," said Summer. "How could you pull something like him?" "What does that mean?" "Summer is right, Mom," said Morty. "I'm not into men, and I want him to marry me." "So, you guys are okay with him? You don't mind me dating so soon after your father? With a hunk like this, screw Dad." "Summer, don't talk like this about your father," she reprimanded. However, her eyes seemed to be smiling. Finally, Bet looked at Rick. "Dad, why don't you say something? Don't you like him?" "Something doesn't seem right," said Rick before rushing into his garage. He soon returned with a few pieces of equipment and scanned every room in the house, focusing on the dining table. Of course, he did not find anything since Edward was so careful. His body was a walking light bulb to advance energy detection. As such, although he was confident in his mana control, he could hide it, but he wanted to be extra careful, so he sent a clone to meet with Bet and her family. Before leaving, he did not leave any bugs or even remain of a spell in the house. Meanwhile, Rick was not satisfied after not detecting anything. So, he scanned the family. Unfortunately, nothing unusual was detected besides the slightly elevated hormones released from Bet's body. As for the hormone anomaly, it was expected when people were excited and believed they were in love. After not discovering anything, Rick decided to keep an eye in case his hunch was correct. 3 days later, Edward invited the family to a fancy dinner, and he was as charming as ever. Floating City. How is it? We have successfully scanned his brain wave, life code, and received his memories, replied Morgana, making Edward very satisfied. In the show, Evil Morty used a similar method by inviting Rick C-137 to the Citadel for dinner and used the short time to skin his brain and acquire the secrets of the Citadel. With that knowledge, he broke through the central finite curve, leaving the small multiverse where Rick was the smartest man in the world. With these 2 meetings, Edward's scan was more thorough, especially since he already had the information from the other Ricks. Looking into the distance, he sighed deeply. I'm sorry, Bet. After that, he did 4 things before leaving. The first was to take away the Citadel and put it inside the floating city. Sadly, he could not take away all the Ricks. Despite this man's great intelligence, his self-destructive tendencies are too extreme. Only one of them is enough to throw the Empire into chaos, let alone 1,000 of them. However, Edward was satisfied with having a history of the Council so he could learn how to better deal with the interpolitical relationship of his own Council. The second thing he did was to gather more portal gun technology. Rick was not the only one who invented this technology, and there is a sentient race of dinosaurs who even improved on his design. He was more than satisfied after getting his hands on it. The third thing was to go to the magic dimension called Dragon. He stole all their magical knowledge and learned a new magical language. From his memories, he knew wizards developed portal spells similar to Rick's portal gun and was interested in this magical knowledge. The last thing Edward did was capture a creature known as Unity. It was a hive-mind creature, so he was interested in studying such a unique species. After everything was done, he entered the void and headed home. Boss, we were lucky. What do you mean? I spotted a void creature. Again. Yes, nodded Morgana. Luckily, it only glanced at us and did not pay much attention. Edward sighed in relief. He did not even ask her why he did not remind her. He knew trouble would follow if she dared to pay too much attention to such a creature or even record it. The void seems more active than usual, muttered Edward. Thinking of Merlin's long absence, he started to worry about the old man. We got what we wanted, so let's return. The group returned to the Empire, preparing for the next step. Anne, I know some fans might have wanted this arc to continue since Rick and Morty have plenty of potential, especially with the many world-defying technologies. However, the last season I watched was the 4th one, so I don't remember much. Furthermore, I have prepared for the next few worlds to be this short, and I don't want to deviate from my outline like I did for the Naruto world. Chapter 5:17, More Time. After returning home, Edward discovered only a few hours had passed despite spending a week in the Rick and Morty universe. So, he no longer wasted time and got to work after checking on his family. He had 2 weeks before the council meeting. In such a short time, he needed to understand and be capable of using all the Citadel's technology. Technology did not come as naturally to Edward, but he still had an extremely high IQ, so it took him some time in a time acceleration room to master the technology of the Citadel to the point of being able to replicate and upgrade it. Finally, he had to prepare before activating the thing. The process took 3 more days. Finally, Edward launched the Citadel. A few members of his family accompanied him along with the Time Aurors. The Citadel will now fall under their jurisdiction, so they need to know how to control and incorporate it into their existing system. The process was simple, at least on the surface. Edward felt a slight tremor, but it was too subtle and unnoticeable by most. How is the data? Everything is fine, replied Mulatu Amine, an arcanist from the Ethiopian region and the current department head of the Time Auror. He was born with a unique perception of time since the old era. Unfortunately, his talent never had a chance to shine until the Empire. He was discovered to be one of the few people with the talent to wield time magic, so Edward used every means to nurture him. He did not let him down and proved his talent. Then, Edward granted him control over the Time Auror, guarding the Empire's timeline. We have successfully placed a wall around our timeline. Amine felt relieved as his job just got 100 times easier. People would be surprised how often individuals tried to mess up with time and rewrite history. There were more time turners than the Ministry of Magic of the previous era told the people existed, and some people are born with the talent to control time magic. However, instead of training properly, they often hide their talent and engage in dangerous secret experiments that can endanger the space-time continuum. Finally, their job is to also prevent creatures from the blank realm and from other timelines from entering their timeline. Before Edward's variant, they rarely encountered such a thing. However, plenty of scary creatures from the blank realm roam from one timeline to another. Your agents won't have any problem entering and leaving, right? Asked Edward. No problem. What about the protocols to ensure no problem? We have updated our security measures and monitor every particle that leaves and enters our timeline. Excellent. However, from now on, reduce the number of tasks to the multiverse to the bare minimum. With the current situation, Edward wanted to cancel all missions into the multiverse. However, the Empire needs more resources, and the dark multiverse will soon become its main source. Amine was surprised by this order, but he did not ask much. He is one of the few people in the Empire with the highest security level. So, if the Empire did not tell him, he understood it was an issue beyond security levels. Such knowledge usually involved the deepest secret of the royal family, and he was politically minded enough to know not to pry. Edward continued observing the data for the Citadel. His understanding of spacetime rules and the multiverse will drastically increase with the newly gathered data. Sadly, it was not time for study and research. He left the Citadel and returned to his lab. He closed his eyes and waited a few hours. Finally, he succeeded in his attempt. Soon, he found himself in a white room with a petite woman before him. Kronai. We don't have much time, she said indifferently. Be quick and direct. I placed a wall around my timeline. Would that solve my current issue? No, it can only buy you an extra 10 years. So few. The Guardians are monitoring the multiverse. They won't care about a destroyed timeline, but a disappearing one is another thing. So, once my method is no longer useful and they begin their search for you, they will notice the anomaly of a missing timeline. Edward frowned before asking, could I move the Empire and move to another plane? Kronai was quiet. This was the last thing she wanted after putting so much effort into Edward and the Empire. She was already hopeful about them but became even more joyous after seeing the technology to put a wall around a timeline. Furthermore, she saw this was not the limit of this technology. In the peak era of the Magus race, they did not have such technology. They had Tier 11 Magus who could easily hide one or multiple timelines but never the technology or magic to do such a thing. One advantage the Arcane Empire had over the Magus race was its inclusivity. The Arcane Empire could perfectly fuse and accept everyone and everything, whether it was technology, countless different power systems, multiple races, ethnicities, or civilizations. Meanwhile, the Magus race walked the path of assimilation. They assimilated everything into their races and their magic. As such, she saw hope for them to reach heights greater than the Magus race. Your method might work, replied Kronai, deciding to tell the truth. Might. Every life I create has a unique life or soul imprint. I keep a record of these imprints, and the Guardians have access to these records. If you move to another plane, they can track you there. However, in other planes, they are only a very powerful Tier 10 god, so it might be easier to deal with. Moreover, you also know the relationship to other planes, they might not be willing to take the risk. Maybe before, but not after exposing the Citadel, added Edward. These Guardians must want to become true Tier 11, so they should lust after his Citadel and its technology. Possibly. Can't you hide my soul imprint from the records? That's against the rule. Furthermore, even if I did, what about all the citizens of your empire? That's true, nodded Edward. What about preventing the Guardians from accessing the records? I have a binding oath with them. Unless they no longer hold the position, it's impossible for me to break the rules and reduce their power for the sake of protecting you. After saying these words, more chains appeared on Kronai's body, becoming visible even to the normal eyes. Thank you for telling me the truth, quickly said Edward. Edward appreciated Kronai not hiding the truth for her benefit. Furthermore, he could also see the risk she took to reveal the truth. That's all I can say for now. In the future, you will not be able to contact me. However, as long as you find the savant race, you will find a way to deal with the Guardian. Edward opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. This trouble is not as simple as I imagined. He did not wish to move the entire empire to another plane. Firstly, this place was his home, and he had many advantages, mostly in the form of Kronai's blessings. Edward could predict how much harder it would be for the empire to rise to the pinnacle of the astral realm in other planes. Furthermore, why do I need to run away from these gods? They should be the ones running away from me. A ray of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He would not deal with these Guardians simply to remove his status as a time criminal. No, once he has enough information, they should be the ones afraid and running away from him. Edward left the lab and prepared for the meeting at the Council of Bones. Chapter 518, Council of Bones. On the day of the meeting, Edward took a special spaceship and headed to the meeting. He could have traveled alone, showing how he achieved multiversal travel using only his strength and ability. However, he decided it was unwise to show too much power during the meeting, which could easily lead to his other variants teaming up to deal with him. However, he also knew what kind of people his variants were, so he chose a ship with very advanced technology to show up. After opening up a portal, Edward headed directly to the coordinate of the meeting. He soon found himself on a somewhat desolate planet on some unknown planet. His scanner showed him this was once Earth, but all life was eradicated for some reason. Was it done naturally or the actions of one of my variants? Muttered Edward before the power of time flashed in his eyes. He saw the reason for Earth's extinction, and it was just misfortune. A giant meteorite took out all life on the planet, just like it did for the dinosaurs. Edward was a little reassured before focusing on a towering construct floating above Earth's orbit. He immediately sneered as he could see the design was eerily similar to the Citadel. One thing about me is I'm somewhat predictable when it comes to certain things. He knew he would have chosen the same designs if he had been in charge of creating the meeting place for the Council of Bones. Without much hesitation, he controlled his ship to enter this fake citadel. There was a designated area for people to land and undergo a registering process. Edward looked at the men with the same face as him registering his information, and he felt this experience was somewhat trippy. You're G-003. That's correct. You only need a small test before attending. What test? To detect your tier. I see, nodded Edward. Has the council taken measures to prevent leaks of our data? Such a thing will be discussed in the upcoming meeting, replied Edward A. 765. His manner indicated this was not the first time he answered that question. Edward no longer asked any questions and followed the men to the testing area. He saw the large room for the testing area, and his eyes immediately turned purple. What's wrong? Asked A. 765 after seeing him stop. Why does this machine record my mana and soul fluctuations, even scanning for other energies inside my body? A. 765 frowned after hearing this before pressing a few buttons on the pad in his hand. Edward immediately knew he shut down these functions and sneered. Without hesitation, he entered before exiting a few seconds later. Tier 8, uttered A. 765 with a severe tone. So far, the Council has recorded 7 Tier 8 variants among thousands. Although all these variants are confident they will reach such heights, especially after coming into contact with the Council, reaching this tier so quickly was still an advantage. After all, besides the founder of the Council, who is rumored to have reached Tier 9, such a tier was the highest in strength. Welcome, G-003. I hope you have a pleasant time at the Council. I hope so too, nodded Edward before leaving the testing room. Meanwhile, A-765 checked his pad and frowned after reading the information displayed. Technology level, highest tier. A-765 knew what it meant for the ship of G-003 to be classified as the highest tier. Adding on his Tier 8 strength, this meant only one thing. Another contender for the Council President, and it's one of the best. A-765 sighed before focusing on his task. He knew he had no chance of becoming the president. So, his objective was to become the head of the department that kept records on all members of the council. After entering the council, Edward found himself in a vivid atmosphere with countless people talking, competing, exchanging ideas, and even fighting. An unforgettable look flashed in his eyes as he looked at his variants, specifically the ones who brought their wives. Unfortunately, these variants had the same taste in women, so their harem was similar to his, minus the ones from other universes. It seems my inability to form single, deep, meaningful relationships is a constant of the multiverse. Edward sighed to himself before mingling with these people. The council meeting would not start until 5 days later, giving everybody enough time to gather information and prepare for any worst-case scenarios. During these 5 days, Edward met many variants of himself and made plenty of connections. He analyzed the information he received and summarized it. So far, he has discovered a few groups or factions among his peers. The first one is the Arcane Empire faction, composed of all the Edward who walked similar paths of conquering the planet and gathering knowledge from multiple individuals. Although not everyone used the name, Arcane, for their empire, their ideologies were similar. So far, Edward discovered they were the most powerful and dangerous group. These people care deeply about a large population, so any timeline is another place to conquer. As such, even if they create an alliance, they are always on the lookout for each other. The second group Edward noticed was the Dark Lords, composed of all the Edwards who gave in to their desires and abandoned all morality for the pursuit of magic. Although some of them led tragic lives, which led to their current situation, they were still a group of madmen willing to do anything to become powerful. This group was considered the second most dangerous after the Empire factions. In some situations, they were even more dangerous. The third group was the Headmaster faction, composed of the variants who became Hogwarts headmaster, slowly changing the wizard world through education. Edward loved teaching, and these variants of him pursued such love and talent to the extreme. These guys were relatively harmless, with a more peaceful personality, at least on the surface. Edward feared that some of them would wish to create a multiversal academy, spreading knowledge and teaching across the multiverse. Their ambitions might make them as dangerous as the Empire factions by then. Of course, they could also be a perfect group to ally with if they can control their greed. The fourth faction is the God faction, composed of the Edwards, who walked the path of divinity and gathered believers. This faction was the least popular as most Edwards shared a passion for anti-God or even religion. Few people publicly associated with that faction, probably even worse than the Dark Lords. The fifth faction was the alchemy group, created by a group of variants who enjoyed making artifacts, potions, puppets, and many more. This group has great potential and has the foundation to become extremely popular in the council. The sixth and final main faction is the Magi-Tech group. These people focused more on the development of technology and fusing it with magic. They seem to have some contradictions with the alchemy group, especially the artificers. Besides these six, there were other groups, like the adventure group, which focuses on traveling the universe and multiverse only for adventure, or the Yu-Gi-Oh group, which focuses on the monster card magic that Susan was developing. These groups were powerful but not enough to be classified as the main six. Besides becoming the council president, I also need to become the leader of the alchemists while maintaining sufficient power in the Empire, Headmaster, and Magi-Tech factions. Edward made a plan before heading for the official meeting. Chapter 519, The Election, I. The meeting room was a large space with a podium in the middle facing the crowd. The podium had exactly 9 seats, 4 on each side, with 1 in the middle. The crowd was not excited after seeing the setup. They wanted to know why these 9 people got into the spotlight but did not. As great fans of Rick and Morty, they knew one of the negative aspects of the Citadel. All Ricks had the same IQ, yet countless members of the Citadel were reduced to doing menial jobs. So, they would never allow themselves to fall into that category. Furthermore, their pride is even higher than Rick's, so how could they admit their inferiority to their counterparts? Luckily, before everyone rioted or made a scene, they received a message from the Citadel communication system explaining why these 9 people received preferential treatment. The first reason was they were all Tier 8 or above. Such an explanation was barely enough to satisfy these people. After all, they understood the concept of respecting the strong. Given that their peers had such achievements before them, it was proof of their excellence. However, numerous variants had weapons or other methods to deal with Tier 8 mages, so this was not enough. Luckily, the message also provided other reasons, such as these 9 people have displayed the highest level of technology, magic, and influence. These Edwards were not convinced since they were all confident in their abilities. Furthermore, the Citadel did not provide in-depth details of these people's technology nor explain what they meant by influence. However, such an explanation was enough for them to calm down and watch the ceremony. Then, everybody became quiet and waited. A beam of light flashed on one of the seats on the left, transporting one of the Edwards. The man had a robe similar to Dumbledore's, and even his demeanor was similar. He had a goatee that was perfectly trim, making him look older than normal. "Hello, Edward Bones." "My name is Edward Bone," said the man, generating a few cackles at his corny joke. "I'm from Dimension C-654. It's a pleasure to meet all of you." A bright light appeared, showing another Edward. However, he was dressed as if from 19th century London, he even had a monocle. "That guy stole my joke. It's like he knew what I was thinking." Another chuckle from the crowd. "They gave me the numbers B-235. A third one appeared. However, he was dressed in all red with a dark aura surrounding his body, even his eyes were blood red. "C-666, he said directly without any other words. Everyone looked at him and did not say anything. They decided to stay away from antisocial versions of themselves. Those guys are the truly scary ones. The fourth person to appear had everyone looking at him strangely, and that's because he was dressed like a pharaoh from Egypt. "It's a long story," he said with a wry smile. "On the first test of my multiverse ship, I failed and crashed in ancient Egypt. With no resources and knowledge to fix the problem, I took over and used the magic system and resources of that period to fix the ship. Then, one thing led to another, and the rest is history." People understood this guy belonged to the Empire faction but was kind of due to an accident. Maybe he assimilated into the culture after years of being a ruler. "By the way, I'm F-823. The seats on the left side were filled, so the light brought the fifth person sitting furthest from the center on the right. The man immediately caught everyone's attention since he was elderly with long white hair and beard. This variant's body exuded a vicissitudes of life that made people understand he had experienced immense suffering in his life. As soon as the variants laid eyes on him, they understood this would be their fate if everything in their lives went wrong. "I am A-001, said the elderly Edward. "I'm here as a cautionary tale to all of you." The atmosphere became somber for a moment before the sixth person appeared. It was a man dressed in a more futuristic attire. His outfit bore some resemblance to the Time Lords from Gallifrey in Doctor Who, the ones who appeared during the 13th Doctor, not the old ones. "I am M-616. People immediately paid attention to him as soon as he said these words. C-137 and 616 were the numbers these variants wanted the most. Moreover, he also took the moniker M, which should be for Marvel. For a person to receive that number for their dimension, there must be something special. The seventh person to appear was also eye-raising. He did not have the signature black hair and blue eyes of the majority of variants. Instead, he had golden hair and eyes. A noble aura of divinity emanates from his body. Boo, said one person, followed by the majority of the group. They did not hide their disdain and contempt. Come one guy, the divine civilization has plenty to offer, argued L-123. Unfortunately, most Edwards had the same disdain for godhood and divinity. In the end, L-123 did not have time to introduce himself, and his dimension number appeared above his seat like the others. The eighth person to appear was our protagonist, Edward Bones G-003. He wore his usual white gold robe, catching the attention of the group. His robe was not unique since the design originated from a game, and it was called the Archmage robe. As such, many people had similar designs. However, the magical lights and beautiful runes sewn on the robe gave him a unique charm. I am G-003, and hopefully, your next council president. Edward resisted every urge in his bones to say he was the prime Edward. People's response to his introduction was lukewarm at best. After all, everyone wanted to be president. So, who is this guy to say he will be their leader? Finally, after a few seconds of chattering, a light brighter than everyone appeared in the middle position. A man wearing a black magic robe with golden patterns appeared in the center. I am C-137, he declared. Then, he released the terrifying aura of a Tier 9 mage, suppressing the entire event. The variants did not take kindly to this kind of provocation and responded. Everyone used different methods, mostly technology and artifacts, to disperse the suppressing aura. The 8 individuals sitting next to him were the most successful in this endeavor. Humph. A cold snort resonated in the citadel as a pressure on par with the C-137 manifested. In an instant, the new pressure suppressed C-137 partly. Everyone looked at the source and discovered it was G-003. The odd part is that they did not detect any magical artifact, implying he used his strength to achieve such a thing. Of course, Edward would not tell them about his arcane spark that allowed him to fight above his tier. So, he only smiled with all the attention on him. Meanwhile, C-137 made great efforts to control his emotions. His overwhelming entrance was ruined by one person. In his mind, he recalled all the information he knew about G-003. G-003, member of the Empire faction. In a short period, he used his overwhelming knowledge to become the leader of the alchemist factions while also significantly influencing the Empire and Magitech faction. He also has a friendship with the Headmaster factions. Technology level, highest tier. Conclusion, greatest threat to the council president position. The threat he posed might be greater than I anticipated, thought C-137. Chapter 520, The Election, 2. C-137 focused on the crowd and spoke. I have spent a lot of effort to create this citadel and gather all of you here, said C-137. As different versions of myself, I'm sure many of you have similar ideas. However, the first who comes is the first to be served. The variants rolled their eyes at this guy's narcissism. Did he really think he was the prime, simply because he was the first to create the council and inherited the code C-137? C-137 was shameless, so he ignored these people's murmurs and continued. I created the council to allow us to share knowledge, information, and resources. This place will become a platform to aid one another through communication and exchange. Then, one day, we will finally achieve our lifelong dream, create a way to travel to other anime, movie, and novel universes. The variants' eyes lit up. At some point, they all had a similar thought: if the Harry Potter universe is real, could the other media they consumed also be real? Are they in other timelines, or do they leave the universes entirely before reaching other ones? They all dreamt about succeeding in such an endeavor, gaining access to countless new knowledge and, more importantly, real anime waifus. Edward frowned as he watched these people's reactions and guessed their thoughts. Am I really this shallow? He thought. A goal like achieving omniversal travel should be grand and something noble worth pursuing. Yet, it was ruined by these bastards, as most of them only think about how they can flirty and sleep with their favorite anime wives. Suddenly, Edward felt disgusted. Watching these people was like looking at a mirror. He did not like what he saw. The worst thing was he did not see any hope for change. Luckily, he was adept at hiding his emotions as an emperor, so his facial expression did not change much. Meanwhile, C-137 had successfully riled up this group of variants, so he continued his speech. All of you should know the importance of the council president. For anyone to sit in this position, they must demonstrate their strength, wisdom, and capabilities as leaders. Otherwise, no one will be convinced to hand over such tremendous power to anyone else. The crowd nodded. Even though they did not get to sit in the primary 9 seats, no one wanted to give up on the chance of becoming the president. I have devised the election based on a point system with 2 sections, strength and knowledge. The strength section will be worth 100 points, while the knowledge section will be worth 300 points. We will begin with the knowledge section. The variants pondered and agreed with this election method. After all, they do not value strength as much as knowledge and magical capabilities. To these people, it's only a matter of time before reaching Tier 10. How will the knowledge section proceed, and how do we make sure there is no cheating? Great question, said C-137. We need fairness, so there is no better method to ensure such a thing than artificial intelligence. I will send the codes to the AI that will be used for this test. You can test it to ensure there are no problems. Another test, thought Edward as he received the source code for this artificial intelligence. The variants that have not developed AI or even created technology-based AI will lose great advantage in this process. Morgana, what do you think? The core of this program is a magical language that uses ancient runes from the Old Age at their base. It is interesting but nothing revolutionary. However, the program has certain traps with a few unique runes. Unique? How? They seem to be an entirely different system than magic. Furthermore, something about them seems familiar. Give me a moment. Morgana took a moment before saying, I remember. The Death God's memory. Guznad. No, you mean Herpo. They haven't received the latter's memories yet. Yes. Herpo had the idea of creating divine runes by combining divine and magical civilization. He had a prototype, but he never got to it. The hidden runes resembled the finished version of the prototypes. So, my theory about C-137 was correct. Most likely. How long do you still need to finish scanning his body? I need to ensure he won't notice anything, so I still need a few more minutes, replied Morgana. It should take some time for these people to analyze the source code for the AI, so use this time. Aye, sir. About 3 minutes later, Morgana appeared inside his mind again. I've cracked the hidden traps. What do they do? They are hidden commands to be biased toward people of higher tier, she explained. That would explain why he was so flamboyant about revealing his Tier 9 level, sneered Edward. What do you want to do with this information? Let's wait and see if other people will catch these traps. I'm sure some will do, said Morgana, looking at L-123. As the only god here, he might find the source code's secrets. He might have found it, but it doesn't mean he knows what they do. After all, he doesn't appear to study magic much and focuses more on divinity. Yes, with your arrogance, he won't say anything if he only catches it and cannot understand what it does. The murmurs continued for the next 3 hours. The variants swiftly and methodically deciphered the code of the AI. Many people became frustrated and embarrassed when they failed in this endeavor. There is no greater humiliation to these people than losing to their variants. This place is really a clash of humongous egos, commented Morgana, and Edward ignored her out of embarrassment. Time is up, said C-137. I'm assuming everyone agreed with using this AI. No one answered for a while. The people who deciphered the thing did not find any faults. So, C-137 smiled and prepared to continue. I have a problem, said Edward, drawing attention to him. G-003, what's the issue? Asked C-137 calmly. These hidden codes showed biases towards people of higher tier. Please, remove them, said Edward as he visually pointed out the faults in this code. And now that he showed these people the answer, they quickly checked and realized he was correct. It seems there were some problems with the technician who created this program, said C-137, removing his fault in this matter. If you say so, replied Edward. We will fix the problem now that we found it, continued C-137, who ordered people to change the program. Half an hour later, a new and unproblematic AI was created and running. The AI manifested in the form of a white holographic cloud. The Citadel could not decide on an appearance for it, so they chose this boring and neutral design. How do we proceed with this test? Asked someone. Simple, replied C-137. Contestants will display their greatest magical accomplishment and present it. Everybody else's job is to decipher said creations and see if they can be understood, replicated, or find flaws. Based on the crowd's response, the AI will create a numerical value as a test point. Everyone pondered the rules of this test and found it fair. Whoever is the leader must be the most knowledgeable out of everyone, as only such a person could be the prime Edward Bones. The only issue with this test is it might take a while before a final winner. If anyone does not mind, I would like to go first, said C-137, making everybody roll their eyes again. This man's plan was obvious. He wanted to overwhelm everybody with his knowledge and make them convinced he should be the president. Such arrogance was truly unrivaled. C-137 waved his hand to show a magical formula to everybody.